Hey yo, peace family. Welcome back to Flesh of the Gods.
Welcome to Flesh of the Gods.
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
We got the live running. We got it set up. It's all going in the back. Appreciate y'all being here. Welcome on in. Come in. Take off your shoes. Relax your feet. Let's get this day started. Grand rising, everybody. Let me see. So yeah, today we back into the Young Dolph trial with Hernandez Govan. But while they setting up, I got it set up in the back. Let me show y'all. Let's see. We here. Let me show y'all. I do got it set up and running in the back. But while they getting set up and getting their stuff together, we could go ahead and get started because I got some clips ready for y'all. Appreciate you being here. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in on your way in, and let's get this day started. As soon as they start, it will pop up. I got it set up on the back, so it will be there. Good morning, Leah. I see you. Appreciate you joining, family. First one in. Let's get it.
Stand right here, face your honor, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Hey, Factual Lie, what up, though? TSC, what up, though? What up, though?
Mr. Johnson, you understand that we're at the part of the trial now where you have a right to testify or not testify on your own behalf.
Yes, sir.
And you and I have discussed this at length, have we not?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that you have the right to testify on your own behalf.
All right. Yes, sir.
And no one can take that away from you. You understand that? You also have a right to not testify. And if you don't want to testify, the judge is going to instruct the jury they can't hold that against you. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you thought about it extensively?
Yes, sir.
And we've had several discussions, have we not?
Yes, sir.
And after considering all of that, what do you wish to do?
Not testify.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Douglas, how old are you?
26 years old.
How long has Mr. Evans been in the room?
About 2 years.
About 2 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And he's gone over with you all those things he just talked about.
Yes, ma'am.
About you testifying,
Yes, ma'am.
the pros, and the bad, and the cons, the good and the bad. Y'all talked about all of those things.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand those things. What's your highest education level you go?
My school.
You graduated from high
Yes,
school.
ma'am.
Do you have any questions for him?
Absolutely.
For your attorney? About this process? About you testifying?
All right.
You may step down. Any other proof?
No, you're right.
All right.
Chad, my black is golden. What up, though? I see you.
Anything else we need to add to the charge? Come to
I was
that time.
wondering,
How about if I print it for you so y'all can see it for yourselves?
there we go, there we go. That's better than me talking for sure.
Right, let's just print it. And, give me a couple of minutes. Let's stand in recess.
Course in recess.
That's your Gap hoodie, is that right? That's you, who are you shooting at? All right, now back it up again, Miss Iris, if you would. Back it up for Justin getting out of the car. All right, who's the second person here that got out of the driver's side?
It's just,
He's got the smaller handgun, is that right?
yeah, bad baseball hat, bad pro baseball hat.
You're firing this crazy thing. What you see? What are you feeling?
I want to feel nothing at the time, but I ain't gonna even let it. I want to feel nothing at the time. I was just,
I ain't gonna lie, this prosecutor or whoever that was talking, he sound creepy as hell. What'd you see? What'd you
feel?
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
Starting off the day right. Appreciate you, family. Y'all show some love to TSC, dropping some coins and some hard hands in the chat. Appreciate you starting off the day with the support. Appreciate you, fam. But yeah, that prosecutor sound crazy.
Trying to get some money.
I wouldn't feel nothing at the time, but I ain't gonna
She's firing this crazy thing.
bad probate lawyer.
You're firing this crazy thing. What you see, what are you feeling?
I wouldn't feel nothing at the time, but I ain't gonna even lie. I wouldn't feel nothing at the time. I was just, trying to get some money.
Trying to get some money? Bet you probably would have wasted on oxycodone and ecstasy. Probably would have wasted on oxycodone and ecstasy. You shot that gun a bunch?
Right in there?
Right then and there.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times I shot out.
Aiming for Dolph.
I ain't know.
Was he able to say anything to y'all, or was he able to run or get away at all?
I shot through the glass, so I wasn't close up on him. I was shooting through the glass.
Okay.
I saw him standing by the window. I just got out and started shooting.
All right. Could proceed till Justin shoots. There with the handgun. Who's that?
It's just,
All right. You proceed. All right. You stop right here. It's Dolph's brother, Marcus. Did you know that he shot back at y'all?
I ain't noticed until we pulled out. And there was a bullet hole in my side window. And I told Jasmine, I'm like, man, I'm hit. He was like, I'm hit too. So I see, I'm hit right here on my leg. And I see a bullet hole in my sweater. I said, damn, man. So we driving out, he was saying he was hit. I'm talking to him, making sure we on wreck, making sure he's straight. I'm like, you alright? He's like, yeah, I'm straight. But the bullet head went in my arm. It was a bullet in my back.
I'm going to back up. You and Justin here are running to the white Mercedes, is that right?
Right.
You get in what side of the car?
I get on the passenger side.
And Justin gets back in the driver's side?
Yeah, he get back on the driver's side.
Y'all get in the car. You can watch the rest of the video here. Did y'all see Marcus getting a second gun from his car?
Nah,
All right.
but when we pulled out, and I knew it was shots back, I was finna shoot back, but there were too many cars coming, and I ain't just want to hit no anybody, so I ain't shoot back.
Because Marcus was shooting at y'all as y'all were leaving from down here, is that right?
Yeah,
And you would be in the car at this point,
yeah, we was in the car.
looking backwards?
Yeah, I was looking back, but we had, like, how we were driving, like, how he was driving, he was all the way on the other side, but, you know, so I ain't want to just shoot back and hit nobody.
So the shots, all the shots that you fired were the ones we saw right here with Dolph, is that right?
Yeah,
And Justin too?
yeah.
All right, so y'all didn't shoot back at Marcus as y'all were
Nah, we
driving?
shoot back at him.
You say you got shot in the shoulder,
Yeah, I got hit in my shoulder, in my upper arm,
in the upper arm, shoulder area of your,
on my leg.
of your right and your leg, and you realized you had been shot once you got in the car.
Yeah, once I got in the car.
Could you still have a scar from when you got shot in the arm? Is that right?
Yeah, right here.
Yeah. Mark, I have him
It said right here. What up, brown sugar babe? I see you. Appreciate you joining.
Display this to the jury real quick. Come on, Mr. Secretary. Turn sideways here. Just walk down this way, backwards, put the wheels. Thank you, Mr. All right. You and Justin jump back in the car. You've been hit in the shoulder
Down my leg.
and in the leg. Justin may or may not have been hit, but said
Yeah,
something.
got scraped on your back.
Scraped in the back. All right. What now?
We went back on Bradley Street.
Did y'all go to Bradley Street slow or fast?
Nah, we went back fast.
Or very fast?
We went back fast. We weren't trying to get caught. So he gave me the keys to the expedition. So
He
he
gave you-
hauled the beans.
Who gave you the keys to the
Justin
expedition?
gave me the keys to the expedition.
Okay.
So I moved the truck out the way, and he pulled the beans in the yard.
So the expedition, was it parked in the driveway of Bradley?
Yeah, we parked in the driveway.
And he gives you the keys to the expedition?
Yeah,
You get inside to move it?
yeah.
And then where does he put the Mercedes?
He put it like right there, where the expedition in the front yard.
Okay, so the front driveway area.
Yeah.
Good morning. So it's almost over, and I'm sure you all are happy. My name is Iris Williams. I'm one of the prosecutors on this case. And earlier this week, you heard opening statements. You heard opening statements from prosecution and from the defense attorney. And you were told all the things that you could expect this week. And one of those important things that you could expect was that it is not 1981 anymore, and that things have changed. But what does that mean? It means that it's hard to keep a secret. It's hard to hide who you're talking to. It's harder to hide your actions. And it's even harder to hide who you know. But ladies and gentlemen, despite all of those things that have changed, one thing has not changed, and that is the state's burden. The state's burden of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt. So what does that mean? Where are we? So the defendant, Justin Johnson, is charged with 3 counts. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and convicted felon in possession of a firearm. So I know that you've already gone through a little bit of this law during voir dire, and especially through the jury instructions. But a brief overview of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder is that 1, this defendant entered into an agreement with 1 or more people to commit first-degree murder. 2, each of the parties to the conspiracy had the intent to commit the first-degree murder. 3, each party acted for the purpose of promoting or facilitating the first-degree murder. And 4, 1 or more of the parties committed an overt act to help the crime happen. So what did we hear this week? This week we heard testimony from co-defendant Cornelius Smith. He testified for us, and he told us that he met Justin Johnson through Hernandez Govan, and that he knew Justin was a rapper, and he was also known by the name of Straight Drop. So Smith had known the defendant for a couple of months, and they hung out a couple of times before the murder. He was able to identify defendant in open court, and during his testimony, Smith told us that on November 17th, 2021, he and the defendant knew that Big Jook had a $100,000 hit on Dolph's head. Cornelius said that he and Justin agreed to kill Dolph together, and both of them receiving $40,000 apiece. Not only did he tell us that, he told us that this plan had been in process for weeks, and that Justin knew about it. And there were conversations previously or prior to this murder, and Justin Johnson was an active participant in those agreements. So there we have it, a conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. An agreement was made. Each of the parties had the intent to commit the first-degree murder. Each person acted for the purposes of promoting, facilitating, and, ladies and gentlemen, the overt act is the killing. Next, first-degree murder. In essence, a first-degree murder is a premeditated killing of another. What's required for first-degree murder is 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the victim. The only way to lawfully kill someone is if you are in protection of yourself or others. Second, you have to prove that this defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally means that there was no mistake, there was no accident. Third, you have to prove that the killing was premeditated. And as we saw, or as we learned in Ward Dyer last week, premeditation does not mean that you had to have this plan for months, weeks, or days in advance. It could just mean that you simply stepped out of your car. You held up your hand, you pointed a gun, and you shot and killed somebody. As long as you had a moment to think about what you were doing, that's premeditation. Next, so we heard from a couple of people this week. First, we heard from the victim's sister, Erica Thornton. She testified that the victim was a living person. He had a family, he had children, she's known him her entire life. She attended and planned his funeral service. And coupled with that, defense counsel and the prosecution agreed to a stipulation, which just means that they agreed to establish that this victim was a living person who is now deceased. Later on, we heard from Dr. Scantleberry. She was the medical examiner and performed the autopsy. She found that there was a total of 22 gunshot entry wounds, including gunshots to the back torso, front torso, head, neck, upper extremities, and vital organs. She also testified that on the property that was collected from the victim, there was no weapon. And we also heard from Raul Hawkins. He testified that he was head of Dolph Security for years. He was able to identify Dolph's car in the beginning of the Makitas video, and he was also able to explain the difference between CMG and PRE, their history of conflict, rivalry, diss tracks, and even prior acts of violence that were towards Dolph. So with all of this testimony, we've established that there was a killing and that the victim was Adolph Thornton Jr. But was that killing unlawful? Was that killing premeditated? And was that killing intentional? Back to Cornelius Smith. In addition to testifying about the agreement that he and the defendant entered into, he also testified about the killing. He said that on the day of the murder, the defendant picked him up from his father's house. They both knew that the victim was doing a turkey drive with several of his PRE artists. They also knew that Big Jook had a hit out on all of the PRE artists. So it was their job that week to find them. And on November 17th, 2021, Cornelius Smith and Justin Johnson were on their way to a turkey drive in Westwood. As they were about to turn the corner, they saw a familiar car cross the intersection, which happened to be Dolph's car. Cornelius tells us that they followed the car, made a loop onto a back street, and then entered the Makitas parking lot. And this happened, I want to say, about 30 seconds after Dolph and his brother arrived at Makitas. Cornelius Smith was able to point out himself in that video and the defendant in that video. And he said that both of them were the shooting suspects in that video. The second suspect that got out of the car was wearing a black hoodie, gray pants, black shoes with white soles, and a Bass Pro hat. The same clothing that defendant Justin Johnson was seen in as he was exiting his apartments at the Crosstown Concourse. After the shooting, Cornelius Smith testified that they got into the white Mercedes that they committed the act in. They went to Bradley Street. The defendant parked the white Mercedes on the yard, and they both got into a white Ford Expedition. They both got into that Expedition, and on the way, a couple of calls were made, right? Cornelius tells us that a FaceTime call was made to Big Jook. In that FaceTime call between Big Jook and our defendant spelled out the word Dolph. And as they were on their way to the Gospel Gardens apartment, the defendant also contacted a few other people who we'll find out later on. So once the defendant and Cornelius Johnson arrived at Gospel Gardens, They receive wound care. They change their clothes, and then they go their separate ways. After they go their separate ways, Cornelius Smith tells us that he went to retrieve his phone, and he went to go wipe down the car, the white Mercedes that was parked at Bradley. Okay. So with Cornelius Smith's testimony, we have established that the killing was unlawful. There was no evidence to show that this defendant was in fear, was protecting himself, or was protecting someone else. We also established that it was intentional. It's not an accident. You didn't mistakenly follow someone's car into Makita's parking lot and then shoot them. We also established that it was premeditated. They knew about this hit beforehand, and they committed this hit. So if that wasn't enough for you, we heard from some other people. We heard from Kirsten Gardner. He testified that he was present during the time that the defendant was able to get possession of the white Mercedes that the act was committed in. Kirsten Gardner was at the Valero gas station in the early hours of November 17th, 2021. Next, well actually, let me go back to Kirsten Gardner. After he testified that, he told us that he didn't know anything about what was happening the next day, or a few hours after the cars were switched. Similarly, Jamarcus Johnson didn't know anything either. He just knew that he needed a ride. And his brother, Justin Johnson, could provide that for him. So he got his car, the rental car, and he took his cell phone, he fielded his calls, posted on his social media, and checked his emails. After Jamarcus Johnson, we heard from Sergeant Dabney. He was able to tell us about the 4 different bullet casings that were present at the murder scene. .40 caliber, attributable to a handgun. .762, attributable to an assault rifle that Cornelius Smith had. .223, attributable to a semi-automatic that Marcus Thornton probably would have had. And a 9mm casings found inside the store, which could be attributable to the handgun that Marcus Thornton had inside the store. That first one, though, the .40 caliber attributable to a handgun, was in the hand of the suspect with the Bass Pro hat. So, Sergeant Dabney also recovered the surveillance footage from Makita's and Gospel Gardens, showing this suspect in the same clothing that the defendant was in as he was leaving his apartment at 10:49 a.m. that morning. The timestamps on Gospel Garden and Makita's coincide with the times defendant's phone accessed those towers. We heard from Special Agent Garner, who summarized that the defendant's phone accessed a tower that provided coverage to the Valero gas station at 3:17 a.m. Around the same time that Kirsten Gardner said that he saw the defendant take possession of that white Mercedes at the Valero gas station. The defendant's phone also accessed towers that provided coverage for the area of 2370 Airways Boulevard, which is our murder scene. And it accessed those towers during the times of the murder, 12:22 p.m. to 12:23 p.m. on November 17th. Officer Garner also explained that the defendant's phone accessed a tower in the area of the 2-lane road in Shelby Drive from 1 p.m. to 1:59 p.m., which is the direct correlation to the surveillance footage of Gospel Gardens and the footage that Officer or Sergeant Dabney identified the defendant being present for. So next, if all of that wasn't enough, we heard testimony from Sergeant Browning. Sergeant Browning said that this defendant's device placed an outgoing call to Anthony Mims at 12:25:40 p.m. on November 17, 2021. Not only did he place an outgoing call to Big Jook, he also received a text from Kiana Hooper, who is his cousin. She texted him an address of 4752 Haven Court. after he received that address, he then sent that address to an associate named Jermaine Sears. Jermaine Sears, or defendant's device, sends the outgoing text to Jermaine Sears that he needs him. And you'll see in the surveillance footage of Haven Court on that day, at that time, a car that is associated with Jermaine Sears arrived shortly after the defendant arrives in a white Ford Expedition. So the next thing, convicted felon in possession of a firearm. The three things that we have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that 1, this defendant was a convicted felon or convicted of a specified felony. And 2, after being convicted of a felony, this defendant possessed a firearm. And 3, this defendant acted intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. So the facts that we have for this charge. Well, 1, there was a stipulation or an agreement. The parties have stipulated that defendant Justin Johnson was convicted of a felony on May 2nd, 2017 in Criminal Court 8 in Shelby County, Tennessee. Next, we heard testimony from Cornelia Smith, who verified that the person in that Bass Pro hat was Justin Johnson, and that person held a gun. So based on all of that, we can see that we have met our burden of proof for convicted felon in possession of a firearm. Next.
Court 10. The
Let's
30th
just talk
Judicial
about
District
reasonable
of the
doubt
State
for
of
one last
Tennessee is now
absence
open
of
for
evidence
the
is
transaction
not
of
the
business
evidence
pursuant to adjournment.
What?
All persons having business with this court draw near, give attention, and ye shall be heard. The Honorable Judge Jennifer Johnson Mitchell presiding. You may be seated.
Before we get started, this is to the media, particularly those that are taking pictures and operating the camera. The next witness face should not be filmed. And please make sure that you're careful not to take pictures of and video these families, either one of these families. Okay?
Your Honor, could you also let them know if they took some video of the family if they played on the news last night to stop playing it if they do any more?
Well, now that's out in the hallway.
Right.
I recognize that if they're following Mr. Govan around, they're going to be videoed.
I don't mind about Mr. Govan.
That's what I'm saying, but if they're around Mr. Govan, that also is going to happen. They probably don't need to exit the courtroom right behind him or with him and that kind of thing.
Right, it was just at the break yesterday morning, they were filming the families that were coming in and going. I just didn't want that played. I'd make sure Mr. Govan only goes with me, so we don't have that issue of recognizing that.
Thank you.
So if they played it, I just don't want to play it again if we can prevent more damage.
Okay. That's out in the hallway.
Yes.
If we can, where's Officer Schaefer? Get Officer Schaefer to go out and let them know they are not to be camera.
Boaz. He's one of the
Officer
outside.
Boaz, if you can let can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
If you can let the cameras know out in the hallway that they are not to video these families as they come and go out of the courtroom.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Any pre-trial matters we need to take up?
No, Your Honor.
Jury? You can bring the jury.
That said, dude be looking like an alien. Hey, shout out to the aliens though. You know, we are aliens, really. We come from other place than Earth, right?
Isn't this a nice surprise?
Welcome to day 2 of the trial. Just getting started. For those who here, y'all here for the very beginning. They just started. So let's get into it. I do got some other stuff on the back burner for whenever they taking too long. I got some more clips so we can get caught up with the last trial from Justin Johnson, Cornelius. Time to say I'm so glad we don't have to deal with why is Judge Glanville and the two dumbass prosecutors, dumbest prosecutors ever in history, Love and Hilton. That's a fact. That whole, they would have still been on the first witness, the way they operate. Been on the first witness. Dude in the that they kept zooming in on his lap. They would have still been way back there. And they taking their time with this. I guess they got to get the first witness, but still, I thought they had them ready. Don't forget to hit that like button, hit that subscribe, tap in, share with a friend, let them know we live.
You ready, Young?
Yes.
The jury's now in and in the courtroom.
Okay, was waiting on the jury. Okay, was waiting on the jury. That's why.
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting the state earlier, but the state can talk the ears off a donkey. This continued filibustering has got to stop.
The state calls Angela Arnold.
Angela Arnold.
Just stand right here, ma'am. Face the judge, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Have a seat, please.
Good morning. Could you state and spell your name for the jury?
My name is Angela Arnold, ANGELAARNOLD.
Ms. Arnold, are you familiar with someone named Cornelius Smith?
Yes.
How are you familiar with him?
Dating, my boyfriend.
How long have you been with Ms. Smith?
Since 2016.
Okay. And were you dating him in 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know an individual by the name of Hernandez Govan?
I don't know him, but I've seen him.
If you
I
were
know
look-
of him.
Okay, but you've seen him before?
Yes.
If you could look around the courtroom and tell us if you see him here today,
Yes.
could you point him out and identify him for the record, please?
A gray shirt with the gray tie.
For the record, she's identified Mr. Govan in court.
Thank you. Ms. Arnold, if you could remove your line. Thank you. And how are you familiar, or where have you seen Mr. Govan?
A couple of times riding with Cornelius over his house.
Over whose house?
Over Govan's house.
Okay. So you and Cornelius Smith would go to Govan's house?
I would ride with him, yes.
Okay. Would you ever go inside?
No,
So how do you know it was Govan's house?
because Cornelius told me.
Did you see Govan outside the home?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know where this home is located?
on Bradley Street,
Okay. What area of town is that?
Orange Mound.
And on the times that you saw him at the home, did you ever speak to Mr. Govan?
No,
Have you ever spoken to Mr. Govan?
no,
And so did Mr. Smith ever tell you about discussions that he might have had with Mr. Govan?
yes.
So what did he tell you?
He said, something about a hit
A hit on who?
on Dolph.
So Cornelius Smith told you that he talked about a Dolph hit with Hernandez Govan.
Yes,
Okay. So do you remember when Mr. Smith told you about that conversation?
I can't remember the exact date.
Okay. Was it in 2021?
I can't remember.
Okay. Was it hot or cold outside? Do you
It
remember?
was hot outside.
Okay. And so when Mr. Smith told you about that discussion he had with Govan, did he ever tell you about a dollar amount?
He mentioned a dollar amount.
Do you remember what that dollar amount was?
It was between $1 million and 1.5.
Okay. And so this discussion that y'all had, was it before Adolph Horton was killed?
Yeah,
Okay. And so did Mr. Smith ever tell you any specifics about this hit on Dolph?
no,
Okay. Did he tell you when and where they were going to do it?
no,
Okay. And to your knowledge, did Mr. Smith ever have, well, let me back up a little bit. Do you know someone by the name of Anthony Mims or Big Joe?
yes,
Okay. To your knowledge, did Smith ever have direct contact with Big Joe?
no.
So how would he, if he communicated at all with Big Joe, how did he do that?
He said he would talk to Govan, send a message through him, and he would get a message to Juke. And Juke would talk to Govan, and Govan would tell them a message.
Okay. So Govan was the link between Mr. Smith and Big Joe?
Yes,
Okay. So I'm going to fast forward to November 17th, 2021. Do you know where you were that day?
yes.
Where were you?
I was at his dad's house before I went home.
Whose dad's house?
Cornelius.
Okay. And was Mr. Smith there as well?
Yes.
How long were y'all there for?
Well, I had left. I can't remember.
When did you leave?
It was, I can't remember the time, but I know I had left and went home.
Did you leave alone?
Yes.
So Mr. Smith wasn't with you?
I had took him to work.
Okay. You took Cornelius Smith to work?
No,
Who did you take to work?
his dad.
Okay. And so when you left the house that day, was Cornelius Smith still at the house? Okay. Did you see him leave the house?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Do you remember him getting any calls that morning before you left his dad's house?
He got a phone call.
Okay, so Cornelius Smith got a phone call before you left.
Yes.
Do you happen to know who that call was from?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall anyone coming to the house before you left?
I seen a car pulled up, but I can't tell you who was in it.
Okay. What kind of car was it?
It was a white car.
Do you know the make or the model of the car?
No, I don't.
Was it a truck? Was it a sedan?
It was a car. It wasn't an SUV or nothing.
Okay. And you said you don't know the other person in the car?
No, I don't.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Smith get into the car at all?
No, I had pulled off.
Okay. And where exactly did this person pull up to? Was it right in front of Cornelius's?
It was across the street.
Okay. Do you know if that car was there for Cornelius Smith?
I really don't.
Okay. And so I want to go to later on that day, November 17th, 2021. Did Cornelius Smith contact you later that day?
Yes.
Okay. How did he contact you? Did he call you?
He called me.
Okay. Did he call you from his usual phone number?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I didn't recognize the number.
Okay. And so he called you, and what did he say to you?
Told me to come pick him up.
From where?
2-Lane Apartments.
Okay. Have you ever been to 2-Lane Apartments before?
No, I had.
Okay. So he told you where he was. Did you go and pick him up?
Yes.
Okay. And when you picked him up, what kind of car were you driving?
My car?
Yeah.
I had a Chevy Trax.
What color was it?
Like a dark gray.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6, the video.
The truth is, you are a liar.
Yes.
Is that your car?
Yes.
And who were you waiting on at that point?
Cornelius.
And who's that walking out right there?
This Cornelius with a bag in his hand.
Is Cornelius in the black?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, is he walking towards your car?
Yes.
Okay. If I showed you a screenshot of some surveillance footage from that same time and that same place, could you recognize it?
Yeah, yes or no?
Yes.
I need for you to say it. She's recording.
I'm sorry.
Up in the top left corner of that picture, right on the edge, do you see Cornelius Smith?
Yes.
Okay, and do you see your car?
Yes.
Your Honor, would ask this photo to be entered as the next numbered exhibit?
No objection.
So this is a photo of a parking lot, several cars in the lot, apartment complexes around the picture, in the edge of the picture. And on the very left edge of the picture is who has been identified as Cornelius Smith with the bag on his head. We'll mark this as Exhibit 7.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish to the jury? So, Ms. Arnold, I'm actually going to give you this pointer. And this very first button, if you could use it to kind of circle where Cornelius Smith is and where your car is. The very first button, the top one.
Because you might not be able to do it through the screen. If you want to step down, step right there and see if you can go ahead. Be careful. Where's the phone number?
It should be, Your Honor. Oh.
That's the top button.
You have to ask them. Miss,
It's
can you
okay.
see if it's working? Give it back to.
Yeah.
We're supposed to see if it's. This probably.
Yep.
There it is. It's
You
working.
just have to hold it.
Okay.
Okay, so that person right there, that's Cornelius Smith.
Yes.
And the car next to him, is that your car?
Yes.
Okay. You can see it. Thank you. Thank you. So, Mr. Smith, he got in your car, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when he got into your car, did he talk to you at all?
Yeah.
What did he tell you?
He been hit.
So he got shot?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know where he got shot at?
In the shoulder.
Did he tell you how he got shot?
Yeah.
So how did he tell you he got shot?
He said he He got shot when they went up there in Makita's cookies, and he said they were shooting at Dolph, and when he got back to the car, someone shot back at them, and he got shot in the shoulder.
Okay. Did he tell you anything else about that incident? Did he ever tell you why he didn't call you from his own number?
He said that he put his phone in the car.
In which car?
The Mercedes.
Okay. Did he tell you where the car was?
No, he didn't tell me where it was.
Okay. Well, did he try to get his phone back?
Yes.
How do you know that?
He told me we need to go up there and get his phone out the car, and he got in touch with Govan, and we went up the pressure wire.
Okay. So he got in touch with Govan. Did he use your phone to do that?
I can't remember.
Okay. So one way or another, he got in touch with Govan.
Yes.
Okay. And when y'all left Two Lane Apartments, where did y'all go?
It's a pressure wire.
Did y'all immediately go to Pressure World, or did y'all make a stop beforehand?
Well, we stopped at the gas station across the street. He got him a cigarette.
Okay, so after y'all left the gas station, y'all went to Pressure World.
Mm-hmm.
And when you got to Pressure World, who was there?
Govan.
Okay. And was he inside of his car, or was he outside?
He was inside of a car.
Okay, do you remember what kind of car it was?
No, I don't.
Look, I ain't very judgmental, but just coming to court in this outfit already make me question what type of testimony you came to bring. I ain't very judgmental, but damn, come on now. You going to court and about to be on TV?
Okay. And so were you driving at that point?
Yes.
Okay. So you parked the car, and did Cornelius stay in the car, or did he get out?
He got out and went back there where he was. Govan got out of the car, and they walked to the back, and they was talking. I didn't hear the conversation because I was in my car.
Okay. So you didn't hear anything?
No.
Did you ever speak to Govan at all?
No.
But you saw him at the car wash that day?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Govan give Mr. Smith anything?
I did.
Okay. And after this, did you and Mr. Smith leave?
Yeah.
Where did y'all go?
He was just riding around.
Okay. Did y'all ever stop at any point?
Yeah, we went to AutoZone.
Okay. So was it that same day that y'all went to AutoZone?
Yeah.
Okay. So why did y'all go to AutoZone?
To get a car cover.
So did Smith tell you that you needed a car cover?
No, the car cover was supposed to be for the cover of the car that I guess they used.
Okay. Did he tell you that anyone told him to get a car cover?
No, he didn't.
Okay, he just said we need to go to AutoZone and get a car cover.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What time was this?
I can't recall.
Okay. And you said it was the same day that you got the phone from Pressure World?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can you say yes or no, please?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. So y'all got to AutoZone, and did you go inside, or did Mr. Smith go inside?
I can't remember.
Okay. But was a car cover purchased at all?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Because it was purchased, but I can't remember who bought it.
Okay. Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay. And was it in an AutoZone bag or something like that?
Yes.
Okay. So what happened after y'all left AutoZone?
We rode around, tried to get him some pain meds because he said he was hurt.
Okay. After y'all rode around and tried to get him some pain meds, where did y'all end up?
We ended up at his dad's house because he was bleeding real bad and he wanted to change clothes.
Okay. And did he change clothes?
Mm-hmm.
What happened while
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. And what happened when y'all got to the house and once he changed clothes?
He changed clothes and he went in the bathroom. I was sitting in his bedroom and he passed out and I got him up off the floor.
Okay. And what happened after you got him off the floor?
We left.
Who was we?
Me and Cornelius left.
Okay, so y'all left his dad's house.
Yes.
And where did y'all go?
We ended up at his aunt house.
Okay. And just for the jury's clarification, where is Cornelius Smith's dad's house located?
Wild Rose.
Okay. About how far away is it from the house that you remember Mr. Govan being at?
It's not far.
Okay. Would you say less than 5 minutes?
I'd say about 5 minutes, 5 to 7 minutes.
So I'm going to ask another question. So, was there ever a time where during this time, did Mr. Smith ever ask you to drop him off and spin the block and then come back and get him?
Yes.
Okay, where were y'all when this happened?
That day, it was dark outside, and he wanted to wipe. He said, "Wipe the prints." He thought his fingerprints was on the car. He wanted to wipe his prints off the car. So I pulled up at the top of Bradley Street. He got out, and I hit the block and came back and picked him up.
Okay, and you said this was nighttime.
Yes.
And when was you remember what day this was?
I don't.
Okay. Was it before or after you got the car covered?
I don't remember.
So let's fast forward a little bit. Just about a week or so later, did you stay in Memphis?
Yes.
So you were in Memphis the week after that?
Well, the Thanksgiving night, we went to Atlanta. I had a job offer. So we left like 4 o'clock that morning because I had to go get a TB skin test read.
Mm-hmm.
So we made it up there, and I got a text from Greater Hospital saying that orientation had been canceled and they'll let me know when the next orientation will be. So we left like that Sunday and came back to Memphis.
Okay. So how long were y'all in Atlanta for?
From just a weekend. I say from we left that Thursday night. Well, Friday and Saturday. We came back Sunday.
Okay. So I'm going to fast forward a little bit into December. Did Mr. Smith ever say that he talked to Govan after the murder?
I can't remember.
Did he ever tell you that he ran into Govan
Yes.
after the murder?
Yes.
Okay. When did he tell you that?
He said he was he was in South Memphis going to get some pills, and he ran into him in traffic. He blew the horn. Govan turned around, made a U-turn, and got behind him. He said they got out, and Govan was like, "I've been looking for you. You good? You all right?" And he said, "Yeah, I'm good." He said, Govan was like, "I don't know what you done heard, but I ain't said nothing. I ain't said nothing, but we gonna get this money." And he said something about going to Privé. Then he gonna make sure that he get his money.
So the next day, after this run-in with Mr. Govan in the street, did you see Mr. Smith?
Mm-hmm.
Where did you see him?
He picked me up from work. We was together.
Okay. And where did y'all go after he picked you up from work?
We went up his own house.
Okay. When was the last day that you remember actually seeing Mr. Smith?
Well, the day that he got picked up, I had a job interview by the airport. I took my grandkids to school. I went to my job interview. We left the job interview. It was his daughter's birthday. He wanted to take her some cupcakes or something, so he had to talk to her mom to make sure it was okay. We went to the school. She called to verify that it would be okay.
Who is she?
Shay, his baby mom.
Okay.
So we left there. We went to Kroger, got some cupcakes and stuff, and he dropped me off at work.
Okay. And that was the last time you remember seeing him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was he arrested that day?
Yes. He left me stranded at work. I didn't realize he had got locked up until the next day, because I was stranded at work. He was in my car. He had my phone, so I had no way of calling him or anything. So the next day when I got up, my daughter took me over his baby mom's house, and that's when I found out that he had got arrested.
Have you ever spoken to police about this whole situation?
Yes.
Did you speak to them multiple times?
Twice.
Okay. That first time, did you tell them everything that you told us today?
Yeah.
The first
Some
time?
of it. Some of it. I held back some information.
Okay.
The first time. So the second time I went down there, I told him everything. Because I told him I was scared for my family.
I'll pass the witness
Yeah,
around.
if we could have a minute to switch out the computers after I log off for us tomorrow.
Cameraman, no, he out of pocket for that. Cameraman, no, he out of pocket for that. Like, look, he could have had the camera here the whole time. That would have been better than what the hell they was showing. He could have had the camera over here on him. My bad, I don't know if y'all can hear me yelling over their noise. Let me mute them real quick. But yeah, you could have had the camera over here, or, you know, pointing at the judge, the prosecutor, anything. Why the heck is you pointing in between the witness legs? Like, if you can't show their face, just don't show them. I mean, you know, show a little bit if you want to show their outfit, show what they got on, but why would you just leave the camera there? Like, that's weird. Like, the heck is you trying to do? The hell up out of here with that. Appreciate y'all being here, family. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in, share with a friend.
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
All right, Ms. Arnold, my name is Manny Aurora. I'm the lawyer for Mr. Govan in this case, okay?
Okay.
It's clear you don't want to be here today, do you?
No, I don't.
All right. Speaking of talking to folks, how many times have you talked to the government before today, being the prosecutors?
The police?
The police or the prosecutors here today?
I talked to the police. I came down here 201. I talked to the police twice.
Okay.
And I talked to those ladies once.
All right, when was that?
Last week.
Okay. Could it have been twice if they came by your house last week?
I wasn't there.
Okay. Did you talk to them this morning?
Yes.
Look at this view right here. This is such a better view. Why would you not have this there originally?
Did you watch any of this trial on TV yesterday?
Not much of it.
All right, but you watched some of it, the trial, so you heard what the witness...
I saw the beginning of it.
Did you see your boyfriend's testimony? None of it?
Yes or no?
No.
Why not?
I just couldn't watch it.
Okay. But you watched some of the trial yesterday before you testified. You're testifying here
Just the
today.
beginning of it.
Okay. Do you remember back on June 24th of 2025, your daughter had a baby, right?
Yes.
All right. You remember I came by your house to try to talk to you, and I came back the next day to talk to you, and you mentioned to me that you don't remember anything about this, and you have nothing to say. You remember that?
I didn't talk to you.
Okay. So on June 24th, when you had your daughter, you know I came by your house, right? You remember that?
I didn't never see you.
Okay. With regards to Cornelius, you've been dating him since 2016.
Yes.
All right. And you talk to him regularly.
Yes.
You still talk to him since he's been locked up.
Yes.
All right. you go visit him.
Well, I can't personally go visit him.
Okay.
They do a video visit.
Okay. So let me rephrase. You talked to him on the phone and you video visited with
Yes.
him. Does Mr. Cornelius ever call you on a cell phone from the prison? Okay. So it's always a recorded line?
Yes.
Okay. The video visits, though, those are you guys. All right. How many times do you think you visited him in the last 4 years since he got arrested?
Since he been, for this case?
For this case, without bond, he's been pending trial.
Well, when he was down here at 201, I used to come down here and visit him.
Okay. And with regards to what you testified to here today, I mean, everything's essentially what Cornelius has told you, right? You're just repeating what he said to you.
Yes.
Okay. So, this thing about pressure world, well, let's take it one step at a time. Do you know who Bobby Carter is?
A friend of his.
All right. Did Cornelius ever tell you about doing a shooting with Bobby Carter in the summer of 2021, a few months before Dolph was killed?
No.
All right. Did he ever tell you doing any type of shooting or trying to shoot somebody named Moochie Gray?
No.
All right. But Bobby Carter's a friend of his, right?
Yes.
And Bobby Carter also lives on Bradley Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you know Bobby Carter?
I've seen him.
All right. And with regards to Mr. Govan, how long have Cornelius and Mr. Govan been hanging out? It's been a while, right?
Yes.
All right. So by a while, I mean, they've known each other for a long time.
I would say.
Okay. So you're not talking about a couple weeks or a month. He's known him for a while. He buys his pills from him. He hangs out at Bradley, right?
Yes.
All right. So I just want to make sure my definition of a while is the same as yours. So if I said I just met somebody a couple weeks ago, that wouldn't be accurate. He's known Mr. Govan for a while.
From my knowledge, for some months.
Okay. And he would then go do pill sales with him. He'd go buy pills at his house.
Yes.
But he'd also buy pills from Bobby Carter.
I'm not sure.
When you talked to the police, do you remember telling them that Cornelius would buy pills from a street called Redbud on Redbud Street?
Yes.
Okay. Who lives on Redbud Street?
I don't know the girl's name, but somebody he know and buy pills from.
Okay. Did Cornelius ever tell you that Mr. Govan is a federal snitch?
He said he heard something like that.
All right. Was that before or after the shooting of Mr. Dolph?
After.
Okay. With regards to the pressure world, you familiar with pressure world?
Yes. Yeah.
You've been there a bunch. You recognize it?
I ain't been there a bunch.
How many times you been there?
I don't never go there. I drive by there.
Okay. Would you recognize it if I showed you some pictures of it?
Yes.
Okay.
The truth is, you are a liar.
I'm going to hand you about 10 or 12 pages. If you can just look through it and tell me if this is the pressure world that you recognize.
Yes.
And that's what pressure world looked like on that day on the 17th when you guys went there to meet Govan to pick up the phone, right?
Yes.
It's true and accurate of how you remember it looking back in November of 2017?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish those. I don't know if it's 12 or 15 photos. I can count it, but I'd like to offer that in evidence.
Are we entering
Yes.
into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Well, why not, do we know when these pictures were taken?
Well, I just asked her, is there true and accurate copies of when it is, and she said yes, so it doesn't matter.
She says that's what they look like at the time that she went by there with Mr. Smith.
These nuts. Got him! Got him!
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry, it just says original, so I don't get the copies mixed up.
So these are. So are all of these necessary?
Yes, Your Honor. I actually do have a point.
What you mean if they all necessary? I asked, can we put them all in, right? I must got a reason. My bad.
Now these aren't all a pressure world. So look at the last four.
Tried to slide them in real quick.
The last 3 are pressure welders close-ups, but the other one is a business across the street, so I can pull that one.
It's 3 pictures.
And 4. 4 of them.
Yeah.
That's the close-up, right?
You don't want to approach.
Buddy think he's slick. He tried to slide that in there real quick. She already said it, so it doesn't matter. Heck no, they wild. Here, let me see. While they on the sidebar, we can finish this one. It's only 1 more minute left.
Reasonable doubt, it is not 100% certainty. It is not beyond a shadow of a doubt. It is not beyond all doubt. What's required is moral certainty. Certainty that allows you to sleep well at night. Will you be able to rest easy knowing the decision that you've made? My instinct says yes. And once you've had time to deliberate, I think yours will too. So that brings us to the end. The state has met its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You have all the evidence, all of the testimony, all of the stipulations, all of the videos, all the photographs, and now it's time for you to consider that evidence and apply your common sense. And after you do that, I think, well actually I expect, that you will find this defendant guilty on all charges.
Okay. Alright, do you want to make this one exhibit, Your Honor?
So this is a collective exhibit. It's 14 pictures of the pressure world business. It's several pictures, different angles, different parts of the building, including the office. We'll make this a collective exhibit 8. And you can lay a foundation for these if you
I believe. Alright, can I publish the photos, Your Honor?
You may.
Alright. And folks, this is going to be really hard to see because the TV's so far away, but I don't have a pointer, so I'll try to explain.
You can use the state's corner, I'm sure.
It'll work?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Oh.
Press the button.
This one? Okay.
Yes.
It's a USB for the...
It's okay. We'll figure it out. They used to do this for hundreds of years. I'll figure it out. That's what pressure work looked like back then, as you just testified, right?
You have to drive in there.
Yeah, I understand. So that's the opening, right, where you get in where it says pressure room?
Yes.
So I'm going to hand you the photos so you can go through them closely because it's hard to see. Oh, sorry. You see this camera right over here? That's in pressure room. I know it's a little hard to see. And so I've got lots of angles of all the different cameras that I'm going to ask you. You see those in the photos at Pressure World. You see that, right?
At the top,
Yes, ma'am.
I can't make it out, but it look like a camera.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. All right, just a different angle of the entrance from Pressure World, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next slide. And you see the sign right at the entrance of Pressure World that says this place is under video monitoring. Beware, warning, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. You see that camera? Can you make it bigger, please? You see that camera on the top right there?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize this, there's a big mural on Pressure World right there, home of the Grizzlies. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Zoom in on this one. And so this is sort of the side of the business. You see the black camera there, and the light camera thing, whatever that is, and then another white camera right there. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. You guys were parked on the side, right?
It was like in the front.
Oh, in the front, okay. But the gentleman went to the side to talk or something, you said, Govan.
Well, I pulled in, I turned around, I was facing the street. He got out and he walked to the back to talk to him.
Right, you mentioned that you didn't know if you thought Govan was in the car, but you couldn't see anything, right?
When I pulled in, I saw him get out. When he got out, I was looking at my mirrors, he got out of a car.
Okay, all right. Next slide, please. So, on the side, there's two more cameras. I don't think that middle one's the camera, I can't tell, but there's two more cameras there. Do you see that?
Well, on this one.
I think my associate has skipped ahead one. Just skip ahead one photo and then we'll go back to it.
This
Keep going. This one right here.
You see the cameras there on the other side of the building, right?
Yes.
Okay, next slide, please. All right, zoom in. And you see two more cameras on the left side front of the building. You see one on the right side and one on the left side?
Yes, I see it.
Okay, next slide, please. All right, and so this is right towards the front where you said there's a mural of the car we saw with the camera to the side. You see there's more cameras right there. In fact, it's a motion camera, so if you walk up there, the little dots come on. You see that camera?
Yes.
Okay. Next slide, please. All right, just a close-up of the same camera, right?
Yes.
Okay, next slide, please. All right, and so that's the business across the street. You familiar with that at all? Have you seen it?
The store?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, is that the store you guys went to get cigarettes?
I don't recall.
Okay, well, if you don't remember, you just mentioned a gas station or something. A convenience store can be a gas station.
That was once we left the apartments.
Okay. Next slide, please. All right, so there's, I think we've already looked at this one, but there's cameras there on the side. You see it in the far back of the building? One more slide, please. That's just a close-up. Go ahead. All right, zoom in. And so on the back side, you see cameras there as well with the wires sticking out and stuff?
Yes.
Okay. So with the cameras, they're in the front, they're on both the sides, they're by the office, they're in the back, and it warns you that this is under video surveillance, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you told the police specifically that you went to pressure wool. That was your words, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Can we cue up the audio, please? The pressure wool. I just want you to listen to your statement, and then I'm going to ask you some questions about it, okay? Can you turn up the sound? Do we have a TV remote to turn up the sound?
You come up from...
Go back a little.
When you pick them up, from the two lanes, you guys went somewhere in Deidre. Am I right? In the mountain. On Dedrick. Over there on Dedrick and David? Yeah. And somebody met you guys there and gave your boyfriend something.
They showed her face.
Your boyfriend went and picked up something.
Stop that. Play it again.
Okay.
Play it again and play it louder. Did you say I don't remember, right? When he asked you about picking up something with your boyfriend, he's sort of prompting you to whatever, and you say you don't remember. Is that correct? You're going to have to speak up so the jury can hear you. Okay, let's go.
Over there on Dedrick and David? Yeah. And somebody met you guys there and gave your boyfriend something. Your boyfriend went and picked up something.
I don't remember, right? Yeah. Okay, keep going.
Okay, finish what you doing.
It's Cornelius. He shot drop. He shot down with a drop.
Okay. Now, hold on before you go to that. Doing, you called, go to the store, you're going somewhere, and he tells you to stop. Let me get something. He was missing something. Because when he called you, he didn't call you from his phone, did he? Right. He didn't call you from his phone to go pick him up from the toilet. Whose phone did he call you from? Okay. And then, when you asked him whose fucking phone number is this? Alright. Then he tell you that he had to go get something, that he forgot something that he needed to go back and get? Right.
What did you say there? What did you say there when he said, did you say no, that you don't remember him saying you had to go get something?
I can't remember what he said.
Do you remember what you said?
No, I don't.
Play it again.
He said, run that shit
back.
I did.
Alright. Then he tell you that he had to go get something, that he forgot something that he needed to go back and get? Right.
Alright, so when they ask you about having to go do anything, your first thing, and this is December 17th, exactly 30 days after the shooting, you said you don't remember to the police, right?
Yes.
And then they ask you, wasn't there something your boyfriend said that you forgot, or something that he needed to go get, or those kinds of things? They're prompting you, right, to tell you what you're supposed to say.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay. Let's talk about Govan. Play that clip, please, with the cue.
The truth is, you are a liar.
He had something, cause drop, he figured I knew something, he was like,
He was asking what?
He in the middle of this too.
Okay. We got any other you talking about? Tell me what's his name? You know his nickname? Was that a dope boy? Used to be a dope boy?
That I don't know.
Okay.
I don't. All I know is me used to go over his house and get some bills.
Okay. Okay.
You know what his name begins with?
Okay. What's the beginning letter of that verse? Do you know?
I think it's Q. Does it begin with Q? You know? What is it? Okay.
All right, so a month after all this happens, they're asking you about something, because your memory was really good today about Quet, and you seemed very calm and collected about it. But back then when they asked you what the guy's name was, and you said Cornelius had already told you Quet or Govan had been doing it.
Yes.
But the police had to ask you over and over and over again and tell you, was it a guy with the initial Q, right, on Bradley Street?
Yeah, but I had forgot his name.
Okay, so you forgot his name 1 month after that, and 4 years later, you remember it perfectly.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know Bobby Carter also lives there on Bradley Street, right?
Yes.
And Bobby Carter also sells pills.
I didn't know he sold them.
Okay, but your boyfriend Cornelius hung out with Bobby Carter, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And the thing about the car being across the street, that's Cornelius telling you that. You have no knowledge of that, right?
Well, I saw it on the news, and before then he told me that the car was parked. That Justin parked the car behind the empty house across the street.
Okay. So he told you that, and then you saw more things on the news, and that's how you remember this, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you also watched part of the trial yesterday, just not your boyfriend's part, right?
Right.
Okay. With regards to who's responsible for all this, 1 second. Did Cornelius ever tell you that Bobby Carter was involved in the shooting of Dolph?
No.
Okay. You're sure about that? Because I'm going to play a video just now, so I'm going to ask you again.
I can't recall.
Okay, well, no is different from I can't recall.
Okay, I can't recall.
Okay, so let's play that part of the video. And just remember, you're under oath.
Bobby. His brother Bobby was the one caught with Connie and told police who the cop was, because he was in on it too.
All right, so you just said Cornelius told you that Bobby's the one that called us Mercedes in because Bobby was in on it too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you again. Bobby Carter lives on Bradley Street. He's in on the shooting. That's what you said, right?
That's what I said.
Okay, and that was just a month after all this happened, right?
Yeah.
Okay. With regards to pressure wound and all the cameras we saw there, what time of day did you get the pressure wound?
It was in the daytime.
Right. Any ballpark as to when in the daytime? Lunchtime, dinner time, mid-afternoon?
I'd say mid-afternoon.
Okay. And so after you were at pressure wound, you guys went to AutoZone?
Yes.
Okay. And it was Cornelius that said we need to get a car cover for it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you went to the AutoZone, I assume, just not too far from where you guys were at pressure wound?
I can't remember.
Okay. And do you remember the video cameras at AutoZone? Would you imagine that there's surveillance cameras at a big store like AutoZone?
I imagine so.
Okay. And do you remember if you went in or if your boyfriend went in?
I can't remember.
Do you have any idea how you guys paid for it?
He had cash.
Okay. Was that his cash?
He Govan gave him some money. I don't know how much it was.
Okay, so now you're saying, because we talked about the meeting, you said he got his phone supposedly, even though you didn't see it, but now you're saying he also got some money from Govan?
Yeah.
Okay. How much money did he get?
I don't know.
Okay. car covers can cost $50 to $200. You have any idea what kind of car cover it was?
No, I don't.
Okay. What happened to the car cover?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it at your house when you guys bought it? Did you take it home?
No.
Where did you take it?
It was in my truck, but I don't know what happened to it.
Okay. With regards to the money that, well, first, are you testifying to this jury that Cornelius, prior to Dolph being killed, told you that he was going to do it?
He was telling me about meetings that they had, conversations that they had.
Okay. You're his girlfriend, and what did you think those meetings were about?
I didn't take it
You're on a
serious.
false speculation.
She, what did he tell you about these meetings prior to the murder?
He was just saying that they wanted to put a hit out on Dolph.
And that was okay with you as his
I
girlfriend?
didn't take it serious because at the time Cornelius was popping pills really bad.
Okay. Cornelius has lied to you a lot over your relationship, has he not?
Yes,
All right. And you've had domestic violence issues?
yes,
He's stolen your TVs and sold them?
yes,
He's taken your guns
yes,
and sold them, right?
yes,
The 9mm handguns.
yes.
Is there any chance he used those guns as part of the shooting?
I don't think so.
All right. And how many shootings do you know Bobby to have done over the years?
I don't know.
More than 3 or 4, right?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, Cornelius. I asked you about Bobby. Cornelius took your guns, and you don't know how many times he may have used those, right?
I don't.
You do know that he pulled a gun on his child's mother sometime during your relationship. I'm just asking her if she knows. They've been dating for 9 years now.
What relevance?
The evidence is going to show that anything that I may have said, they exacerbated it.
Man, I don't know. I don't know if you can trust that word from her right there. I don't know. So I got some more from the last trial. This one was what? Cornelius Smith. I don't know his name, but let's see. We'll find out right now while they're on the sidebar. I still got it playing, so we'll hear them as soon as they come back. And I'll open it up on the small screen if necessary, but I want to start some of this one. It's the one that snitched on him in the last trial. Told the truth, or whatever you want to call it.
And spell the first name?
CORNELIUS.
And the last name?
SMITH.
Now there's a microphone next to you to your right.
Never mind, they coming back.
Speaking of when Cornelius has lied to you, he also told you he was going to get like $1.5 million for doing this, right?
Yes,
And then it became maybe $1 million.
yes.
Then it became maybe $500,000.
I don't recall that.
Okay. And then maybe $100,000. You remember that?
I don't recall that.
And then do you remember $50,000?
No, I don't.
Do you recall Jook's attorney paying for Cornelius's lawyer?
I don't.
Okay. With regards to the AutoZone, pressure roll was right after the shooting. You picked him up, he's bleeding, right?
Yes,
And you said he's bleeding a lot,
yes.
right? What does that mean, bleeding a lot to you?
He was bleeding so to the point he messed up my seats on my truck.
Okay. The bullet was lodged in his shoulder, right?
Yes,
So who got it out? Because you can't just survive with a bullet stuck in your body with a hole that's leaking blood.
he didn't get the bullet out until he came down here at 201.
Okay. So he stayed with that bullet in his shoulder for almost a month? 3
It
weeks?
was past a month.
Well, the shooting happened on November 17th. He's arrested on December 9th. So he had that bullet. So how was he treating all that bleeding that was going on, or not getting an infection?
Well, when I picked him up, his wound was already patched up.
Okay. when you picked him, it was patched up, but then you said he was still bleeding.
He was still bleeding.
Okay. On the day that he was arrested, the jury's heard some testimony about what happened. Is it your testimony that you were with Cornelius that morning?
That the shooting happened?
No. The day he's arrested, December 9th, his daughter's birthday.
Yes, I was.
Okay. So if somebody said it was just him alone, that would not be correct, right? You were with him?
Yes.
Okay. So that morning, did he appear normal to you?
Yes.
He was thinking clearly?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. I mean, he wasn't drunk or high or any of that kind of stuff. He just...
He took some pills for the pain.
Okay, but pain pills, right?
I guess.
All right. So he wasn't intoxicated to you because you wouldn't let him drive if that was the case, right?
He wasn't intoxicated.
Okay. And so then you went with him to the grocery store to get the balloons and the cake.
Yes.
All right, and then you guys went to the school to drop that stuff off.
You know, he dropped me off before. He dropped me off at work, and
Okay.
he went back.
All right. And as far as you knew on that day, he wasn't intoxicated. He'd taken some pills for the pain.
Yes.
Okay. The night that he was going to go clean the car, do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
You dropped him off near Bradley Street, right?
Yes, at the top of the street.
Right. And then you went around the block how many times before he came back?
I say once.
All right. Just a couple minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. So you dropped him off. He goes to clean the car. Did he have some bleach products and stuff with him?
He had some products. I don't know what kind of products it was, but yes, he did.
He had some bottles in his hand that he was taking. Okay. So he leaves the car with some bottles in his hand, as far as you know, clean something. And in about 2 minutes, he's back, and you pick him up and off you go, right?
Yes.
Okay. I know the prosecutor talked to you a lot about, you know, these meetings and all that. I'm going to play some sound for you, and I want you to tell me, I'm going to ask you a couple questions about it.
And we needed to talk to you. Right? And that's why we needed to talk to you. You understand that? Because here's the thing. I got you.
Stop it. Play it back. You said everything came from a higher power, right? Just now?
Yeah.
Okay. Play it back and let's let her hear it again.
And we needed to talk to you. Right. And that's why we needed to talk to you. You understand that? Because here's the thing. I got you. What do you mean who got it?
I don't know who wants to.
No, I don't know. We don't.
It's all over.
No, but you know what? You got access to the man that actually killed Dolph. And he told you. What did he tell you that shit come from?
Stop it. Stop it. So, this is all before the Q stuff that I played for you earlier. When they first asked you what's happening, you said it's coming from a higher power. And you paused and you thought about it. They didn't say, does it start with a J? Where does he live? What did he do? First words out of your mouth was, Juk did this, right?
Yes.
All right, keep playing it.
And it came from you. No. Who told you that? Who's he? So he said he came from Juk. Juk being who? Because we want to make sure we're talking about the same Juk. Unfortunately, there's more than one Juk. CMG mean your guy's brother, Juk?
Yeah.
So when they asked you 2, maybe 3 times, it's Juk, CMG, Juk set all this stuff up. I know we've been talking about these meetings at Govan's house, but when it came down to it, Juk's giving the orders, Juk's paying, Juk's doing everything. That's what Cornelius told you, right?
Yes.
Let's do one more clip.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
You know, I don't know what Juk said to him. I none of it, but he told me. He looked Juk in his eyes and said, I got you.
So you was the one that actually them over Q's house, and you was the one that asked him to kill to kill Dolph. No, but when you said he said he told you.
Yeah, that's where it came from.
All right, so again, when they ask you, where did the order come from? Who told him? Who was going to do that? It's always Juk, right?
That's what he said.
All right, and so the meetings, does Cornelius use the word meeting a lot with you? Or was he just over at Govan's house to buy pills and hang out with his friend?
A lot of time I was at work, so him going over there, a lot of times I wasn't around, but the couple of times that I took him over there, he was buying pills.
Okay. And again, everything is based on what Cornelius has told you.
Yes.
The guy that you said has lied to you about a lot of stuff, including, for example, he may get back together with his child's mother after he gets this money.
He never told me that.
Never told you that. But if he would have made that statement and we talked about it yesterday, that would be, he's never told you that, right?
He never told me that.
Does he ever say he runs game on you? Just telling you what you want to hear?
Sometimes.
Okay. Let's get out of a moment, Your Honor.
Monkey shit.
I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
Can you redirect the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Arnold, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about the pressure world pictures that you just viewed, okay? All right. Have you ever worked at Pressure World?
No.
Would you know where any cameras are?
No.
Okay. And like you said in your direct testimony, you stated that this was the first time that you ever driven up into Pressure World?
Yes.
Okay. So you've driven past before?
All the time.
Okay. But you wouldn't have known about any cameras just by driving past?
Objection, meeting, Your Honor.
So by driving past, would you see anything at Pressure World by driving past it?
No.
Okay. And you gave this statement to police officers. It was December 17th from the recording that you just viewed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was a month after the murder, correct?
Yes.
So, to your knowledge, do you know if the cameras at Pressure World records interactions outside of Pressure World?
I don't know.
Do you know if it runs on a continuous basis and saves somewhere in a cloud?
I don't know.
Okay.
What you talking about,
Could I
Willis?
have you? And Ms. Arnold, do you even know if the cameras would be even working?
I don't.
Okay. So I'm going to show you a portion of that same interview that Mr. Laura showed you.
Asistencia lasciare in esca preta para Messi. I Messi. Ancora Messi.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What? I think we fixed it, Your Honor.
see, our stream sponsor, while they getting it together. Y'all show us some love. Miss DB, what up, what up? Good morning. I see you. Appreciate you.
Well, where's this gonna come for you?
I don't understand it. Quick. It's so.
You got that from back school? Okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but tell me what's his name? You know his nickname? Was that a dope boy? Used to be a dope boy?
That I don't know. Okay. I don't. All I know is me used to go over his house and get some bills.
Okay. Okay.
You know what his name means, man?
Okay. What's the beginning letter of that word? You know?
It's cute. Is me ever cute? You know? What am I? Okay.
All right. So how did Quentin tell me?
But I understand it.
All right, tell me. Now, where's this gonna come for you?
I don't understand it. Quit set this up.
Okay.
So you said, to your understanding, Quet set this up.
Yes.
Okay. But earlier, who did you, I'm sorry, not earlier, but sometime in this interview, who did you say the order came from?
Chuck.
Can those be two different people?
Yes.
The person that that planned it and the person that the order came from?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor. Redirect.
You couldn't think of Q or Quet's name when they were asking you that, right?
I couldn't.
All right. Prior to that, they told you would be charged as an accessory if you didn't talk to them because you helped somebody after the murder happened, right? That by driving them. Yes, they did threaten to charge you, right? In that interview?
Yes.
In the very beginning of the interview?
Yes.
All right. And so when you took a pause after we'd gone through this whole Q nonsense, and they asked you during this interview, who set it up, who did this? It was Juk. And they asked you some more. He's a higher power. It was Juk, right? That's what Cornelius told you.
Yes.
And Cornelius also told you Bobby Carter was involved in this case.
I don't recall.
Okay, I can play that clip for you again. You remember we just talked about it? Bobby Carter called in the Mercedes that was parked on Bradley Street?
Yeah, you did say that.
All right, and Cornelius told you Bobby Carter was in on it too? You remember saying that?
Yeah.
Okay. With regards to the video stuff, I'm sure you don't know if AutoZone's video cameras were working that day on the 17th, just a few hours after the murder, right?
I don't.
Okay. But you would expect police to go check that out to confirm that all these things happened, right? That would be a simple thing.
Yes, I'm sure they will.
You're sure they would, right? I
Yeah.
would be sure too, but, you know, we'll see about that. Okay, thank you.
I don't fold it in. I don't recall none of that. All I recall is going back to prison.
Are you next witness? Your Honor, can we have just a small breakout witness claim? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a brief break. Don't discuss the testimony with anybody. And we'll just take a 10-15 minute break. Consider review.
First dance and recess.
I ain't mad at her, man. She did what she could, I guess. I mean, did what she trying to get her nigga free or whatever she trying to do. I don't know. I don't know what she was trying to do, but it didn't look good. Heck nah. Appreciate y'all being here. Let me see. We gonna keep that rolling while they on their recess. We go ahead and get into this. This is man confesses to murdering Young Dolph while testifying against his accomplice.
But you don't have to worry about it. Church. You can look out toward me, keep your voice up, so I can hear you back here, okay?
Man, they killing me with these crotch shots. He's about to cover his up,
And
though.
when I ask a question, or when the defense attorney asks a question, or if the judge asks a question, you got to verbalize your answer, okay? So shaking the head and everything, I know what it means.
Yes, sir.
But she's taking down what you say, and so we need it like that.
Gotcha.
All right? How old are you?
I'm 34.
Where are you from?
I'm from Memphis, Tennessee.
What neighborhood?
Like Orange Mound area.
Okay. Like what streets did you grow up on?
Off Lamar and Sims.
All right. You got a family?
Yes, sir. I have 5 children still living. I lost my son in March of 2020.
Okay. And let's talk about 2020 because, well, that was a terrible thing, right?
Yes, sir.
How old was he?
He was 9 at the time.
And that had an impact on everybody?
Yes, sir.
Had an impact on you?
Yes, sir.
It caused you to take up some old habits?
Yes, sir. I went back to popping pills and not caring about nothing.
Before 2020, were you working?
I was working in schools in Germantown.
What'd you do for the schools in
I was a
Germantown?
janitor.
Did you do good at that job?
Yes, sir.
Your son dies, you say you start popping pills.
Yes, sir. Oxycodone and ecstasy.
Street drugs.
Yes, sir.
Did you start hanging back in your neighborhood?
Yes, sir. Started hanging around a lot of old friends.
All right. Some of those old friends trouble?
We all in trouble. I'm gonna say that. We all in trouble.
And I'm looking here, Cornelius, at your criminal record. You were convicted of aggravated assault in 2011, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Convicted of misdemeanor drugs in 2014?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, 2012.
12.
Case started in 2011 and ended in 2012.
Yes, sir.
That was misdemeanor drugs.
Yes, sir.
And then resisting official detention in 2014.
Yes, sir.
That same Cornelius Smith.
Yes, sir.
And you're presently charged in this case with conspiracy to commit murder and with murder, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have an attorney in this case, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is he in the courtroom? Let me get out of your
Yes,
way.
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What promises have I made to you with regard to your testimony today?
No.
Have I told you that you're not going to testify and walk out of here?
Yes, you told me that.
Do you know that you're going to prison?
Yes, sir.
Have I told you that it's very important, though, for you to tell the truth?
Yes, sir.
I told you it's important to tell the truth because I said so?
Yes, sir.
And because the judge will evaluate whether or not you told the truth?
Right.
And have I told you it's in your best interest to tell the truth?
Yes, sir.
Are you here to tell the truth?
Yes, sir.
I want to skip forward, okay? We're going to go back to everything, but I want to skip forward. Tell me about the day that you were arrested for this case.
It was my daughter's birthday, actually, and I was out. I had took her some cake and ice cream to school for her birthday, and the U.S. Marshals had they were trailing me the whole time. I didn't know that they were trailing me because I had saw Govan the day before, and he was telling me that, you know, police was on to us.
Oh, this the same one that was on trial yesterday. The one that was on the stream yesterday. This the same dude right here in the last trial against Cornelius.
Whatever, and he asked me when the last time I spoke to Justin, and he was saying, I was like, it been a minute. So he was like, they just ran in Justin's spot the night before, and he said that they been shooting at him, and that I need to get rid of my phone because they own us. And the next day, I was locked up, like, really
Police,
locked up.
police captured you? Police captured you that day?
Next day.
Did they get your phone that day from you?
They ain't get it from me. I left it with my children's mother, or whatever.
They get your phone from your children's mother?
Yes, sir.
So you didn't throw it away like Govan told you to?
Nah, I ain't threw it away. I gave it to her.
Now, when the police first arrest you, I mean at the very start, do you say, hey, I want to tell you the truth about this whole thing?
No. I ain't never did it.
Okay. Did they interview you right after they arrested you?
Yeah, they interviewed me in Mississippi.
Okay. Did you tell them the truth or the lie?
I told them a lie.
Okay. At some point after your...
So the lady that was just on the stand, this her baby daddy, right? Or her boyfriend, whoever, this the one they was talking about.
Arrested.
But this from the last case, though.
Did you decide to tell the truth?
Yeah, once I came to my senses and Justin had wrote me a kite. Somebody.
Justin. So let me tell you, when you hear another lawyer speak up and object, that means you stop talking. Okay? And you'll be instructed to either move on or to another question. Okay?
And I think so the objection is going to be hearsay. So let me try to get you. Let's try to back up, okay? So you said after you arrested, you came to your senses. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you say that Justin, is that the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir.
Had written you something that you called
a kite.
A kite? Okay. Without saying what was in that kite, and that's a letter, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Without saying in that letter, after you received that letter, did you decide to tell the truth?
Right.
And what did you do once you decided to tell the truth?
I had spoke with my lawyer.
And thereafter, have you met a few times with detectives?
Yes.
And have you met, we count those 2 minutes right back here, I guess 3 or 4 times with me, is that correct?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say you did that because you realized you had been caught?
Yeah, I've been caught and I got a conscience too. Now they don't know where my senses. Yeah, I got a conscience.
I'm going to play a video up here, Cornelius. You can turn a little bit, see it once we start playing.
Button-down shirt, blue and white button-down shirt.
If the record could reflect that he's identified the defendant, Mr. Justin Johnson, Your Honor.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in court.
So how did you get to be with Justin Johnson this day on November 17th, 2021?
We knew that, you know, they had a hit on Dolph and them head or whatever, so...
Who had a hit on whose head?
Big Jug had a hit on Dolph's head or whatnot, so...
How do you know that Big Jug had a hit on Dolph's head?
Cause Quit had told me about it, Quit, and, you know what I'm saying, being just...
How much money was it supposed to be?
$100,000 on Dolph's head.
And had you agreed to do this hit?
Yes, sir.
Had Justin agreed to do this hit?
Yes, sir.
We all going to do it together?
Yeah, they been on it, but yeah.
Was there any arrangements as far as splitting the money or anything?
Yeah, me and him supposed to be giving quit 10,000 apiece.
All right, so you and him are going to give Govan 10,000 apiece?
Yeah.
And how much were you going to get?
I was getting 40, he was getting 40.
Okay. Had you spoken with Justin about this?
Yeah, we had been talking about it.
Okay. This was not something that just happened this day, but something that was in the process for weeks?
Yeah, we.
How did y'all hook up this day, if you remember?
He had pulled up to get me. He came and got me or whatever.
Where'd he get you from?
He got me from my father's house.
Where's your father's house?
Out of Lamont Sims.
Orange Mound area?
Yeah.
Had either you called him or he called you or anything like
He
this?
had called me the first time I missed the call. Then he called me back, I answered. He was telling me basically they were pulling up because we already knew what was going on.
When you say you already knew what was going on, you already knew that this is about?
Yeah, because we knew they were doing the turkey drive, so we was actually on our way to Westwood.
Had you and Justin talked about this particular day before?
Like, nah, not the specific day. Like, we just knew that it was turkey drive going every day that week. We just knew that.
You knew that, is it fair to say that you knew Dolph was involved in these turkey drives this week before Thanksgiving?
Yeah, we didn't know we were going to catch him, but we knew he did his artists. You know, everybody had a hit on the hit. Everybody had a price on the hits.
From Jook?
Yeah, from Jook.
And that was going to be y'all's business this week?
Yeah, that was our beating week.
When he arrived at the house, do you remember what he was driving?
White Mercedes Benz.
Okay, had you seen that car before?
Nah, I ain't never saw that car.
Did you get in the car with him?
Yeah, I got him.
Was there anybody else in the car?
Nah, it was just me and Justin.
Were there any guns in the car?
Yeah, they was on the back seat in the bag.
Do you remember what kind of guns there were?
A Draco, handgun.
Okay. And Draco, Memphis, some type of bigger semi-automatic weapon, is that right? And then a handgun? Do you remember what you were wearing that day?
I had on some gray sweatpants, orange and white Jordan 1, and a blue Gap hoodie.
The blue Gap hoodie?
With a do-rag on.
With the do-rag on. Did y'all have gloves?
I had my own glue.
You had your own gloves?
He had his own glue.
When you got in the car, did you have your gloves on?
Nah, I ain't have no gloves on.
You said Justin had his own gloves?
Yeah, he had his gloves on. Some black gloves.
He had his black gloves on before he picked you up?
Yeah.
Does he get out of his car and pick you up, or do you go up to the car? How's that work?
Nah, I got out the house, came out the house, and got on in the car.
Okay. Off to do the mission.
Yeah, do a mission, try to catch somebody.
Try to catch one of the rappers?
Yeah, one of them.
At the Turkey Drive in Westwood.
In Westwood, yeah.
All right. What happens after y'all get in the car?
Oh, we went back on Bradley Street. He got some out of, I think they were like a expedition truck that he had parked on Bradley Street. And then we took the back street. We was at Lamont Airways. We had the light.
So he picks up, let me get this right. He picks you up in the Mercedes, is that right?
Yeah.
But you go to Bradley Street.
Yeah.
And is there an expedition already there?
Yeah, expedition already there. Parked in the yard.
Do you know who parked that expedition there?
I guess he did.
Okay, we're not allowed to guess in here.
Ah, well,
Okay. So
nah, I ain't see him park it though.
Okay.
I don't see him.
And what color was it?
White.
A white expedition.
Yeah, white.
All right. Did y'all do anything when y'all went to Bradley Street at that point?
He got something out the truck and then jumped back in the car.
I got you. So he gets out of the Mercedes at Bradley Street, goes into the expedition and gets something.
Yeah.
And comes back.
Come back.
Do you know what he got?
Nah, I don't know.
Are y'all talking at this point?
Nah, we wasn't talking, like, cause he was on the phone at first, then he hung it up, but we wasn't talking really.
Okay. Now, y'all were cool with each other, is that right? You and Justin?
God.
He gets back in the white Mercedes?
Yeah, he get big in the white Mercedes, and we take the back street, think Detroit and stuff to we was at Lamar and Airways. We finna get on the expressway, going to the expressway.
Okay. Bradley to Dedrick, is that what you said?
Yeah.
And then y'all are going to get on the expressway.
Yeah, we finna get on the expressway on Airways.
Okay. But and this is Airways that we see.
Yeah, it's Airways.
Okay. What happens once y'all get to Airways?
We at the light. Dolph and them come clean across the light.
How'd y'all know it was Dolph?
Everybody know, how the car is, armed with T cars and stuff.
Yeah. People in Memphis knew about that rap, right?
Yeah.
That camouflage white and green and blue rap. That surprised you? See him like that?
Yeah.
Did you say anything, or did Justin say anything?
We was like, there go Dolph right there.
All right. What did y'all do?
We received the trailer. Proceeded the trailer.
So y'all are following him on Airways?
Yeah, right over the street.
All right. And you saw the first part of this video, didn't you?
Yeah.
Did you see him pull off here to the cookie store?
Yeah, he pulled in the cookie store.
What'd y'all do?
We made the block. He came with the bag way. I jumped out. We started shooting.
All right. Well, let's back up here, though. We saw him pull off of Airways to here. Is that right?
Yeah.
Y'all, can you see my little pointer?
Yeah.
Y'all would be traveling this direction on Airways. Is that right? Then did y'all do a crazy U-turn or anything, or what'd y'all do?
Nah. We came with the back street.
Following the clickers is what y'all did?
Yeah.
Okay.
We went to the light, made the loop around.
Did you see him get out of his car like this?
Nah, I ain't seen him get out the car.
Okay. We're wasted on oxycodone. Say y'all.
Yeah, this is right there.
Stop it here.
It's me.
Can you stop it? All right. We're gonna back up. I wanted to, back up a little bit. All right. First guy out of the car. Who's that?
It's me.
That's you. Which one of the guns do you have?
I got the little Draco style gun.
Okay, that's that semi-automatic weapon. Is that right?
Yeah.
You ever shot that thing before?
Nah, I ain't never shot it. I don't know.
Okay. You can proceed, Iris. That's your Gap hoodie, is that right?
Yeah, that's me.
That's you. Who are you shooting at?
Young Dolph.
All right, now back it up again, Miss Iris, if you would. Back it up for Justin getting out of the car. All right, who's the second person here that got out of the driver's side?
It's just
He's got the smaller handgun, is that right?
yeah, bad baseball hat, bad pro baseball hat.
You're firing this crazy thing. What you see? What are you feeling?
I wasn't feeling nothing at the time, but I ain't gonna even let it. I wasn't feeling nothing at the time. I was just, trying to get some money.
Trying to get some money? Bet you probably would have wasted on oxycodone and ecstasy.
Trying to do something.
You shot that gun a bunch?
Right in there?
Right then and there.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times I shot out.
Aiming for Dolph?
No, I ain't for Dolph.
Was he able to say anything to y'all, or was he able to run or get away at all?
I shot through the glass, so I wasn't close up on him. I was shooting through the glass.
Okay.
I saw him standing by the window. I just got out and started shooting.
All right. You can proceed till Justin shoots. There with the handgun. Who's that?
It's just
All right, you proceed. All right, you stop right here. It's Dolph's brother, Marcus. Did you know that he shot back at y'all?
I ain't noticed until we pulled out. And there was a bullet hole in my side window. And I told Jesse, I'm like, man, I'm hit. He was like, I'm hit too. So I see I'm hit right here on my leg. And I see a bullet hole in my sweater. I said, damn, I'm hit. So we driving out, he was saying he was hit. I'm talking to him, making sure we on Rick, making sure he's straight. I'm like, you alright? He's like, yeah, I'm straight. But the bullet head went in my arm, and it was a bullet in my back.
I'm gonna back up. You and Justin here are running to the white Mercedes, is that right?
Right.
You get in what side of the car?
I get on the passenger side.
And Justin gets back in the driver's side?
Yeah, he get back on the driver's side.
Y'all get in the car. You can watch the rest of the video here. Did y'all see Marcus getting a second gun from his car?
Nah, but when we pulled out, and I knew it was shots back, I was finna shoot back, but there were too many cars coming, and I ain't just want to hit no anybody, so I ain't shoot back.
Because Marcus was shooting at y'all as y'all were leaving from down here, is that right?
Yeah.
And you would be in the car at this point?
Yeah, we was in the car.
Looking backwards?
Yeah, I was looking back, but we had, like, how we were driving. Like, how he was driving, he was all the way on the other side, but, so I ain't want to just shoot back and hit nobody.
So the shots, all the shots that you fired were the ones we saw right here with Dolph, is that right?
Yeah.
And Justin too?
Yeah.
All right, so y'all didn't shoot back at Marcus as y'all were driving?
Shoot back at him.
You say you got shot in the shoulder?
Yeah, I got hit in my shoulder, in my upper arm.
In the upper arm, shoulder area of your,
on my leg.
Of your right and your leg? And you realized you had been shot once you got in the car?
Yeah, once I got in the car.
Could you still have a scar from when you got shot in the arm, is that right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Mark, I have him step down and display this to the jury real quick. Come on, Mr. Smith. Turn sideways here. Just walk down this way, backwards toward the wheel. So the expedition, was it parked in the driveway at Bradley?
It just takes a while. I'll show your wife in here to get it to you.
And he gives you the keys to the expedition? You give. Inside to move it, and then where does he put the Mercedes?
He put it like right there, with the expedition in the front yard.
Okay, so the front driveway area of Bradley, is that right?
Right.
What do you do next?
We jumped in the expedition. We was on our way to the gas station. FaceTime Juke, let them know that was our work.
Who FaceTime Juke?
Justin had FaceTime Juke, spelling out Dolph. You know what I'm saying? Let them know that we did it.
And let's back that up. You say, let him know it was y'all's work.
Right.
And you said somebody spelled out Dolph. Who spelled out Dolph?
Just spelled out Dolph.
And when you say spelled out Dolph, what do you mean?
Like the sign language.
With
jailhouse sign language.
Like this would be an O?
Nah, yeah, I think I don't know how to do it, but
Okay.
something like that.
All right, so there was some signing that y'all just took care of Dolph. Who's that? Short call, long call?
It was short.
Did you hear Juke say anything back?
Yeah, he'll get with us when he get done with the kids or get up one on
He'll get with y'all when? I didn't hear that last part.
Get up, finish with his kids, something like that.
But he was busy with his kids.
Yeah, something like
Gotcha. Gotcha, but he would get up with y'all after that. Okay. How are you feeling at this point?
I'm hurting because I was shot.
Where are y'all's guns at this point?
Oh, we had them in the backseat of the expedition.
Okay, so y'all brought them with you from the Mercedes to the expedition?
Yeah.
Were y'all still wearing your gloves, do you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. So y'all are in the expedition. The FaceTime call with Jook has happened. What do y'all do? Where y'all headed? What y'all saying?
We went to the gas station, put some gas in the expedition truck first in the University of Memphis area. Then he was trying to find, Justin was trying to find somebody at the house we could go, so, you know, we get cleaned up or whatnot.
All right. You needed some medical attention or something.
Yeah, he had called one of his partners, Justin had called one of his partners to bring me a wound kick, or whatever.
Do you know who he called?
I don't know who he called.
Do you have your phone with you during this?
Nah, my phone, I had left my phone in the bin to say the bin.
All right, so when you got in the bins from your house, did you have your phone with you?
Yeah, I had my phone. I put it in the glove department.
Okay. When you got out to shoot Dolph like you saw, did you have your phone with you?
Nah, it was in the glove department of the bin.
Okay. Had you put it in the glove department so that it wouldn't be on you?
Yeah, I put it in.
But you forgot?
Yeah.
So when you and Justin in the expedition, you don't have your phone, but he has his?
Yeah.
Is he able to make contact with somebody to figure out how to get stuff or where to go?
Oh, he had called one of his cousins. He said whose house we went over in Whitehaven, so we could clean up, change clothes or whatnot. And Quay had called like, man, y'all gotta clean this stuff up. Quay had called, and I was like, man, get my phone at the car. Get my phone at the car. Left my phone in the car. So he was like, all right, we need to move this car. That's what Quay was saying.
So we talked to Jook right after.
Yeah.
But Quet too.
Yeah.
And do you remember whether or not the conversations with Quet happened before y'all got to his cousin's apartment or after?
Yeah, I can't recall.
Okay. But it was all close together. And tell me again what Quet said during these conversations?
Yeah, we had to like get rid of that car. We had to move that car, get rid of it.
Because y'all had put this car in a driveway on Bradley, right?
Yeah, right across the street from your house.
Right across the street from where Quet lives.
Right.
He said y'all need to move this.
Yeah, we gotta burn that junk up. Get rid of it.
Y'all.
And we back,
Step
family.
this way, sir. Stand right here, face your honor. Raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Have a seat. Watch this. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state your first and last name for the record?
First name is Terrence, T-E-R-E-N-C-E. Last name Dabney, D-A-B-N-E-Y.
And for the benefit of our viewers who may be taking notes, could you spell your first and last name?
T-E-R-E-N-C-E. Dabney, D-A-B-N-E-Y.
I'm sorry, I probably missed it the first time I spoke. But it couldn't hurt for them to hear it. All right, and where are you employed?
I'm retired.
Retired. Where are you retired from?
I'm retired from the Memphis Police Department.
And how long were you with the Memphis Police Department?
I was with the police department for 26 years.
And what rank did you attain when you left Memphis Police Department?
I was a sergeant.
So Sergeant Dabney, were you with the Memphis Police Department back on November the 17th, 2021?
I was.
And did you participate or have a role in the investigation involving the homicide of Adolph Thornton Jr.?
I did.
And what was your role in that?
I was the lead investigator of that homicide.
As a lead investigator, what does a lead investigator do?
Well, we sort of delegate with other investigators, delegate roles. We also gather evidence, fact finding, videos, whatever we do to obtain evidence for the case.
There were several suspects in this matter, were there not?
They were.
Did you also become involved in the investigation involving Justin Johnson,
I did.
Cornelius Smith,
I did.
and also Hernandez Govan?
I did.
So the homicide, when did that take place?
November 17th,
And
2021.
of 2021? is that
2021, correct.
Did you have a suspect on that date?
We had a suspect named.
And what suspects? We're having a hard time this morning. What suspects did you have on that day?
The tip came in that there was a individual by the name of Straight Drop, Justin Johnson, and Cornelius Smith.
On November the 20th, so a few days after this matter, did you?
So hold on, he said a tip came in. Who the heck sent the tip in from that video? How could you recognize them?
Was there significant development in the case?
It was. We got a tip about a vehicle behind an abandoned house.
And you recall what street that was on?
Forgot the name of the street.
Was the name Bradley?
Bradley, yes. Right off Haynes, yes. Bradley.
Bradley and Haynes?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what is matter that you may have collected.
Somebody dropped a tip about the car. Okay, that's how they caught on to that. They told them cover that damn car up.
This would be the location we located the Lexus. I mean, the vehicle.
And you recall what vehicle?
It was a Mercedes, I think. Yeah, Mercedes.
All right, if we could have that in this evidence as the next number exhibit.
No objection.
This is a photograph of a house, a white house with black roof, with a grassy front yard and a driveway. It's been identified by the witness as the place where they found the Mercedes. We'll mark this as exhibit 9.
No. No. No, he didn't.
What up, though? No one.
Benefit by jurors, describe what we're looking at here.
This one is the.
I'm sorry, I'm on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. You want me to describe this?
Yes.
Okay, that's White House. It's kind of cream color when I was there. It's kind of White House with a brown top, with cover over the front porch with a wrought iron gate and a driveway to the left there.
And is this the house that you described that had that you found the car on Bradley?
That's correct.
You have another photograph for you, the first one that you're looking at. What are you looking at?
Looking at the numbers that are wrote, like someone is handwritten on the side of the house.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the numbers that as they were written on the house on the date?
Yes, 1174.
Your Honor, if we could have the internet next number.
Any objection to this?
No, Your
Honor. Thank you. This is what appears to be the side paneling of a building. It's been specified that it's the side of the house on Bradley with the numbers 1174. We'll mark this as exhibit 10.
Commissioner Focus.
No.
No. No, he's sleeping.
While we're working on it, you have another photograph in front of you.
Yes.
What are you looking at there?
Looking at the car that was located, it was toward the rear of the house, on the side in the backyard, or the rear of the home.
And does that photograph depict anything of significance?
Depicts the photo of the Mercedes-Benz.
Your Honor, if we could enter that into evidence as the next number. This is a picture of the side of the house with the back of what's been identified as the Mercedes-Benz in the back of the house. There are two individuals standing in the yard, backyard. We'll mark this as exhibit 11 for this thing. You're being passed another photograph. If you could tell us what we're looking at here.
Again, we're looking at the side of the home where the driveway is, with the Mercedes-Benz in the rear of the home, and two individuals standing slightly behind the Mercedes-Benz.
Your Honor, if we could enter that, have that enter as the next number to see.
No objection, Your Honor.
What's the difference between this picture and the last? Oh, the second one may have gotten a picture. I didn't. You'd like us to approach him? Yeah. Bring your picture to the thing.
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
We just marked it. Is she giving you that? It's right here too.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
You have another photograph before you.
I do.
Could you describe what you're looking at here?
This is a close-up picture of the Mercedes-Benz. The rear of the Mercedes-Benz is parked in the backyard, appears to be under some trees or limbs.
We can have it entered as the next one. This is what's been described as a close-up of the Mercedes-Benz in the backyard amongst some limbs and trees. We'll mark this in exhibit 12. Yeah, about two more.
Yes, two more.
Could you describe the next photograph?
This next photo is a close-up of the front of the Mercedes-Benz front, maybe the passenger side, again parked up under some bush.
You could have it as the next number to see. close-up of the front of the, what's been described as the Mercedes in the backyard amongst some limbs. We'll mark this exhibit 13.
And the last picture that you're
This next photo is a close-up of the passenger side of the Mercedes-Benz. Looks to be the Mercedes-Benz has some damage to the passenger side from the rear to the front almost, and the front door, the window looks like it's down, and it's again parked up under the tree limbs.
We can have it entered into evidence as the next night exhibit.
The evidence is going to show that anything that I may have said.
Picture of the passenger side of the white Mercedes that's been described as in the backyard behind the house. There appears to be damage to the rear, possibly door of the Mercedes. We'll mark this as exhibit 14.
Can I have those pictures? You're under permission to publish the last series of pictures that were.
Yes, ma'am. When you publish, let me know which one to go. Yes.
Showing what is previously been marked as exhibit number 11. Sergeant Dabney, could you explain to us what we're looking at here?
We're looking at the home at 1174, and this is the driveway on the left side of the house, and the Mercedes-Benz is in the rear of the house on the grass.
Wait a minute, so this is where they got the tip from way back there? Nah, somebody was inside. That's an inside job. Somebody told on them. That's why I was tripping at first, like how'd they even get a tip from that video, but they talking about the car, but look at where the car is. It's behind a house. Who would call on somebody who have a car parked behind a house? That's crazy. Unless they know it was them.
Surrounded by tree limbs, and you have two investigators, or two individuals, standing near the rear passenger side of the vehicle.
And that's the vehicle with the red dot that you're referring to?
Correct.
I'd like to show you what is exhibit number 12.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
While they loading up, shout out to TSC for the gifted membership. Appreciate you, family. Y'all show her some love, drop her some coins and some heart hand emojis. Today's stream sponsor, appreciate you. Much love, much love.
And could you describe for the jurors what we're looking at here?
That is a close-up photo of the Mercedes-Benz, the rear of the Mercedes-Benz with the Illinois tags parked up under some tree limbs in the rear of the home.
And exhibit number 13 is what we'd like to show you next.
tell us what we're reviewing here, exhibit number 13.
It's a close-up photo of the front passenger side of the Mercedes-Benz, parked on the grass and surrounded by some tree limbs.
And next, exhibit number 14.
They gotta log out and log back in to go to the next photo every time. They ain't got no slideshow button. You gotta log out, log back in, put in the password, check their Instagram.
This is the photo of the Mercedes-Benz, the passenger side, with damage. Again, photo of the passenger side of the Mercedes with damage on the rear and side door, and appears to be the window down with the vehicle surrounded by tree limbs.
And what was the significance of this vehicle that was found?
That was described as a vehicle that was used in the homicide of Adolph Thornton.
And you said this was on Bradley Street, is that correct?
Correct.
I thought they said it was on the street. Why that look like it's behind the
I'd
house?
like to show you what has previously been marked. Previously been marked as exhibit number 5.
Am I tripping, or is that an abandoned street, or do it look like it's behind the house? Or maybe was the house abandoned? I don't know. It's making me think a lot.
As part of your investigation, do you recall seeing this?
Yes, I do.
And what does this picture, exhibit number 5?
I can see Justin Johnson straight drop on this picture. I see Mr. Hernandez Govan. I see maybe 2 other individuals. One facing here, and you see an individual in the rear with the mask on.
And as part of your investigation, when you found the vehicle, what significance does this picture show in relation to the vehicle that was found?
The vehicle showed in the front of the 1174 Bradley.
And it's also part of your investigation, was there a significance as to any other house on Bradley?
Yes, also in front of Hernandez Govan's home.
I'd like to ask.
So the one with the mask on, that's the one that was just on the stand with the red shirt. He knew he was about to snitch way back then. That's why he tried to cover his face. He said, I wasn't part of their clique. That's why I had the mask on. I wasn't part of their clique. That's why I wore the mask, because I wasn't really with them like that. Boy, he was about to snitch way back then.
Are you familiar with what that picture is depicting?
I am.
And what is that picture depicting?
It's a top area view of the Bradley and Haynes Street, where 1174 Bradley is, and also Mr. Govan's address.
Permission to publish on.
You want to enter it first?
Oh, sorry.
No,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, this is the next one.
All right, this is an aerial view of Bradley Street in Haynes.
I see they got a habit of trying to publish the evidence without admitting it first out there, huh?
Exhibit 15. Permission to publish.
I'm sorry, Dad, I know those little bitty numbers, at least they are for me. I'd like to pass you the clicker, and if you could, with the court's permission, could you step down and show us the significant addresses you described the previous one?
All right, that's 1174 Bradley there. Mr. Govan's address is directly across the street.
Also, as the case officer, would you be aware of other various investigations that were going on as part of this investigation?
Yes.
Did you were phones collected from various entities as part of this investigation?
They were.
And as part of that investigation, were there phone dumps and call records collected?
They were.
One last thing. You made it to the rank of sergeant, is that correct?
That's correct.
You've also been an investigator and a detective coming through the ranks, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
As part of your investigating crime scenes or just going to different crime scenes, did you become aware of various security cameras that may be in businesses?
We did.
And is there usually a time frame those things need to be collected?
The quicker the better. You know, some businesses, they record over the video, and some, you know, may last for a few days, a few weeks. So.
In this case, if you did not learn about a particular area of significance or place of interest until, for instance, a month later, possibly that information is gone, is that correct?
Objection, speculation, and leading, Your Honor.
And I'm sure defense will ask this question, but I'll ask you, did you all investigate any possible video of Pressure World?
No, we did not.
And when did you learn about anything that may have been of significance in Pressure World?
It was weeks, month later, so.
I'll pass the witness.
Hold on, real quick. I gotta get that shot of the judge real quick, and then we gonna go right back to it. Hold on.
We have other
go right here.
various investigations that were going on as part of this investigation.
Yes.
Did you were phones collected?
Also, those are things that were there. Sergeant Dabney, thank you. You came down from Michigan just for this, right?
Yes, I did.
All right. I appreciate your years of service, and I'm glad you're here so we can talk. I guess they've been asking you about these cameras and things like that. Let's just tell it how it is. Nobody during this investigation ever went to Pressure World to check about the cameras, right?
No, we didn't.
All right. Nobody in this investigation ever went to AutoZone to check if the cameras were there.
No, we didn't.
Nobody went to the AutoZone that Cornelius Smith said he went to buy a car cover to see if there's a receipt or some surveillance or something like that inside the AutoZone, right? Okay. Those are things that would be important to try to corroborate a witness who obviously is the shooter in this case, to make sure he's not lying to you, right?
Yes.
And when people get caught, they generally lie to police. Is that uncommon?
Sometimes.
All right. Do people lie to get out of trouble?
Sometimes, yes.
Do people lie to cut deals?
Sometimes, yes.
Also, with regards to the area around Pressure World, it's a pretty busy area, right?
It is.
And you know there's those little MPD city cameras up and down that street, right?
Yeah.
All right. And And if you don't know, you don't know, but there are those, that's an MPD camera right on the post.
It could be. We have neighborhoods that buy their own, but
Right.
it could be too.
Okay, but that looks like a typical police camera that neighborhoods have or the streets have.
Yes, sir, it does.
All right, and you know for a fact that in front of the Pressure World area, it's a busy thoroughfare, there's these cameras.
I didn't know.
Okay, and then behind the Pressure World in the neighborhoods, there's some of these cameras.
Okay.
Does that look like a camera that you were familiar with?
Yes,
In
it
place in the neighborhood? All right, I'll go ahead and offer that as the next exhibit, Your Honor, just as the description of what a city camera looks like.
Any objection? So, do we know where this is? Do we
It's,
have a location?
yes, it's at Pressure World by the street, but he wasn't sure, so I'm not gonna put words in his mouth.
So this is a picture of what's been described as what could be a city camera on a whole. We'll mark this as exhibit 16.
They don't be giving a fuck about that camera footage, huh? Like the McDonald's
And these
tape.
cameras are sort of all over the city on busy thoroughfares and stuff like that.
They are.
All right, could I publish it, Your Honor?
Sure.
I'll do it the old-fashioned way, because I don't have it, I'm just gonna walk, is that all right?
That's fine. That's fine.
All right, so this is what the typical MPD cameras sort of look like.
Well, excuse me, just publish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No commentary. If you have more questions for the witness, that's fine.
I was asking a question, but I'll wait.
Hey, they be trying to do those slick moves out there, though.
And so you all use these types of cameras to help solve crimes, that's sort of the whole point, right?
To gather evidence, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
You gonna start talking to the jury. This is what it usually look like. Check this out. The hell? The hell, Barber? The hell?
I guess the biggest question that I've had that I've been asking people throughout this trial is if you believe Mr. Cornelius and you believe what he told his girlfriend.
Your Honor, if objecting, he's inserting what previous witnesses said testified to.
Approach.
¿Qué puñetas? ¿Qué puñetas? ¿Qué puñetas?
Heck no. Let's get back to the one they talking about while it's only a little bit left while they got this sidebar.
We're busy trying to get yourselves taken care of, though.
Yeah, we went, you know, we changed clothes with him. And I had poured peroxide on me and wrapped myself up, and I had to text my girl to come get me. Text her the address off of a Justin phone to come get me.
And let's get
You
there.
don't have to believe, let me ask it this way. If Cornelius Smith and Angela Arnold had repeatedly told you all that Jook was the one that was calling the shots, I think even in your report you guys said Jook's the mastermind. That would cause you to go interview Jook because that's an important piece of information, right?
Doing the investigation, yes.
Right. But as a lead detective, at no point during the investigation did we attempt to talk to Joe.
We hadn't made it that far, no.
We hadn't made it that far. Okay, it's been 4 years, and we know Jook died 2.5 years after the case. We know everybody had already been indicted within a few months of the arrest taking place. But we never went to talk to Jook, even after Cornelius and Angela repeatedly said he was the mastermind. I think that's the phrase you guys used in your Operation Cookie Monster slideshow, right?
Girl, I am going to object to this line of question is it relevant?
Of course it's relevant. He's a suspect. The reason I ask is these people have come in here and testified and said they're telling the truth. So if those people, they've testified that they're telling the truth. They talked about Mr. Govan here, and they talked about Jook, and we can quibble about who's in charge or whose house or who whatever. But clearly, Jook was a suspect in this case.
Yes.
But he was never followed up with at all by Memphis Police Department at any point in this investigation, even though he died 2.5 years later.
Not at the time, no.
Okay. One second.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Oh, read it.
That's it for that witness. The judge up here sipping her drink. I got this drink in my cup. She got it double cupped up too. Judge up there with 2 styrofoam cups. She got the double styrofoam on deck. Hell nah.
On the case, so lunch might get here in the meantime, but let's take a brief break. Thank you.
Sure, just excuse me.
All right, we keep it running. We keep it running while they take their brief break. But judge up there sipping her drink. She got the double styrofoam. She muddied up. TSC break time. They going to break when you going on break, huh?
Justin had contacted his cousin about going to her place. Is that right?
Yeah.
But Quet too.
Yeah.
And do you remember whether or not the conversations with Quet happened before y'all got to his cousin's apartment or after?
Yeah, I can't recall.
Okay. But it was all close together.
Yeah, well,
And tell me again what Quet said during these conversations?
yeah, we had to like get rid of that car. We had to move that car, get rid of it.
Because y'all had put this car in a driveway on Bradley, right?
Yeah, right across the street from your house.
Right across the street from where Quet lives.
West State, right.
He said y'all need to move this.
Yeah, we gotta burn that junk up. Gotta get rid of it.
Y'all were busy trying to get yourselves taken care of, though.
Yeah, we went, you know, we changed clothes or whatever. And I had poured peroxide on me and wrapped myself up. And I had to text my girl to come get me. Text her the address off of Justin phone to come get me.
And let's get there, but you said that Justin had contacted his cousin about going to her place, is that right?
Yeah.
Is that Kiana Hopper?
Yeah.
Did y'all, in fact, go to her place?
Correct.
When y'all went to her place, what car were y'all in?
We was in the White Expedition.
When y'all get to her place, what do y'all do?
Well, we went inside, changed clothes, and we was in there. She had helped me for a minute before the wound kit came. She was helping me out or whatever. We changed clothes, and the wound kit came. I was able to, put bandage on it and stuff like that.
Okay. I want to show you a video. See that person there?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna keep it rolling. I got some more clips for y'all while they on their break. Shout out to everybody in the building. TSC, Brown Sugar Babe, No One. I see y'all. Miss DB. I see y'all. Time was out here hanging out with us today. Man, I ain't seen Time chop it up that much. I think ever. Shout out to Time coming hanging out with us today. Alright, let's see. What else we got on the menu? Y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe. Tap in, share with a friend. Let me see. Oh, here go one.
Face the judge, raise your right hand, sir.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat. You may take your mask
Mr. Garner, you don't want to be here, do you?
No, sir.
All right. But go ahead and tell me your name.
Mr. Garner.
Spell that first name for me.
K-H-I-S-T-A-N.
Spell that last name.
Garner, G-A-R-N-E-R.
And how old are you?
21.
I want to take you back to 2021, November the 17th. It's the early morning hours of November the 17th, just after 2 o'clock, going on to 3 o'clock a.m., okay? Did you have occasion to go up to the Valero station near the University of Memphis?
Yes, sir.
Where had you been before you got to the Valero station?
I can't tell.
Okay. Was it a neighborhood house?
Yes, sir.
Were you up there with other people?
Yes, sir.
Were you up there with an individual by the name of Treon Ingram?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Treon Ingram?
Yes, sir.
Was he somebody you hung out with?
Yes, sir.
Did you see an individual up at that neighborhood house who you know is straight?
Yo, something is wrong with this cameraman. They need to do something with this cameraman. I don't know what he got going, but this is not working.
Drop?
I can't tell.
Okay.
I just know when we came to the house, that's who Treon said they were.
Objection. Hearsay.
Sustain.
You came to the neighborhood house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you saw the individual there. My approach, we approach with regard to the objection.
Yeah.
Y'all don't forget to hit that like button on your way in.
House.
It definitely helps
Yes,
the
sir.
Is
channel.
that the car we're going to be talking about?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, was that car a stolen car?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know where that car came from?
No, sir.
All right. Are there other people at this neighborhood house?
Yes, sir.
Who are the other people at this neighborhood house?
Straight drop.
Straight drop?
Yes, sir.
What'd y'all do at this neighborhood house?
Nothing really.
Okay, were y'all hanging out?
No, sir.
Did Straight Drop come in a car, a different car?
Yeah, truck.
A truck? Let me show you this picture that you've seen before.
Yes, sir.
Is that the truck Straight Drop came in?
Yes, sir.
And is that a white Ford Expedition?
Yes, sir.
There come a point when y'all left the house?
Yes, sir.
When y'all left the house, who was driving the white Mercedes?
I was.
When y'all left the house, did the Infiniti leave the house too?
Yes, sir.
Who was driving the Infiniti?
Treon.
Did he have a passenger with him in the Infinity?
Yeah, straight truck.
Straight drop? When y'all got to the gas station, what happened?
We got some gas. They talked for a minute, then we pulled off. They pulled back around, and straight truck got in the Benz we was in. And I got in the Infinity.
Straight drop got in the white Benz?
Yes, sir.
And did you leave in the Infinity?
Yes, sir.
Got a picture from the gas station. See if you recognize this picture.
Yes, sir.
Who's in that picture?
Yeah, that's me.
All right. Is that you next to the white Mercedes at the gas station that night?
Yeah.
And then let me get you a final picture. Is this another picture you've seen before?
Yes, sir.
What's that a picture of?
Benz we got.
The Benz you gave her.
Straight truck.
Okay. Did you know what Straight Drop was going to do in that Benz?
No, sir.
Did you have any idea at all?
No, sir.
Were you part of this conspiracy at all?
No, sir.
Had you ever talked with anybody about killing Dolph or these other PRE artists?
I want to do that.
Why wouldn't you do that?
I want to do that. That's my family.
You say that's your family, what you mean?
This party. That's my family. I want to do that.
Yeah, when you say it's not your family, that's what you mean. You talk about family, who you talking about?
Young Dolph.
90211, that call records of Justin Johnson, Cornelius Smith, Angela Arnold, and Anthony Mims with the attached phone numbers are what they purport to be. This document is accompanied by certificates of self-authentication for each phone. So we will mark this as collective exhibit 18. It's 6 pages.
I missed an exhibit, number 17.
That's the stipulation.
Okay.
The stipulation to the ownership of the phone.
And 18 would be the notice of
The self-authentication of the cell phone.
The 18.
New poll in the chat while they setting up. Do y'all think Hernandez Govan will go free? If this continues, yes. Maybe in 10 years or so. Or heck nah, not in a million years. Let us know in the poll. So far, 33% say yes if this continues. 67% says not in a million years.
That's why I don't play basketball.
Quit your day job.
All right, you ready to start the witness?
Your Honor, I do want to clarify something, so short report on the, so we have the call detail records for the self-authenticating documents we just presented. There are 5 different flash drives. Should we do like 18A, 18B, C, D? Because also on the flash drive are extractions for the numbers that we intend to introduce, but would only be introduced through this witness coming up. So what is best to do that?
Doesn't matter. Okay. Court order says it doesn't really matter.
Okay. Do you want to have one for each? So each flash drive will have, they may have the call detail records that are already stipulated as evidence, and some of them may have a phone number. One is already admitted into evidence, so that's why I was asking, should the call records be, say, if we're talking about phone number ending in 6236, for example, should there be 18B? I just want it clear for the record.
Sure.
And then
I think that might make it clearer. So if reviewed,
yes,
the people will know what exhibit this refers to.
And then say if the phone number comes in, it will come in under 20 or 21 or something like that. And we can indicate that on the flash drive. Does that? Or would the whole thing come in as 18A, B, C?
So what you're telling me is that we're now getting ready to get testimony as to each one of these people.
Yes.
Each one of these phones.
Yes.
And we're going to have a flash drive to each.
Yes.
What you talking about, Willis?
I don't really think it makes any difference. We might as well just continue. Yeah. So let's say you do the phone ended in 1625, which is the first number that's on your document.
Yes.
Just start with 19.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's keep it like that. Since there might be several layers to this, let's just continue in order.
Yes, Ron.
Yeah. I think sounds like this witness might be up for a while.
Honestly, I don't believe he'll be up there for very long.
We'll call you in the quarters.
We'll do next jury.
Oh.
That would help.
Call in the jury.
That would help.
I don't know what I said, but I was high every day for a whole year, and I was at anything. I was at done anything. Yeah, I was at done anything.
be the right front, the right left, excuse me, the right left side, front.
Okay, all right.
Ready, Your Honor?
Yes.
Jury's not here.
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting the state earlier, but the state can talk the ears off a donkey. This continued filibustering has got to stop.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what she's getting ready to read to you is what we call a stipulation. A stipulation is an agreement by the parties that a particular piece of evidence is what it says it is, without having to call a witness to say so. Okay, that's done oftentimes just to kind of speed the trial up a little bit. So here we go.
So this stipulation and the notice report.
Okay.
Well,
Do the stipulation first.
Okay. State of Tennessee versus Hernandez Govan, indictment number 2204769. Order stipulating ownership of 901-859-1460. Whereas there having been presented to me the Honorable Jennifer Johnson Mitchell, Judge of Division 10 of the Criminal Court of Tennessee, 30th Judicial District at Memphis, for the purpose of trial, phone number 901-859-1460 belongs to the defendant, Hernandez Govan. This stipulation is in relation to motions heard by the court and ruled upon on July 30th, 2025 by this honorable court in the above pending case. The ownership of 901-859-1460 is stipulated by the Assistant District Attorney and Attorney for Defendant Hernandez Govan and shall be entered into evidence by agreement. It is therefore ordered, adjudged, and decreed. Signed, the Carla Taylor, Assistant District Attorney, Manny Aurora, Attorney for Defendant, and Judge Jennifer Johnson Mitchell. Signed, dated 8/19/25.
Man, Love and them could have saved a lot of time by doing that.
Read into evidence because it has been admitted into evidence. Is what is entitled a self-authenticating document as to certain cell phone records. You're getting ready to hear some testimony about cell phone records of different people that we've heard testimony about already. And the law allows for certain records to be authenticated, again, without having to call a witness to testify about them through certain documents that come from the cell phone company. So she's getting ready to read that to you also.
State of Tennessee versus Hernandez Govan, indictment number 2204769. Self-authentication pursuant to Tennessee Rules of Evidence 90211. Pursuant to Tennessee Rules of Evidence 902 subsection 11, the following call records have self-authenticating certificates and are admissible into evidence. Justin Johnson, 901-236-1625. Cornelia Smith, 901-513-6236. 901-479-3786. Angela Arnold, 901-370-0185. And Anthony Mims, 901-692-2767. ATT GLDC file number 3359085. Certificates of authenticity are attached. Signed, Judge Jennifer Johnson Mitchell, Judge, Criminal Court, Division 10.
Thank you. You may call your name.
The state calls Michael Garner.
Stand right here, sir. Raise your right hand facing y'all.
Do you swear or affirm tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
See?
Monkey shit.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Michael Garner, Michael-Garner.
And where are you currently employed?
Currently employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, TBI.
And what's your position?
I'm a special agent.
So how long have you been working for TBI?
13 months.
And just for the jury, what is TBI?
TBI is the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. We are the, top investigative agency in the state. So if any other agency, Sheriff's Department or Police Department, requires any assistance with any kind of investigation, they call upon the Bureau for assistance.
Prior to working at TBI, where were you?
I was a detective with the City of Memphis Police Department.
Okay. And how long have you been in that position?
I was with the police department for 20 years before I retired.
Was there a special unit or division you were assigned to?
My last assignment was the Digital Forensics Unit. I was a detective in that unit.
Now, as a part of your job duties, did you often look at cell phones?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get data from cell phones?
Yes, ma'am.
So how would you get data from cell phones?
So the process is similar with the TBI and with the Memphis Police Department. We have hardware and software that is designed to take the machine language from the phone, because it's a computer, and remove that data from that device in a forensically sound method. And then we use software to then decode that from a machine language to a human readable language. And we use products like Celebrite and Gray Key to both extract and decode and parse that data.
Okay. So the cell phones that you look at, are those cell phones usually a part of some sort of investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall looking at cell phones related to the investigation on the Adolph Thornton homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And the phones that you looked at for this particular case, I'm going to go through them one by one, but do you recall looking at an LG phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you recall that number having a phone number ending, do you recall that device having a phone number ending in 0185?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall looking at an iPhone 11?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did one of those devices have a phone number ending in 1625?
Yes, the iPhone 11, yes, ma'am.
And did you happen to have another iPhone 11?
I had an iPhone 11 Pro.
Okay.
That I also examined.
Did that device have a phone number ending in 2767?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you also have a Samsung Galaxy?
Yes, ma'am.
And were there multiple numbers affiliated with that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are one of those numbers 3786?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that other number 6236?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you extracted data from each of those devices?
Yes, ma'am.
The physical devices?
I did.
Okay. And you talked earlier about using a software called Celebrate.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you extracted data from those particular phones in this investigation, did you use Celebrate to decode the data?
I did. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you happen to analyze that data?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. Do you happen to know who analyzed that data?
Once I parsed the data, I created a report. That data was then given to Sergeant Dabney and Sergeant Browning.
Okay. I'm going to show you 5 flash drives. Do you happen to know what those flash drives are?
These flash drives contain CDRs and phone extraction reports that I generated.
Okay. And have you seen those flash drives before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How do you know that you've seen them before?
I opened each flash drive and examined the data that was on them just to make sure that what was written on the envelope was actually contained on the flash drive right outside about 30 minutes ago.
Did you happen to write anything on the envelopes?
I put my initials on each envelope after I opened the drive and examined what was on them. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in your evaluation of the contents of those flash drives, do you happen to know whose numbers are affiliated with each number?
Yes, ma'am. The Justin Johnson extraction that I have right here is the telephone number ending in 1625. And that contains the phone and the CDRs that were done on that. This envelope here says Cornelius on it. It's Cornelius Smith. It's the phone number and CDRs for phone number ending in 6236. The Cornelius Smith's phone had two numbers associated with it. This is the CDR for the phone number ending in 3786. So that's just the CDRs only on that one. This is Anthony Mims' iPhone extraction and the CDRs for phone number ending in 2767. And Angela Arnold, LG extraction and CDRs for phone number ending in 0185.
And just for the jury's clarification, could you explain what is a CDR?
So a CDR is an acronym for call detail records. So a phone has all the calls that you made, but it's user accessible. So you can go in and delete calls and things like that. A CDR is from the carrier, the call detail records. So if you have an AT&T phone number, law enforcement can submit paperwork to AT&T to get the call detail records. And we use these in forensics to kind of verify and validate what we find on the phone. And it can also show sometimes if data was deleted from the phone, the user cannot access the CDRs, the call detail records. So if we see calls that are missing, they will show up in the CDRs. So we just use the CDRs to validate and marry up with the phone data. And we get that from the carriers, AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile.
And Your Honor, we'd like to enter all 5 of those flash drives as the next number exhibits.
No objection.
I want to enter them separately. The first one is, this is a brown envelope that contains a zip drive. The envelope is labeled Dustin Johnson, extraction and CDR 1625, with the officer's initials on real mark. That is exhibit 19. The next one is envelope with, that contains a zip drive. It's for Cornelius Smith. It says phone dump and CDR for number 6236. It has the officer's initials on it also. We'll mark this as exhibit 20. The next one, it also belongs to Cornelius Smith. It's a brown envelope with a zip drive inside. And it's for phone number 3786, and it's just call detail record. That's the officer's signature on it. We'll mark this as exhibit 21. The next one is for Anthony Mims.
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
Phone extraction and call detail records for phone number 2767 with the officer's signature. Initials will mark it as exhibit 22. And the last one is for Angela Arnold. It's phone extraction and call detail records for phone number ending in 0185 with the officer's signature. We'll mark that as Exhibit 23.
And just for clarification, you did not analyze those extractions.
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
You could have been Adam say that. The hell, Bobby?
Hi there, Agent Dabney. My name is Manny Aurora. We met earlier today, I think.
Yes, sir.
Garner, I'm sorry. It says Holy Justin here. Got me thrown. With regards to my understanding of cell phones, if you could just sort of dumb it down for me.
Yes, sir.
CDRs, call data records?
Call detail records.
Call detail records.
Yes, sir.
And so that tells you what phone calls were made, when they were made, stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
And it also gives you like GPS coordinates of approximately which tower would have been used to make that call.
The GPS that are in the records relate to the tower location.
Right.
So, yes, sir.
Okay. So you would agree that the tower locations aren't 100% accurate. It's just there could be a tower 10 feet from me, but if it's full, it's going to kick me down half a mile or whatever it might be.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So with the call detail record, you can see who called whom,
Yes, sir.
incoming, outgoing, and there is information as to which tower it would have been used. It doesn't put you there necessarily, but relatively close, right?
Just the device connected to that tower. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were asked to sort of do the location from the CDRs for just 2 different phones as part of your investigation, right?
That's correct, sir.
And that was the 1625 for Justin Johnson,
Yes, sir.
and then the 6236 for Mr. Cornelius Smith.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And you were asked to do that in 2024.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Nobody's ever asked you from the DA's office or anyplace else to sort of map out anybody else's phone as to where they might have been at any given time?
No, sir.
Okay. With regards to the towers, we were talking about, these are AT&T records that you downloaded or whatever the term would be, right?
I would need to look at them. I know one of them was a T-Mobile.
Okay. It frankly doesn't matter. It's all good for
Hell no, look at his face. You see the way he said T-Mobile real quick.
Yeah. Download. With regards to the towers, we were talking about, these are AT&T records that you downloaded or whatever the term would be, right?
I would need to look at them. I know one of them was a T-Mobile.
Okay. It frankly doesn't matter. It's all good for the evidence. I lost my train of thought. You think I'd be smarter than that, but with regards to these phones, you did a slide that you were kind enough to share with me. Could you put that up, please?
No.
It is. Yes, Your Honor. It's number 14. Your Honor. Slide. You can't just slide it.
Is it 14?
No, Your Honor. It's slide 14.
Okay. I don't know what you're talking about.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
Jazzy T, what up, what up? I see you in the building. Appreciate you joining. Y'all show some love to Jazzy T. Drop some
Let's do
T
this.
emojis.
I'm going to show you. Did you do a sort of a PowerPoint slideshow to prepare in this case?
No, sir.
Okay. So this cyber crimes thing, that's not you.
That was for the trial last year, sir.
Okay. Related trial in this case.
Yes, sir.
For Justin Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
The information is still the same. You didn't do any more location data for any
That's
other
correct.
phone.
That's correct, sir.
Just those two phones that I mentioned?
Yes, sir.
Justin and Cornelius?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As part of that trial, if I could show you one of the items that you created.
Another sidebar. I mean, they going in with the sidebars today, huh? What up, though, Jazzy T? I see you. Brown Sugar Babe, No One. Appreciate y'all being here. We gonna keep on rolling. Shout out to today's stream sponsors.
What?
Let's see if we can get some of this other clip in. If they ain't take too long of a sidebar.
Young Dolph? Okay, so you did not see Young Dolph as some sort of rival or anything like that?
No, sir.
You wouldn't have been involved in anything like that?
No, sir.
I'd like to introduce those exhibits into evidence at this time, Your Honor.
I need to give them a quick look.
My approach? As Mr. Gardner identified in Your Honor. My approach shoot. Or?
The first picture is a picture of a white Mercedes with the back end damage. The picture has Kirsten Garner's name on the bottom, labeled 11/29/21 at 4:01 p.m. It also has written on it in red the bins we gave drop at Valero. We'll mark this as exhibit number 60. The next picture is a frontal view of a white Expedition. Written on the bottom, the truck hopped out of before Trayon gave him the bins at the house. Police found bins. Kirsten Garner's name, November 29, 2021 at 3:24 p.m.
As far as the CDRs go, whether a smart criminal ditches their phone, doesn't do whatever, you can get the CDRs directly from the phone company. You don't need the actual phone.
That's correct, sir.
All right. And the dumps, that's the actual phone that you described to the jury where you could download text messages and stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then people could delete those, this and that, and you would see a text was sent on the CDR, but you wouldn't know what was said.
Correct. No content. Yes, sir.
Okay. With regards to the codes next to the phones, there's like 2A, there's 11, stuff like that. What does 2A mean if it's written next to the phone call?
I would actually like to see the definitions page if I could.
Sure.
But usually with...
Could I show him the definition? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Testing.
The code
1, 2, 3.
02A, those are called, came in, was not answered, and was sent to voicemail.
Okay. And what about the 11 that's farther down?
Actually, I know that a code 11 is that when someone places a call, they did not restrict their phone number from being viewed from the person that's calling them.
Okay. And with regards to those phone calls, some providers, like once you hit the enter button,
Who's you talking about, Willis?
immediately right away, as soon as I hit call. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then in some cases, until the phone gets picked up, it doesn't tell you how long the phone call is. If I'm calling you and I hit Special Agent Garner call,
Yes, sir.
the clock starts running, right?
Yes, sir.
So generally, if the phone's going to ring 3, 4, 5 times, you'll have 15, 20 seconds sort of already on the call, even though nobody picked it up.
Yes, sir. That's
Okay.
correct.
And then if it goes to voicemail, you can have another 10 or 15 seconds on the call, or however long your voicemail is.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then with code 11, we don't know for sure if it's picked up or not, but it could have gone to voicemail, it could go anywhere. It's just somebody would have to testify to it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I repeat that back?
Absolutely.
I don't know what I said, but I was
With
high every
regards
day.
to Pressure World or AutoZone, you were never asked to review any of the 1625 or the 6236 phone records for those areas, right?
No, sir, I was not.
Okay. And so we've had testimony you talked about, well, you haven't talked about it, but if I live, let's say for example, this hypothetical Bradley Street, and then somebody else lives like 2, maybe 3 minutes away, maybe the street over, something like that, would the same tower arguably be able to be pinging off both their phones?
Yes, it's,
Mayor,
yes,
are
absolutely.
your police reports.
So if I live near somebody, the phones are going to ping. It doesn't necessarily mean I'm at their house or there. I'm just in the area.
It's in the area the tower provides service for. Yes, sir.
And if the tower closest to me was full, like you said, it could kick out half a mile up the road to the next tower.
To the next available tower. Yes, sir.
Okay. One second.
Bruh.
So a question would be, is there anything that signifies which tower that is currently running on? Because y'all saying that this tower means I was here, this tower means he was here, but if it doesn't connect to that tower and it connects to the next tower, how do you know which one it was connected to? You just know the area it was in.
And with regards to tower coverage, let's just say in the Memphis area, I mean, how many miles does a tower arguably cover if it had?
It's not even miles, sir.
Okay.
So to actually get the coverage of a tower, you would have to do a drive test.
Okay.
We did not do a drive test on this.
Okay.
From past experience, having done towers, you can roughly estimate the coverage of a tower by finding the closest tower to it and multiplying that distance by 0.6.
Okay.
And that's not exact. That is an estimate.
Sure.
Because the cell signal is actually going to overlap so that it can provide the best coverage. So it's not going to be a 50-50. So the coverage would be, but from the one cell tower to the next, and then that distance multiplied by 0.6.
All right. I don't want to do too much math. That's why I became a lawyer.
Yes, sir.
But again, that's if that tower has space on it. Otherwise, it could be kicked out.
Have a good night. Have a good night. Have a motherfucking good ass night.
Do you recall how many towers were in the Orange Mound area?
I do not recall.
Okay.
When I mapped out the T-Mobile records, I did a 10-mile radius, and just to show how many T-Mobile towers were in a 10-mile radius from an address, and I think it was 553 T-Mobile towers that were in that 10-mile radius.
All right, and then you would have more towers for AT&T or Sprint and other stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, the only location stuff that they were asked you to do was 1625 and 6236. Just in the formulas. And nothing about AutoZone or Pressure World?
No, sir.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you, Agent Garner.
Yes, sir.
Shut the fuck
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's lunchtime. Don't talk about this.
They said we ain't got no questions for your ass. It's lunchtime for them, but we still got some more to go. Before we get into that, let me give you your lunchtime admonitions. Y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe, tap in, share with a friend. Let's keep it rolling, family. Keep it rolling one time for the one time.
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
And before we continue, let's see where the numbers at. Will Hernandez go free? 25% say if this continue, yes. 25% say maybe in 10 years or so, which means he'll get charged with something, but not with what they trying to hit him with. But 50% say not in a million years. They say he's going down. They got all these people testifying him. Now, when the shooter is testifying against you, it's not a good look. It's not a good look when they saying you involved. We see what happened with this one that's on the stand right now. We see how it went for him. Let's continue some of that while they on their lunch break. Appreciate y'all being here, family. Did I already do the I don't know if I did or not, but just in case I didn't, one more time for the one time. Let's get it.
Lady, this is exhibit number 61. The next picture is a picture of the white Benz at the gas pump. Somebody standing next to the gas pump. The statement under the picture is this 2019 of the driver.
61, the truck hopped out of before Treon gave him the Benz at the house where police found the Benz.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
In relation to this investigation, if that narrows it down any for you, is it still too many times? Or are you just saying one time's too many?
One time, too
Sure. Fair enough. So,
many.
2 minutes. In relation to this investigation, if that narrows it down any for you, is it still too many times? Or are you just saying one time's too many?
One time, too many.
Sure. Fair enough. So, you've at least been interviewed twice, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you even got spoken to right before you came on the stand by the state, correct? And the first time you talked to law enforcement was on November 23rd, 2021 about this. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you told this jury today you had no idea that that Mercedes-Benz was stolen.
No, sir.
Now that just isn't true. And you know it's not true, right?
I wouldn't been in it if it was stolen.
Okay. What's Trayon do for a living?
I can't tell you
I mean, did he have a job that you knew of where he could afford a Benz?
that. Yes, sir.
He did. What'd he do?
Worked at a garbage truck place.
Okay. What? I mean, you weren't with Trayon when he carjacked it a couple of weeks before. I mean, you and him were tight, right?
Yes, sir. If I would have been there, I would have said, you know, I wasn't.
You weren't there?
No, sir.
And you just, I mean, how long you known Trayon?
My whole life.
You've known him your whole life.
Yes, sir.
He works at a garbage company,
Yes, sir.
right? He's driving a Benz. How long had he had the Benz?
I can't tell you.
I mean, you hung out with him almost every day, didn't you?
No, sir. You only kind of pick me up when I need a ride.
Did you need a ride the night you say you went over and traded the Benz?
Yes, sir.
Where were you going?
Off Redwood in a mile.
And Trayon was just taking you.
Yes, sir.
Well, what did you think when he was going to trade his nice bought and paid for Mercedes Benz for an Infiniti Q40?
This is business. That's what I thought.
Let me ask you this, Kristen. For Trayon and you riding around in this Benz that you thought he bought and paid for, didn't carjack to get it. What did you think when he was riding around with 2 pistols and a Draco in the back?
Texas is Memphis.
Because that's what he had, right? A Draco style assault rifle.
I can't tell. I just know he had some type of weapon.
Well, you called it a Draco when you interviewed with law enforcement.
Yeah, it should be done.
Right? So that's what it was. And some pistols, right?
It was a lot more than that. It was plenty guns in the car.
And that's what you and Trayon were riding around with.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this. At least November 16th, 2021, were you a felon?
No, sir.
What about Trayon?
I can't tell.
You don't know?
No, sir.
Well, when you get to Bradley that night, why do you have to drive the Mercedes?
They were treating us, told me to do pump gas and drive it around. And I didn't even know we was going to give it to the truck. I just know when we came around, when I got done pumping gas, we all pulled off, came back around through the store again, and we gave it to him.
The truth is, you are a liar.
So you mean to tell me y'all been following them, drove around the block, hit the block, came back around, and you didn't know what was about to happen? You didn't see them hopping out with their guns, getting their guns and their masks ready? Dude. But hey, I mean, I guess that's how it is now, huh?
Well, he did it for us, you know, he gave it to him.
And the only time you've been in the car was that night? That Mercedes?
No, sir.
You been in it before? How many times?
Twice, 3 times. Just wanted to get the ride when I called Tree on.
Okay. What about, did you ever have to get anything out of the trunk for him? Or did you just get in the front seats and, into the passenger seat, in and out?
Yeah, my wallet.
You had to get your wallet out of the trunk?
Yeah, no, it wasn't in the trunk. It was in the car.
Okay. What about the trunk? Did you ever go in the trunk?
No, sir.
Never went in the trunk?
No, sir.
Never touched the trunk?
No, sir.
You know, you knew there was tags from multiple states in that trunk of that car, though, right?
No, sir.
You got any change of tags that night?
No, sir.
Okay.
I had no idea what the tag was trying. I didn't even know nothing about it. One thing I did was get in the car and go places that I wanted him to take me.
Basically, he's saying I was just a pill popper, so I just wanted some drugs. Whatever they told me to do, I just do it. They say drive here, drive there, I just do it. I ain't ask no questions.
You said you thought Trayon had bought that Mercedes, right?
I didn't say that. I just said I didn't know where he got it from.
I think earlier you said you thought he bought it. He had a job.
Yeah, I just said he had a job. I didn't say he bought it.
Okay.
I said I didn't know where he got it from.
Because you knew him to steal cars too, didn't you?
No, sir.
You didn't tell police that you knew Trayon took a stolen Infiniti and a Challenger?
No, sir. One thing I can say is I told him we had an Infiniti. We didn't have no Challenger. I don't know nothing about no Challenger. But
Okay.
where did he come from?
The truth is, you are a liar.
So, if the police have a report from your interview that says that, they just got it wrong.
Yeah, it seems like.
Okay. Now, when you first got interviewed by the cops in this case, you told them you'd never been in that Mercedes, right?
One time I told them I'd never been in the Mercedes when Dolph died. I didn't have no idea what happened. I told them I was in the Mercedes, but just wanted to get a ride. That's all I told them.
All right. You didn't tell them. What about Valero? They asked you if you'd ever been to Valero.
When they showed me the pictures of me at Valero, that's when I told them this were when the day we gave it a try.
But before they showed you that picture, you said you had never been at the gas station, Valero gas station at Highland.
I didn't even want to tell them nothing really, because I didn't have no dealing with it.
You even were shown a picture of yourself pumping gas and said you didn't know who that person was, right?
Yes, sir.
You were asked earlier if you knew, you say that it's Justin Johnson got that Mercedes. You said, did you ever know why Justin Johnson was getting the Mercedes, or Straight Drop was getting? You said no, right?
Yes, sir.
But that's not what you told the police when you were interviewed again on November 29, 2001. Right?
Interrogated me.
And during your questioning, interrogation, whatever you want to call it, you told them that Drop said he needed the Mercedes-Benz to slide up on his baby mama.
That's what the comment was when he got it for sure.
All right. So earlier you said you were asked directly, did he ever tell you why he needed it, why he wanted it, what he was going to do with it?
That was the comment he made.
Okay. So he, according to you, he did tell you.
He tell me that's just the comment that was made. I wasn't in none of their business. I don't know now one of them, so I wasn't in their business. I was just sitting in the car doing what I was doing.
And this person, you're saying Straight Drop during this interaction, what did you see him do at Valero?
Get in the car. When we got there, we got some gas. After we got some gas, we were trailed in the Audi, the Infiniti, and the Benz. When we got done getting some gas, we rolled out. We came back through the store lot at the air pump, and that's when we traded cars.
Now, after you heard Dolph got killed, you called Treyon, right?
No, sir.
You didn't?
I was with you on the day Dolph got killed. He dropped me off, and we asked him, did he have anything to do with Dolph being dead? Because if he did, we're not going to be around him. That's simple.
Well, you told detectives that you had a conversation with Treyon after the homicide and stated that you called him.
No, sir.
That's not true?
I was with him on the day of. He dropped me off in Raleigh and then Infinity.
All right. And you told Treyon, according to what you told them at the time, that people were trying to put your name in as one of the shooters in Dolph's murder.
Yeah, that was for sure.
When was this conversation?
The day after.
Day after?
Me recognizing that Dolph was dead, and the day after that, we recognized that the car we were just in that had something to do with Dolph.
And you already knew the day after he's killed, that people are putting your name in it.
It's my family. Like, they know what car we were just in. Like,
who's your family? When you say your family,
Dolph people, like Dolph, like they're my family.
Can you explain that to me a little bit more? Are they your blood relatives?
Yes, sir.
How are y'all related?
Cousins.
Okay. And you're saying the family would have known that you were driving around in that white Mercedes?
Yes, sir.
How would they have known that?
We was calling them, letting them know when we got the van.
You called Dolph's family.
No, we called people that were related.
Who'd you call?
I can't tell.
What do you mean you can't tell? You don't know?
They're not in it.
Who'd you call?
Can't tell.
Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit. I like that.
I thought you just said you called them. They're your family.
Yes. But Treon did all the calls.
But why is he calling Dolph's family?
He's trying to get it. He's trying to get the car gone.
Why would Dolph's family know how to get the car gone?
It ain't just Dolph's family. There was plenty of people that we were trying to get the car to.
Well, you just said it was Dolph's family. Who you were calling. That's who we're talking about, Mr. Garner.
Yeah.
So you stole a car, and back again. You said earlier you didn't even know the car was stolen.
Why you keep saying I stole the car?
Why are you trying to get the car gone if you didn't steal it?
I didn't steal it, but Treon was trying to get the car gone.
So Treon stole it?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Why is he trying to get rid of the car? If he bought it?
I can't tell you, and I didn't say he bought it. I didn't know where he got it from.
So you're in a car, however Treon got it, that you're calling, you say, Dolph's family, before he's killed, to try to get rid of the car, for whatever reason.
It was way before Dolph was even in the thing dealing with Dolph. Like, we've been trying to get the car gone. Like, it was way before it. It didn't have nothing to do the day of, the day after, the day before, none of it. It was way before. When he picked me up, the first time he picked me up, he was trying to get the car gone. I didn't get in his business. It's not my business. I'm just getting in here to get a ride.
What's way before? Let's start there. It was way before Dolph was killed.
Yeah.
How far before?
About a week or two.
All right, and you're saying that's way before.
Yes.
But Treon, according to you, is calling Dolph's family. And Treon's not related to Dolph too, is he?
It's just not Dolph's family. You gotta realize everybody grew up with each other. So everybody know everybody. It's Memphis. Everybody know everybody.
Well, sorry, I'll let you finish.
He got done calling them. They didn't want to get it. They didn't have nothing to do with it. So I guess he did what he did and gave it a drop. I don't know. I can't tell you why he gave it and where he did it from.
But you're concerned immediately when Dolph ends up murdered, because you know that you or Treon, one of the two of you, has reached out to Dolph's family and tried to unload a white Mercedes, right? Which is in the video, driving away.
My fault, but why you keep saying it was just Dolph's family? Like I told you, it was multiple people he was trying to sell the car to.
That's what you said.
Yeah.
That's what you said. You won't tell us who it was. I've asked you that too.
I went through that. That have nothing to do with me.
You said
talking about me giving the car to Trump. I ain't have nothing to do with other stuff.
Well, unfortunately, you don't get to pick and choose, Mr. Garner, on what you answer and what you don't. The judge gets to decide that, not you.
He said, my name Bennett, and I ain't fucking winning. What up, Miss D56? I see you. Appreciate you joining, family.
Yes, sir.
And you're concerned, and the day after, because maybe not the only people, but you've interacted, as you said, a lot of people, some of which were your family, which you've identified as Dolph's family, with that car, and your name is in it, right? Same car that's got, as luck would have it, a Draco in it, and two pistols. At least, you said a bunch, but at least 2 pistols, right?
There's a lot of weapons.
And you're immediately concerned, right? Because you think, oh no.
Now, when Dolph died, seen that Mercedes on the news. Of course, man, who not finna call them if I'm in this car and they just did shit like, I ain't finna act like I didn't out here. Yeah, I called them.
Well, you called them. You called them because somebody said you were involved.
It's most of the people I call, like, yeah, like, what's going on? Like, and me not knowing about it, like, why I'm in this car, like, y'all put me in something that I don't even supposed to be in, really.
And this was the day after.
Yes.
This is before you ever even come on the scene. Like, you're not picked up by law enforcement yet. You're not talking to the cops. That doesn't happen to
This
you.
came, man, right after dog died. Like, it came a couple of days after, like, so it was none of it. I already knew that I was gonna get picked up regardless. I don't supposed to be here. I don't recall none of that. All I recall is going back to prison. I said that I got picked up for nothing.
And started lying right then. Right? Trying to hide your involvement.
It's Dolph, like, I wouldn't want to be in it, like, knowing I ain't got nothing to do with it. There wasn't no lie, it was for real, like, I ain't have nothing to do with it, it ain't no lie. I don't. So why would I go tell them something that I don't have nothing to do with? I don't have nothing to do with it.
Mr. Gard, we learned today you've had quite a bit to do.
How to tell?
That's all the questions I've got.
Redirect. I've got no further questions.
And no, he caught me off guard with that. We learned today you had quite a bit to do. He said, I don't even know what you talking about. I ain't got nothing to do with it. Fuck you. What up, family? We gonna keep it rolling. We still got some more. Might as well get caught up so we can know what all went down before we got to where we are today. And what better time than to get it in right now? Appreciate y'all, family. Here go the verdict from the last one. Let's get into that. Let's see the verdict from the last one.
We have a verdict to the members of the public. If you don't think you're going to be able to not show any emotion during the reading of this verdict, I ask you to remove yourself now. There won't be, the court won't tolerate any outbursts of any sort from anyone. You will bring me here?
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
Ready, Your Honor?
Yes.
The jury's now into the courtroom.
You will stand and read your verdict, please.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder as charged in count 1 of the indictment. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in count 2 of the indictment. And we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of convicted felon in possession of a firearm as charged in count 3 of the indictment.
Thank you. Juror number 1, is that your verdict? Juror number 34, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 35, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 11, is that your verdict? Yes. Juror number 4. Juror number 20. Thanks again for your time and attention. You are excused.
Jurors excused.
Anyone?
This is next.
Mr. Hagerman, have you heard from Mr.
I've
Rory?
been texting with him. And he hasn't given me a date yet. My sense is next week is not good. And then he said he had a jury trial the last week of.
The absence of
We have a
evidence
verdict.
is not the evidence of absence.
What?
To the members of the public, if you don't think you're going to be able to not show any emotion during the reading of this verdict, I ask you to remove yourself now. There won't be, the court won't tolerate any outburst of any sort from anyone. You will bring me in?
Going to run through some of the various crime scenes with you, some of the various aspects of the investigation. So try to get as comfortable as you can, even with your arm. But I know you're doing good now too, because you're retired. Is that right?
That is correct.
Retired from MPD?
That is correct.
How long were you with MPD?
26 years.
So 26 years. I say you earned it. In 2021, where were you assigned in PD?
I was assigned to the homicide.
All right, and what did you do in homicide back in 2021?
I was an investigator in homicide.
In homicide here in Memphis, do you get a case and you're the only person that works on the case?
No.
Do y'all work in teams?
We work in teams.
And were you one of the case officers on this case?
I was.
Would you assign and delegate people to do various things in the investigation?
I do. Delegate people.
You're actually from Memphis, aren't you?
I am.
What neighborhoods did you grow up in?
I grew up in Claiborne Home, Cascade.
And Claiborne Homes is downtown Memphis?
Correct.
Hold on, we got some other stuff. I don't know if it's the same one, but that I will see if I could grab the sentencing real quick.
Right. This clicker is very difficult to use. Right here first is this.
That's me.
Gap sweatshirt. Draco.
Yeah, great thing.
Gloves.
Gloves.
Got those Nikes on.
Yeah. Orange and white Nike.
Black sweatshirt, gloves. What kind of hat is it?
A Bass Pro.
That's Justin.
Yeah, just.
And you understand, do you understand, as you identify these pictures, not only are you saying that Justin's guilty of murder on the contract hit, but you're saying you're guilty too.
Yes, sir.
This house here, right here,
Yeah, that's on Brady Street.
is that the same house?
Yeah, that's the same house.
Is that that driveway we were just looking at?
Yup.
By jealousy and cowardice. You may have tried to take a man down for the sake of envy.
Finish straight in the courtroom, y'all.
Thank you. First degree. To commit first degree murder, and convicted felon in possession of a firearm. He's previously been sentenced to life on the murder, and we're here today to set sentence on the other two counts, the conspiracy and the convicted felon in possession of a firearm. Will there be any witnesses called?
No witnesses, Your Honor. The only proof we're going to present is a victim impact statement that we're just going to read into the record. The family would prefer it that way.
Any witnesses?
No witnesses, and I had an opportunity to review the victim impact witness.
Does your client wish to make a statement? Wish to offer?
No, Your Honor.
You want to read that statement into the record?
November 17, 2021 is a day that will forever impact my life. On that day, it felt as if our whole world stopped. The pain of that moment was felt not only by myself and my family, but also the city and the fans around the world. In just a few seconds, a crucial part of my life was ripped away, leaving a void that will never truly be filled. Our family's holiday plans turned from gatherings of joy to grief, anger, and sadness. There will be no more moments of hearing his voice, no hugs, no family trips, no celebrations, and no laughter shared together. Those plans now exist only as memories. An unexpected death like this cuts differently, leaving behind a unique pain many can't imagine, especially when it happens so suddenly and violently. One day we're talking on the phone, sharing the newest addition to the family, and the next he's brutally taken from us while on his way to give back to the community. A horrific loss that has haunted my family every day for the past 3 years. We went from not knowing if 2 of our family members were safe to learning that my brother witnessed a tragedy that no one should have to endure. The anger, anxiety, and grief we feel aren't isolated to me alone. They're felt by our entire family. Explaining to my nephew that his father wouldn't be coming home was unimaginable. But in that moment, I saw strength in him. A strength that could only come from God and the spirit of his family, my brother Dolph. In a world full of envy, jealousy, and arrogance, many fail to realize the impact of their actions until it's too late. Yet Adolph Robert Thornton Jr., better known as Young Dolph, understood the value of giving back. He created a legacy that will endure long after this tragedy. Unlike those who committed this cowardly act, Dolph lifted up his community. He extended his hand to those who needed it most and encouraged those around him to rise higher. Our family will never be the same, but we are committed to honoring his memory and vision, ensuring that the legacy of Adolph Robert Thornton Jr. remains as powerful as ever. I think about him every day, the greatness he achieved not just for himself, but for so many others. Death like this isn't something you forget. You learn to live with it, as healing is a continuous journey. And to the one responsible for taking him from us, know this. You may deny your actions, but the evidence speaks clearly. You've shown yourself to be driven by jealousy and cowardice. You may have tried to take a man down for the sake of envy, but in the end have lost far more than you could ever gain. The world sees you now for what you are, and as justice has spoken, you and all of those connected to this incident will forever be known as the man who chose envy and jealousy over humanity.
Thank you. Argument?
The state, Your Honor, has filed 2 motions in advance of sentencing. The first notice of enhancing factors that the state believes and would argue to the court applies in this case. So I'll start with those enhancing factors. The state has referenced enhancement factor number 1, that the defendant has a previous history of criminal convictions or criminal behavior, in addition to those necessary to establish his range.
That they were in to Quick, who put it at a house across the street from Quick's house, over in Orange Mound on Bradley Street. Got a bag. Mr. Smith testified that this was a wound kit. That because he was injured. We saw the defendant get in the Charger for a minute, in the back seat. Mr. Smith testified that when they went back in the house, when Justin came back in the house with the wound kit, they patched each other up. And then he texted his girlfriend to come get it.
you some time.
Money from Dr. Juliet in the where he changed those clothes and kept that yellow jacket on after the murder.
You talking about Willis?
The defendant is a range 2 multiple offender. So they could get money. It was a hit. This plan to strike out that day to kill someone so they could get money. It was a hit. We heard testimony that it included Quet himself, Mr. Johnson, and Jook.
I don't know what I said, but I was high every day for a whole year and I was saying anything. I was saying done anything to get out of here. I was saying done anything.
We also saw that the defendant, we saw how he moved around. We saw videos. We saw videos where he moved in the middle of the night before this occurred to get that white Mercedes from a gas station. We saw where they exchanged vehicles. We saw where he made the phone call. Well, we heard testimony where he made the phone call to the cousin in Whitehaven so they'd have somewhere to go to hide out for a little while so they could patch up their wounds and change their clothes. Heard testimony that he actually went and picked up comedian Smith. So I'm going to find enhancement factor number 2 that he was a leader in the commission of offense involving 2 or more criminal actors. The state also asked me to find enhancement factor number 10, where the defendant had no hesitation about committing a crime when the risk to human life was high.
The right front, the right left, excuse me, the right left side.
The state is correct. This does not apply to the homicide of Mr. Adolph Thornton Jr. This applies to the other 2 charges, convictions. Into the act itself, where there were people in that store, that cookie shop that day. There weren't a lot of people, thank goodness. But there was some employees in the business. There was a cashier whose life was in danger. The victim's brother was there. So certainly, the risk to human life was high. And I'm going to place great weight on that enhancement factor also.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm over here dying. Polo.
And although it appears that the defendant was on some sort of release after the aggravated assault convictions, because we don't have any proof of what kind of release, the pre-sentence report doesn't reflect it. I just want to find that enhancement factor mark number 13. Mitigating factors filed, none found.
This how they really add up the charges out there, right there on the spot. She doing it like a math test. The math ain't math. She out here taking the math test in front of everybody. She's like 1 + 1. Let me see, how many robberies? Okay. It was 13 bullets. What the hell?
Eligible for parole somewhere around 7 his career.
She was sipping that drink. Hey, I told you she had that drink in her cup. I'm telling you, it's hard to focus. You got that drink in your cup. You can't see all the lines even.
Practically, at no other time above the life sentence that he's already been sentenced to will protect the community. The defense argues that the life sentence will make Mr. Johnson eligible for parole somewhere around 70 or in his mid-70s. And there's no need to protect the community any further because of that life sentence. Agrees with that. That sounds good. I don't know that the court agrees with that.
It's good to see y'all again.
I don't know if she knows what she's doing. Heck no. Yeah, he got life. Yeah, just say life. Just say life. Life plus life. He got 1,000 lives, 1,000 life sentences.
These were crimes that were committed in our community in the middle of the day, in broad daylight, other people around, for greed.
What up, Time? Welcome back. Welcome back.
Greed, money, and fame.
You missed a whole lot. A whole lot. Whole lot of struggling from this judge right here, though, too. She's been trying to read this paper for 30 minutes. I didn't fast forward through half of it. She still ain't talking about that. Anyway, we see, I don't even know what she said. It was so separated.
I'm going to run count 1 and count 3 concurrently.
Oh, now we getting there, finally.
But consent to the license.
Right, that's what I said. Just say he got life. That's what I just said. You could have said that 30 minutes ago. I'm gonna run that concurrently to the life sentence. 30 minutes to say that. Hey, it's all right. Hey, it's all right. She doing what she can, I guess, huh? Oh wait, that's the wrong one. We do got the closing arguments from that trial, though. We could get into some of that while they on break, and I still got it set up and ready. It's still running, so we'll know as soon as they get back.
Again, this is the last time you're going to have to hear from me. And as I see all of your faces, I know that's something you're looking forward to. And that's okay. I know that you all want to get back to your lives. And I can tell you on behalf of Mr. Johnson that your attention during this trial is greatly appreciated. What you've had to set aside in order to provide this service, I have no doubt that the court and Mr. Hagerman, Ms. Iris, all of us agree you're indebted to you for that. Because like I said in opening, this is important. And you're about to have to roll up your sleeves and go to work. And it's going to be a difficult job. This young man's fate is in your hands. The concept of justice, right? We talked about that in Fort Dyer. We talked about that again in opening, right? And it's in your hands. Meting out justice. And it's difficult because what you've heard is the tragedy of someone losing their life, of their family members not having that person in their life. And that is terrible, and the court will tell you, as terrible as that is, you can't consider that when you're determining guilt or innocence in this case. But it's heavy. Now, on the other hand, you have Mr. Johnson. This young man that you heard in the evidence is a young man, aspiring rapper. Wanted to make it as a rap artist. When you're going back through these exhibits, you're going to see a picture of him in front of the house on Bradley. You know, engaged in a music video, right, for his rap. Hat kicked to the side, kind of grin on his face, because that's what he wanted to do. And his fate is directly in your hands. And like we talked about, it's never justice to wrongfully convict someone. And so that determination that you're going to make, beyond a reasonable doubt, is the heaviest one, maybe one of the heaviest decisions you'll ever make. And you've had an opportunity to sit through the trial and hear the evidence, observe the witnesses, and you've been told, keep an open mind. And I hope you have. And I'm sure you have. And not to talk about the case. You know, the thing that you've been listening to for days, with people all around you that have going through the same thing, and then you have to be around them even when you're not here, and you can't talk about the elephant in the room. But today that changes. And not only are you allowed to talk about it, the judge has instructed you that you have to talk about it. And to engage in deliberations meaningfully. To listen to one another, to review the evidence that you've heard, to talk about it, and render a decision. But to the degree you're working together, what you never have to do is abandon your conscience. Now, I don't mean conscience like Cornelius Smith and that conscience, right? Because I don't think he really meant that when you heard from him. He said, oh, the reason I decided to tell the truth is I got a conscience. And we all know that's not the type of thing you're dealing with. You take that more seriously. You mean it. He didn't. You've heard a lot of concepts, you know, the terms of art and the law, the burden of proof, presumption of innocence. And when we started this, I told you, Mr. Johnson sits before you innocent. And I'm again telling you today, after the state has closed its proof, he remains that way. He didn't kill Adolph Ford Jr. He didn't conspire to kill Adolph Ford Jr. And he wasn't the man holding the pistol in the Makita video. And it's going to be up to you to decide that. To watch those videos. Watch them closely. They want to talk about those videos, and I'm encouraging you to study them. Give them a close look. The state doesn't want to acknowledge what I told you in opening, and that is similar, it doesn't mean the same. Plenty of people have gray sweatpants, black shoes with white soles, black hoodies. And as we learned through the proof, in Memphis especially, and elsewhere, Bass Pro has. You can look at it, if we had a window, you could look at it and you could see the Bass Pro, which is the pyramid here. You also heard testimony about it being a fad at that point in time. Famous rappers wearing it. Other famous artists. I think I mentioned Gwen Stefani wearing Bass Pro. One rapper has a signature Bass Pro hat. You heard from one of the detectives that they even interviewed someone who gave them a potential suspect that wasn't Mr. Johnson and said that person always wore a Bass Pro hat. And you have to consider that. And then you have Sergeant Dabney, who, for the first time, and I think he acknowledged this, sitting on the stand says, I think those underwear are the same. They're both blue. You look at the underwear from Tulane Apartments, you look back at the Makita video, those are the same underwear. Look at it. Look at the steel shots. And for yourself, determine, can you tell if those are the same? And as jurors, you get to make that call. You get to look at it for yourself and compare those. We've heard a lot about it's not 1981 anymore. And I agree. Right? You know, we've got cameras, but like I told you in opening, what also has advanced tremendously since 1981 is the world of forensics. right? Fingerprints, DNA, touch DNA. And you have to ask yourself, why is Justin Johnson's DNA nowhere in that car? There's DNA in that car. You heard a lot about they wiped it. Cornelius Smith said he wiped it. And we'll get to whether you believe that or not in a minute, okay? But he says he wiped it. But he didn't. There's fingerprints on it. Kristen Garner's, Trayon Ingram's, and Cornelius Smith. There was DNA found. One of it coming back to Trayon Ingram, right? Not Justin Johnson. Now, there's a lot of talk about gloves, right? They made a big point to say, you see gloves in the video. Now, they want you to believe that Mr. Johnson's running around in this Mercedes, and the reason that his prints aren't on it are because he's wearing gloves. And mind you, Cornelius Smith, when he said he wiped the car, never said he wiped the driver's side of the car. Okay? If you believe that. And they want you to believe Mr. Johnson's driving around this white Mercedes, including with his daughter. Look at those videos. You think, he's not wearing gloves. And he's got a little girl in tow that would presumably be in that car with him. No DNA recovered. None. Now, during proof, it was interesting because they would show the Mercedes go into crosstown and the Mercedes leave crosstown, and they would show a video of Mr. Johnson getting out and walking in the building or walking out of the building. There is no video that shows Mr. Johnson in that Mercedes. And you heard they had a reel, right? The video was a reel when they're doing crosstown, and when I asked it, I think it was Detective or Sergeant Dabney, about there was surely other cars going in and out at this very time. And he said, yeah. But you have to ask yourself, was Justin Johnson ever in that Mercedes? So let's go to Kristen Garner. Kristen Garner gets up here and tries to tell you that. He tries to say he didn't know the car was stolen, that Trayon was driving around in the car. And at first, he acts like, even under questioning from Mr. Hagerman, that he wasn't even present when the car was exchanged, because he tries to say, well, Trayon told me. And if you recall, Mr. Hagerman had to kind of go back at him, and I think he said something like, I can't tell you that, and then he eventually started answering some questions. You also remember that this is the same guy that went into law enforcement and said, I've never been in that car. I don't know a guy named Justin Johnson other than on Instagram. He's a rapper. And then suddenly, he starts evolving through the story. Still lying to law enforcement. He even looks at a video of himself, right, pumping gas, and goes, that's not me in the video. And he's like, okay, it's me. But they're trying to tell you Justin Johnson's at the Valero gas station, right, when he's pumping gas. Where is he? Now, they want you to believe that this shadowy figure up in the right, top corner was Justin Johnson. And that he was the other passenger in the Infiniti, but you can't really make out who he is. You have to rely on Kristen Garner. That's what you have to rely on. And we talked a little bit about proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And I said one of the ways that you could use to kind of understand it is proof so convincing that you would not hesitate to rely upon it in making the most important decisions of your life. And it's really simple, right? You look there and you go, would I trust Kristen Gardner with anything? If he told me something, would I believe it? The answer is no. Because the more he talked, right, the more you realize he and Trayon are in the Mercedes. They're driving around with a Draco rifle, assault rifle. The same one described as being held by Cornelius Smith in the shooting of Adolph Thornton Jr. Their prints are in the car. He says they have, what he said, a ton of guns in that car. And then he starts talking about how he's related to Dolph, and they were trying to dump the car before, right? And he's reaching out to Dolph's people to try to get rid of a car, which is the reason why after this happened, immediately, day after, he's calling Trayon going, my name's in this. My name's in this. Why would his name be? And B, why couldn't he just say, I don't have anything to do with this? And at Valero, you do see Trayon and Kristen. They're there front and center. Now, there's been a lot of talk about the phone and location. And in the state's argument just now, you heard her saying what the expert said, a phone using, a tower that could be and he said could be. He said was in the service area of the Valero gas station. Or then he said, I didn't do any drive tests, so I can't say what the coverage area would have been. All right? And when you're looking at his slides, you've got that really thick PowerPoint exhibit. You'll be able to look at it. And you notice, right, that you're going to notice that the pictures are all really small. They're really zoomed in on the map. And he's talking about, like, this, do you think this is thorough? This is thorough. I mean, he's going through all these calls. Look at what he's doing. But then you have to ask yourself, well, what happens if you expand the map? And then you realize, and this is the exhibit I entered, you realize he's not even counting all the data and calls, because when you show what he left out at 12:23, right, at the time immediately after Adolph Thornton Jr. was shot, there are several towers that Mr. Johnson's phone gets off of that are, one's 3 miles away in one direction, the other one is 3.2 miles away down by the Memphis airport. And then he has to go, I left those out. Not a really good explanation for why, right? Important. When there are a group of fine people that are looking to find the truth and have to make this decision and need to evaluate the accuracy of what he's telling you. And then you realize that when you talk about coverage areas and where things are in relation to these phones, somebody could be anywhere in a 3-mile radius, either any direction. And then you have to go, what is it? What does it show us? How did that help? How does that make you any more certain of someone's presumed location at a given point in time? Because he said it's not an exact science, and I'm not here to tell you that I can pinpoint where he is. And I didn't do drive testing, and I don't know. The next available tower is what a cell phone normally would look for, but also I can't even tell you if the towers were down at the time. That could make a difference. That could put you further out. I couldn't tell you if they were down for maintenance, if they were overburdened, and he said, look, if the tower's real busy, it'll direct you to the next tower. But what it doesn't establish is that Justin Johnson was involved in the conspiracy to kill Adolph Thornton. It doesn't establish that he killed Adolph Thornton or possessed a firearm. Now, a little bit about conspiracy and some more of the facts as you heard them from some of the other witnesses. Now, I have to take a little bit of an issue with the state on something that was said during their initial argument. And that is this. There was no evidence at all that Justin Johnson was present for any meetings discussing this hit. What Cornelius Smith said was he met with Hernandez Govan and Juk, and Justin Johnson was not there. And then he said he met with Hernandez Govan and others on another occasion to discuss it, and Justin Johnson was not there. So to suggest that he was present and agreed, where's the agreement? He wasn't there. Now, you get to Mr. Smith. The court has already instructed you about accomplice testimony and is already warning you that when you're considering that, you have to use caution. Now, you also have to apply the credibility factors that are in the jury instructions, but they're not an exhaustive list, right? Like we talked about in voir dire. Some of you, most of you, probably all of you have had to talk to somebody before and go, are they telling me the truth or not? And that's exactly what's here. But accomplice testimony is flagged because that person may have an interest.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What? You need a breather, a little water drink, a water break or something. He kind of drying it out. But yeah, we get into that closing. Shout out to TSC, today's stream sponsor. Appreciate you, family. Much love, much love.
Oh, he needs some milk.
And the outcome of this case. And you go, what is that interest? Well, Cornelius Smith, number one, told him. He had to admit. He didn't want to admit it, but he's meeting with the state. He's hoping to get a benefit on his own sentence. He's supposed to be telling the truth. But he's writing his sisters at the exact same time that he's meeting with the government, or the state rather, and telling them, I didn't do this, I'm just lying to get the deal. I'm just lying to get the deal. Now, is that his conscience, like he wanted to say? No. That's him telling his family. His family. Why would he lie to his sisters? If he had a conscience, right? If he had done this out of the sense of, I did this awful thing, I feel awful, I've got to accept responsibility and tell the truth. No. But you remember, and it was kind of an interesting moment when he was testifying, because at one point he says, oh, that's not lying, I was gaming. Gaming's not lying. And the unfortunate part of all this is he's gaming everybody, including trying to game y'all. That's the problem. And he thinks he's going to walk. I mean, and the only person in this case who got paid for this. Remember, there is no proof whatsoever that Justin Johnson got a penny. Cornelius Smith got 50 grand for a lawyer for killing Adolph Thornton and didn't have to give it back. He didn't have to give it back. His lawyer was in the courtroom. And I asked him, I said, you remember, I said, how could you? You didn't give it back, you grew a conscience. What's going on with you? And he went, well, I did it. Services rendered, right? And the lawyer, he's talking about with his sister, she's saying, oh, well, my lawyer's telling me to cooperate. I'm walking. I'm not doing it unless I can walk. Now, he was asked by Mr. Hagerman, have I ever told you? Have I ever told you you're not going to have to go to prison? And he said, no, you haven't. But you have to keep in mind two things, right? At the time he was giving all this information that made him valuable to come in here and talk, he thought he was getting out. That's when those letters are going out. Those letters are going out, and he thinks he's getting out because he's got the lawyer, they got the cooperator from Ali Bobo to walk. And that's the type of thing you have to remember when you're assessing whether you can rely upon Cornelius Smith and anything that he said. The guy that sat in that chair, and he was asked by Mr. Hagerman, when you killed Adolph Thornton, what did you feel? And like it was nothing, said, I didn't feel anything. I was trying to get paid. And that's the guy that they want to put in front of you and say, believe it. You know, he went and talked about exchanging money, right? Getting $800, right? At one point said, do you find people that he got that Mr. Johnson somehow came back into town and he talked on the phone with him and brought $500, and then some other time some other guy in a Chrysler 300 showed up and provided money to his girlfriend. Well, two things. One, that's not what Mr. Smith originally said to law enforcement. He said that Chrysler 300 came twice, and then Mr. Justin Johnson wasn't anywhere in sight. Well, and what do you know about the Chrysler 300? Jamarcus Johnson, right? Did Jamarcus Johnson say when he was here in front of you, did you ever hear the state ask him, did you deliver the money? Is part of you being involved in helping Mr. Johnson? Did you deliver money for him? I mean, he asked about the email, or the text rather, about Cornelius emailing Justin's phone and saying, essentially, I need money for the birthday party. That's because Cornelius Smith is lying from start to finish. And then for the first time ever, here in court, he says he wiped the card out. Who's in contact? Who's in contact with Govan? According to Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith. Who's not in contact with Govan? Mr. Johnson. Did you hear anything about that? Now, when you go back in the jury room, you're going to be reviewing, obviously, these videos. And one of the things that you have to kind of ask yourself is timing. When you see Mr. Johnson in the elevator with his little girl leaving Crosstown that morning. And of course, you know there's going to be one exhibit that's the reel where the state had on it 11:51 in the morning. And then of course Mr. Hagerman came in, acknowledged the mistake to say that wasn't the right time. And put an officer on the stand, the lieutenant, to talk about getting access to the time, how he got the timestamp. But what that shows you is this. They don't know what time it was that day on that video. They don't know. I mean, mistakes get made. I'm not here to suggest that they don't. But you have to ask yourself, okay, the mistake got made, and then there's a timestamp. Okay, we want to put the timestamp one in. That seems like the logical choice. But then you have to listen to the lieutenant, right? And go, Lieutenant, what did you do to check and confirm that these were accurate times? Well, I looked at the live feed when I was in there. I had to have a technician, it's a computer, I don't understand it, but when I was there, I looked up at the screen and it appeared to be the right date and time. But not one person, you didn't hear from anybody that could say, that was confirmed, that's accurate, nothing happened with the system beforehand. And you even heard him say, it is not uncommon at all to pull surveillance cameras that have inaccurate date and times. Because you have to ask yourself about timing. You have to ask yourself about timing of leaving Crosstown, Mr. Johnson presumably going all the way to Whitehaven, if he's in that Mercedes and dropping his daughter off, right? And he said 20 minutes, something like that. Then he's supposedly driving all the way back to Wild Rose, 20 minutes, thereabouts, to pick up Cornelia Smith. They got to leave, then turn around and go to Bradley and go back to the white truck, right? And then get out and be in front of the Makita Cookie at 12:21. Now, that part of common sense and your everyday experiences, what does that tell you about going one place to the other? Right? Takes longer, right? If you're stopping places, if you got to park, if you're presumably dropping a child off, there's going to be some kind of a exchange of a child, maybe a discussion with a person, and you build all that in. That's a lot of time. And I would submit to you that one of the reasons that became an issue is about correcting that time is when the state realized that I was asking questions of that witness and asking him how long it would take to get from point A to point B to here to here to here.
They back, but the sound not on yet. They ain't started yet, so I'll switch it over when they start up.
Because when you do the math and it's 11:51, it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Now into the courtroom.
You know, and all this about Bradley, even the exchange of the Mercedes and the Infiniti, the dropping of the Mercedes at Bradley and picking up the SUV, whether somebody cleaned the Mercedes or didn't, who moved their Mercedes to the backyard, all of that, according to Cornelius Smith, should have been captured on Hernandez Govan's home security system. Right? He said Govan had a security system directly facing Bradley because that's why when he decided that he was going to go wipe the car down, either the
Go ahead.
This is entitled Order Stipulating Ownership of 901-618-3848. Whereas there having been presented to me the Honorable Jennifer Johnson Mitchell, Judge of Division 10 of the Criminal Court of Tennessee, 30th Judicial District of Memphis for the purpose of trial, phone number 901-618-3848 belongs to the defendant, Hernandez Govan. The ownership of 901-618-3848 is stipulated by the Assistant District Attorney and the attorney for the defendant, Hernandez Govan, and shall be entered into evidence by agreement. It is therefore ordered, adjudged, and decreed.
Thank you. You can call your next witness.
State again, we'll call Sergeant Brown.
Stand right here, sir. Raise your right hand facing Young.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Sergeant Browning, could you state your first and last name?
Jesse Browning.
And for the benefit of our jurors, could you spell your first and last name?
JESSE-BROWNING.
And where are you employed?
Memphis Police Department.
In what capacity?
At the multi-agency gang unit.
And have you attained a certain rank? I called you Sergeant Brown, but in effect, Sergeant Brown.
Sergeant Brown.
And were you tasked with the investigation involving the homicide of Adolph Warren Jr.?
I was.
And how did you become involved with that investigation?
My team was tasked sometime, some of my team tasked sometime in December when it was revealed.
December of 2021?
21, yes.
Okay.
December of 21. That there was more than just a simple murder. It kind of turned into more of a conspiracy.
And what did you do as a result of that, becoming part of that investigation?
We just started working the conspiracy into the investigation. If it was call detail records, phones, interviews, it could be all kinds of capacity.
Specifically, did you become involved in the investigation of Mr. Hernandez Govan?
I did.
And what did you do as a result of the investigation? Did you do anything separate from the general investigation?
As far as like the Title III or?
Did you collect call detail records?
Yes, we collected call detail records, phones, you name it, we collected it on this investigation.
And did you analyze those records?
We did.
And what did you do to analyze?
I use a software called PenLink or PLX, which just makes it easier, one, to create reports and then analyze the records. Generally in just bring it, because they all come in UTC, you can kind of get the records in more of a coordinated time. But we also analyze the actual raw records too, just to verify.
And did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation to help explain to the jury what you looked at when you analyzed it?
Yes, it's call detail records and phone.
If we could pass this to Sergeant.
Any objection?
Sure, none.
look at that and see if you recognize the contents of the envelope.
Yes.
And what does that depict?
It's just a thumb drive. It's got my PowerPoint on it. It's got my initials, my IBM on it.
Your Honor, if we could have the entrance evidence as the next number.
We just asked when the PowerPoint was created for completion sake of the exhibit.
What do you say?
When was the PowerPoint completed completed?
The final parts of it with the specifically the records was yesterday. Same way the extra.
And Your Honor, again, exit if you enter into evidence as the next number.
This is an envelope containing what's being described as a thumb drive. It has Sergeant Browning's name on it, PPT. The red thumb drive on the inside. We'll mark this as Exhibit 25.
No.
And for our jurors, this PowerPoint is comprised from exhibits 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. Permission to publish.
Yes.
That would be the right front, the right
This is
left,
your
excuse me, the
presentation,
right
is that
left
correct?
side.
That's correct.
Front.
We will go through it. No, it is small. Could you tell us, or if it would be better if with the court's permission, you can get down and explain what we are looking at here.
Okay, so this is going to be essentially a screenshot of the information associated to Justin Johnson's cellular device. So it's just I essentially take out the remove the important information for the PowerPoint purposes, like his IMEI, MZs, telephone numbers, things of that.
You named some things we have probably never heard of. Say those again.
So like the IMEI is the number that, it's essentially a serial number that belongs to the device, and then an MZ is generally a serial number that belongs to like your SIM card or your network. So we use those things to compare. And then telephone numbers. As you can see, I think on Justin Johnson, it has like his email address, which has maybe a partial of his name. So essentially, it just shows the things that are associated with that cellular device.
And also for the benefit of our jurors, they will have access to this PowerPoint. And this is Justin Johnson's number ending 901-236-1625. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. We have another.
Yeah, so this is going to be same information but it's for Cornelius Smith's cellular device, which his last used number for that phone was 901-513-6236. Correct. And then this cellular device is one that belongs to Angela Arnold for the number of 901-370-0185. Primarily has the same information that you can use to compare.
Well, we have a date of July 27, 2021.
That's correct.
Is there any significance to that number, that dates, rather?
For us, we found that was significant from the interview with Angela Arnold, actually Cornelius Smith, I'm sorry.
What are we looking at here?
So on the 27th, you have, essentially, we take the call detail records in the software and we create a hot number list. So a hot number list would be, if you're looking at your phone, for me it'd be, my girlfriend or my mom or my dad. That'd probably be your typical top 5 callers. It can vary, but it's just showing your top callers and down.
And this is for a particular day? You could...
Yeah, so I filtered it for that actual day, so it's not the totality of the records. It's just for that day. And this telephone number belongs to Justin Johnson, which is 901-236-1625. And then as you see, when we look at the records, his top caller is going to be a number that belongs to Hernandez Govan. And it shows like 24 communications. The next number is going to be for Anthony Mims, and his telephone number is 901-692-2767. And as you can see, Hernandez Govan on that day, again filtered for the 27th, is around the 8th or 9th caller. So he had seven communications. So the significance for this is that on July 27, 2021, we look at Justin Johnson's cellular device. We find Hernandez Govan's telephone number. As you say, it's labeled Big Bruh Quet, and that was an incoming text message to Justin Johnson, and it's just an address of 4641 Bowenshire, which is still smoking Memphis. It's a shop owned by Anthony Mims and his business partner, Mr. Lambert. Can you go back? I apologize. And just to note, that time was at 1937-21, and it shows significance because he's getting the text from Govan, and then on the next slide you'll see Justin Johnson actually sends an outgoing iMessage to an individual we identified as Harry Lockhart, and he just says he's talking to Jook, indicating that maybe he's at the smoke shop and he's talking to Jook. And then you see at 21:08, 43 hours, Anthony Mims creates a phone contact for Justin Johnson, and that contact he labeled as Drop, which is an alias. It's a short alias of what we know Justin Johnson to be, just like a short alias we know Jook to be. It usually goes by Big Jook or Jook, and then we've heard referred to Drop, or his actual name that he uses is Straight Drop on YouTube and things of that nature.
So when you say he created a contact, he was putting the phone number into his phone?
Right, he created that contact to be at 7/27/2021, 9/8/47 p.m. He creates that contact. And then, as you see, 21:08, 49 hours, Justin Johnson creates a contact for Anthony Mims' telephone number and labels it Jook, which is the alias. So, both these individuals in relatively in the same time frame created contacts for each other. Again, indicating that they're probably within communication distance or in the same vicinity. So this is the following day, July 28th. So after that, and as you see here, so Justin Johnson, his cellular device shows an outgoing, so it's an iMessage to Jermaine Sears with the address of 3641 Allendale Lane. And then that same day at 17:24 hours, we have an incident at the, it was called the Double R Auto Services, and it's at 821 South Highland Street. And the two victims that just worked at the shop state that a tan BMW is being chased by a burgundy Dodge Charger. Three males get out of the Charger and start firing upon an unknown male and a female who remained in the car. The unknown male and the BMW fled. We were able to later identify that to be one Terrence Baker. His prints had hit on the car, but he never filed a police report. or would communicate with officers about the incident at all.
So the victim was Terrence Baker? Is it?
Correct. He just wouldn't communicate with us or anyone. And as you see here, it's 17-24 hours. That address, the address at the shop, the 821 or 823 South Highland.
I think
833?
It's approximately, I have it on there, I can't read it because it's kind of far, 0.49 miles away, so it's not that far away.
You're talking about this address here, the 30?
So that address is actually 3645 Allendale. He sent a different address. If you go to the next slide.
Oh, before we go to the next slide, you've indicated that the victim of the shooting was Terrence Baker.
Correct.
Does he go by any other name?
Yes, he goes by Wu, or Paper Route Wu.
And as part of your investigation, did you determine him to be a artist on
Yes,
PRE?
he's an artist. Sorry, he's an artist on PRE. As you see, so that here is the actual address, the 3645 Allendale, and the address that Justin sent was right next door. So it was actually 3641. So he just had the address wrong. Here's so later that day, 1804 hours, Mississippi finds the Dodge Charger. Witnesses on the scene say that they see 3 males jump out and run. The vehicle was stolen. They then processed that vehicle, which came back with some APHIS hits. So the fingerprint, when they dusted the vehicle, they had prints come back as to be for Justin Johnson, Rashad Hill, and Cavius Wesley. And then also they located a spent .40 caliber cartridge casing on the driver's side floorboard, and that spent cartridge casing showed to correlate with the cartridge casing found on the scene at the Double R shop over on South Highland Street. And then this is August 13th, so we get to this date from, again, Cornelius' interview. We look at the hot number list. We see that 859-1460, a number that belongs to Govan, had 12 communications with Justin Johnson on that day. It was the top caller.
Before we get there, go back just a bit. So we mentioned Cornelius. Do you know when Mr. Govan or Justin Johnson or Juke's number appeared with Cornelius? You were able to ascertain that information?
It would be hard to say just because, we get records for a certain amount of time. So I wouldn't be able to determine. I would be able to say a date just based off records we have, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they weren't communicating prior to that.
If you can or can't, the records that you have, when is the first time that you see any of the individuals appear in Cornelius' phone?
I don't know. I don't have that, to be honest with you.
Okay.
So again, for this, it's the communications for Justin Johnson, and it's going to be on August 13th, 2021. And as you can see here for Justin, he's got 12 communications with Hernandez Govan, who's his top caller. And then this is going to be the same, so another hot number list for Cornelius Smith. Now, the number's different because he had this telephone number, same device, but different telephone number, which is 901-479-3786. I think on his device it showed that number was last used in September, so that means it's probably sometime he changes over to the number you saw earlier.
The evidence is going to
And
show
on that hot number
anything
list,
that I may have
you see Bobby Carter has 33 communications, which is about his third caller. And then Devin Burns is about a sixth caller. And then you have Hernandez Govan with 8 communications, is about his 10th caller, 9 or 10th caller.
We see his first one is Angela Arnold.
Correct. And then on this one we have Anthony Mims' hot number list, and again, it's filtered for just the 13th. And as you can see here, Govan's number 4. I think that's 4 communications. He's actually 10, maybe 9 callers down, because you can see you have a bunch of unknown, and then you have number 2 callers, just a list of numbers. That's usually just information getting from the cell phone company and other things, like other traffic, but actual numbers, he's about number 9 or 10. And then on August 13th, at 13:45 hours, we have the 911 call where Terrence Baker's cellular device calls and says that he's at Allendale being shot at and he's hiding. They asked for his name, he refused to give it. He just told them to hurry up, they're coming after him. And then this will be communications with the conspirators that with Justin Johnson and Cornelius Smith, and then the other individuals, Anthony Mims, Hernandez Govan, and any variation of their other numbers at that time. So as you can see, it's represented in color. Is essentially the light pink is going to be Hernandez Govan, the blue is Anthony Mims, and then on the left it's hard for me to see. I think I've got Justin Johnson is yellow, and then Cornelius Smith is green, just to kind of so you can see the kind of the flow of things. And so essentially on November 2nd, we had Justin Johnson had 7 communications with the cellular device that belongs to Govan, and then he had 4 communications.
And I'm sorry, are these in chronological order on the date?
Correct.
Okay. So Justin communicated with Hernandez Govan, then he communicated with Anthony Mims, then he communicated with Govan again, then he communicated with Mims again, and then he communicated with Govan again.
Correct.
Okay.
And then essentially this is just those call detail records, but the actual call detail records, which it's got like service codes, tower information. You'll see it has a version of the IMEI. It won't give you the actual IMEI. They kind of do some equation where they change the last 2 digits so people can't steal the IMEI off the records and create their own kind of their own service or their own account. So, but it just gives you a little bit more information. It can tell you call voicemail if there's multiple users on one call, if they're doing 3-way, and things of that nature. And then again, as you can see, you have Justin Johnson in the yellow, Cornelius Smith in the green, and essentially it just kind of shows the way they're cut, like who they're communicating with, and the kind of the flow in chronological order how they're talking. So as you can see, Justin Johnson had 7 with Hernandez Govan. Justin Johnson had 4 with Anthony Mims, and then he had 0 with Cornelius. And then Cornelius had 20 communications with Hernandez Govan, but he had 0 with Justin and 0 with Anthony Mims.
No, he's
And then this is just the actual raw records. It just depicts what that is. So at the top you have Justin Johnson's records, and then at the bottom you have Cornelius Smith's records. And again, another report showing that Justin Johnson had 7 communications with Hernandez Govan. On November 4th, he had 1 with Anthony Mims and 0 with Cornelius. And then Cornelius had 2 with Hernandez Govan, 0 with Justin Johnson, or Anthony Mims, and 0 with Justin Johnson.
Are you in the free
And then these are just again, you have Justin Johnson's records that you get from the cell phone company, and then you have Cornelius Smith's records that come with the cell phone company. Again,
For November 5th, 2021.
it's November 5th, and as you can see, it's harder for me to see, but in the yellow and the green, they're kind of throughout the day, but Justin Johnson has 1 communication with Hernandez Govan, 0 with Anthony Mims, and then he has 1 communication with Cornelius Smith. And then if you look on this side, Cornelius Smith has 4 communications with Hernandez Govan. He has 0 with Anthony Mims, and then of course 1 with Justin Johnson. And then these are those records that represent that. And then this is November 6th. You have Justin Johnson has 0 communications with Govan. He has 2 with Anthony Mims. He has 1 with Cornelius Smith. And then as you see, Cornelius Smith has 4 with Hernandez Govan, 0 with Anthony Mims, and then 1 with Justin Johnson. And then as you see,
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting the state earlier, but the state can talk the ears off a donkey. This continued filibustering has got to stop.
Those individual calls. Again, November 12th, you have 0 communications with Hernandez Govan. Justin Johnson. Yeah, Justin Johnson has 0 communications. He has 3 with Anthony Mims and 0 with Cornelius. And then Cornelius has 5 communications with Hernandez Govan. He has 0 with Anthony Mims and 0 with Cornelius Smith. And again, these are just the raw records that represent that report. And then November 15th, 2021, you have Justin Johnson has 0 communication with Hernandez Govan. He has 0 communication with Anthony Mims, but he has 14 communications with Cornelius Smith. And then on Cornelius Smith, he has 2 communications with Hernandez Govan. He has 0 with Anthony Mims, and then of course he has 14 communications with Justin Johnson. And then
raw data.
This is just the raw data. And then November 17th, obviously, is the day of the homicide. So if we look at the hot number list on the day of the homicide, Cornelius Smith hot number list has 12 communications with Justin Johnson. It's about his fourth top caller. He has 11 with Hernandez Govan, and then he has 8 with Angela Arnold. And then if you look at Justin Johnson's, it's harder for me to read that, to be honest, because it's a little far, if you don't mind me
Put
getting
my glasses on, so.
Yeah, as soon as I can see that far, I guess, through the glass. So on the 17th, Justin Johnson has 15 communications with Govan. It's like his third down if you remove the voicemail. And then you have 12 with Cornelius Smith. You have 11 with Angela Arnold. And then on down, he has 3 with Hernandez Govan and only 1 communication over here on the right with Anthony Mims. So that's just further down the list.
Here's. The crime you've committed was very serious.
Can you read that?
Before I sentence you,
Yeah, okay.
I'd like to say a few words
so
about
this
your...
is just going to be a call log, essentially taken from Cornelia Smith's cellular device, and it's showing that he's communicating with Justin Johnson. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get down. It's too tight. It's an incoming call, and then as you can see, he's got his contact listed as Little Brud Drop. Interesting. This is an incoming call just prior to the murder, and as you can see, when you look at their raw records, both of their call detail records show their cellular devices on a cellular tower at 1731 Cherokee Boulevard, and they both have the same tower azimuth, which is just essentially a direction on the tower of like a sector. So it would be like a compass. So 290 would be like, we have cones. And so they're both pointing on the same sector of the same tower, which is approximately 3.9 miles away from 1766 Wild Rose Street, which is where Cornelius lives.
My bad, I was still looking at to wrap it up.
And then this is surveillance video of the homicide with Cornelius and Justin Johnson in the photos. And you can see that's at 12:23:01 hours. And Justin will be on the left and Cornelius is on the right. And then Dolph's brother shooting at that vehicle. Here we're showing Cornelius Smith's physical phone extraction, showing that there was no outgoing communications during that time frame. So his last outgoing communication, and before the homicide, was essentially, we had that incoming at 12:04, and then you see from that time period, it's all missed calls, and then he has an outgoing to Uncle Ron.
Let me stop you. The date on the top of this is August the 13th.
My bad.
Should that be November 17, 2021?
Yes, I apologize. It should be November 17th.
But the dates all here correlate.
Yeah, the dates are in the center, and as you can see, they have the times, and then below that, we have his call detail record. The records show so it shows right there at the 1804, so records come in UTC, so
does
UTC. It's basically like universal time coordinated, so like they send the records, it's always going to be in that universal time coordinated. So we're in Central Time, so that would be, at this time period, would be 6 hours back. Right now, it'd be like 5 hours back. So it just compensates for daylight savings and things of that nature. So, because they're going to send those records all over whoever needs it. And so it's just easier for the companies to send them out as one format. And so, like you'll see on the phone, we've got it -6 on, and that's when I create those reports. And so at 1804, which really was the 1204, it shows the incoming call. And then after that, you see just a list of incoming calls, but then you also see that some outgoing calls. But those outgoing calls are actually just the forwarding service to his voicemail. And you can see that with like the codes on the far right, which is like, I guess, so 02A would be like forwarding no reply, which means the phone is on, it got forwarded. It's just after no reply means after a couple rings, the phone forwards that call. There's other anomalies, like if the phone's off, it does something different, or if it's busy, it'll have a different code or a different service. And then on November 17th at 12:26, you have Justin Johnson has a FaceTime interaction with Anthony Mims at 12:26:50. So that was 3 or 4 minutes after the homicide. And then right here, November 17th, 12:39:07 hours, you have 3 communications at 12:39:07. One is an outgoing call. At 12:39:56, you have an incoming text. And then at 12:40:53, another outgoing call. And then you can see that indicated on the records below. And then if you look at the text, 12:39:56, you go to the next slide, and as you can see, 12:39:57 is that text, which is just Kiona Hooper is sending 4752 Haven Court, the address to her apartment, to Justin Johnson. And then later at 12:47:22, you have Justin Johnson sending 4752 through iMessage to a Jermaine Sears, a number that belongs to Jermaine Sears. And at 12:47:30, Justin Johnson sends another iMessage that says, "Now, bro, I need you now." And then you have a response at 12:47:41. Jermaine Sears sends an incoming text iMessage that says, "On my way." So 12:58:02 is when it begins, but you see Justin Johnson's SUV pull in to the two-lane apartments, or was it they got another name now, the Gospel Garden Apartments. Then you see Justin Johnson next to Kiona Hooper, and then you see Cornelius Smith, who has the hoodie kind of draped over his shoulder. And they're going into Kiona Hooper's apartment. So this is going to be from Angela Arnold's cellular device. And this is going to be at 13:26:30 hours. And as you see, she has an incoming call from Justin Johnson, 901-236-1625. It's a 19-second call. And then you have another incoming call at 13:28:16 hours. It's a 12-second call. And then you have an instant message that comes in at 1:28:50 or 13:28:50 hours. And then below are the records that coordinate with that, with those, with her phone calls. And these are going to be her call detail records that are associated to her device. And then that text message, which was at 13:28:50, is again the address, which is 4752 Haven Court.
Justin Johnson sent this to Angela Arnold's phone.
Justin Johnson's device.
Justin Johnson's device.
Correct.
Sent it
For
to
telephone
Angela
numbers.
Arnold's
Yes.
device.
Yes. Again, here you see Angela Arnold's phone extraction. She gets another incoming call at 13:55:11, and it's a 29-second call. And then that's represented down here at the bottom for her call detail records. And then as you see, 13:56, Angela Arnold arrives in the black SUV at 4752 Haven Court. And I think you see him coming outside as Justin's in the middle with the yellow hoodie. Cornelius has the black hoodie with the black pants. and Keona's just right behind him, and then you see Cornelius get in the passenger side of Angela Arnold's vehicle. So now November 17 at 14:07 hours and 15 seconds, Angela Arnold's cellular device showed an outgoing SMS message to a telephone number that belonged to Justin Johnson. That SMS message stated, "This is C, bruh. Send me, bruh, number so I can get my phone." That's then followed by another SMS message, which is at 14:13:21 from Angela Arnold's cellular device, and it says Quez number. Then we have November 9th, 2021, or 19th, I'm sorry. And this is just showing that Justin Johnson at 12 in the morning was searching, Cornelius Smith, was doing a Google search for 24-hour AutoZone.
So this is what, like 12:17 in the morning, like
Correct.
midnight.
Or no, 12:17 seconds. So at 12 in the morning. And then at 12:01 in the morning, you see Justin Johnson shows an outgoing call to a number or Cornelius, I'm sorry. Cornelius shows an outgoing call to AutoZone Auto Parts. And that comes back to the AutoZone Auto Parts at 5945 Winchester Road. Again, you'll see
Cornelius.
at 12:09 or 0900 hours, Cornelius Smith's cellular device showed an incoming call that belonged to Justin Johnson, and he has the contact name labeled Little Bruh Drop. It's a 33-second duration call. Then at 12:10 a.m. or 1000 hours, you have Cornelius Smith's cellular device showing 3 outgoing calls to a telephone number that belonged to Hernandez Govan. And you can see again that's labeled bruh for the 901-618-3848 telephone number. And it's an outgoing call. It shows 2 minutes and 40-second duration. You have another outgoing call at 12:18. So the first one was at 12:10. The next one's at 12:18 a.m. It's a 1 minute and 9-second call. And then you have at 12:35 a.m. you have a 7-second duration call. It's an outgoing call. And then below are just the records that correlate with what was on his cellular device. Then on so 06:47 hours or 6:47 a.m., Cornelius Smith's cellular device showed an incoming call from a number that belonged to Hernandez Govan, and that was 18 seconds long. And then those are the records that correlate with that communication. And then at 07:01 hours or 7 a.m., Cornelius Smith's cellular device does a Google search for AutoZone on Lamar. Then at 07:03 hours or 7:03 a.m., Cornelius Smith's cellular device showed an outgoing call to a telephone number that belonged to Hernandez Govan. There was no duration on that call, and as you see, like there's no duration on the records, and it does show like an abnormal completion, which could be a various of disruptions or problems that just correlates with that call.
That's when they switched to FaceTime, dummy.
Again, it's 7:08 or 0700 hours 7:08 a.m. He has another Google search, which is the universal car cover. And then later at 1847 hours, there's an image of an AutoZone receipt that's extracted from his phone, and you can see that the capture time was on 11/20/2021 at 6:47 p.m. And then we have December 2nd, 2021. And so Angela Arnold's cellular device showed an outgoing Instagram chat to Anthony Mims. And essentially it says, "What's up, big bruh? I'm trying to get with you. I'm Govan, little homie. You met me before. I'm trying to let you hear my music if you don't mind giving me a call." And then he lists 901-370-0185, which is Angela Arnold's cellular device, or her cellular phone number. And you see it's her Instagram chat for participants, and then above that is Juke the Boss, which is his Instagram. And then that's it.
Your analyzation of the phones, would you say the conspirators or the individuals listed, Justin Johnson, Cornelius Smith, and would they communicate more to Govan than with each other?
I think that it started as a lot of communications between Govan, but as you saw, as it gets closer to the day of the homicide, those communications then seem to be more between Cornelius Smith and Justin Johnson, and not Govan.
And after the homicide?
I would say most of the communication. I know that Cornelius was communicating through Justin Johnson's brother. Justin Johnson was doing something weird with his phone where his brother had the phone, but he was just trying to avoid getting in trouble with his parole. So you see that Cornelius is communicating with his brother. But I don't think Hernandez was communicating with any of them that I know of, or Mims. I think all communication was done with Mims.
Thank you. Get the Just give me a second. We're gonna have them switch off so we can go on this.
Yo, the sign is real simple, B. It says wrap it up. Wrap that up, B.
Okay. After the homicide, we know Justin Johnson fled to Indiana, right?
Correct.
And he gave his phone to his brother, and his brother was using the phone. So a lot of these calls, his brother was the one using his phone to make it seem like he was still here.
Correct.
So that would be Jamarcus Johnson, Justin's brother.
Correct.
Okay. This PowerPoint slide, you said you just finished it yesterday?
Correct.
All right, so I'm just trying to catch up and go through it today as I just got it. With regards to this AutoZone stuff, was that mentioned in any of the police reports that had previously been provided?
Police report.
Right. You write down narratives, explanations of what happened.
Supplements, yeah. I mean, that was found late, but I would assume that we would either, it would be in the PowerPoints that y'all were given, or it would be, we might have some type of supplement about the receipt and everything in.
I got it. So it was done yesterday. In fact, did you talk to the government about the testimony that's been going on as to what we were looking for as part of the case the last 2 days?
Not in the last 2 days. The receipts and most of that stuff was prior. The records were what I was they wanted the records, the November records prior.
Sure.
That's what I worked on.
Okay.
Everything else was pretty much already there as far as like.
The reason I asked, there's not a single supplement from 2023 in the case. There's nothing. Believe me or not, you know this. You're prepared for it. It's your co-investigator on it. Do you remember ever seeing a supplement or a note anywhere that said we have an AutoZone receipt?
I know that there's multiple.
Hold on, he getting serious. He beating the table on him. I thought my mama was in the room. Do you remember?
PowerPoints.
There's nothing, a single supplement from 2023 in the case. There's nothing. Believe me or not, you know this. You're prepared for it. It's your co-investigator on it. Do you remember ever seeing a supplement or a note anywhere that said we have an AutoZone receipt?
I know that there's multiple PowerPoints in the discovery. I'm pretty sure that have all those slides, because most of those slides are taken from. I got those slides from that discovery. Most of that information.
You just created it yesterday. I'm telling you, you've done 2 PowerPoints.
I didn't create the PowerPoint yesterday. I created, when I told you, the records from November. That's what I was working on yesterday.
Who put the PowerPoints together?
I.
So you made this entire 70 pages we just did?
Yeah, a lot more than that, yes.
Okay. The reason I ask is the lead detective in this case said you guys never followed up on any receipts with AutoZone, and I've been harping on AutoZone, and now for the first time I'm seeing this PowerPoint with an AutoZone receipt. Is that right?
The truth is that you are a liar.
Probably because we didn't find out about the receipt until much later in the investigation. This was after Cornelius and then actually getting in his phone and actually finding it. So it just took a long time to find that information.
But you guys indicted Cornelius in January of 2022, less than 2 months after this murder happened.
Yeah, I don't think we interviewed him until later.
Well, you interviewed him on December 9th. You do know that, right?
Well, that was an interview where he was not.
Well, did you do that or did you not do that?
Hold on, let him finish.
Okay.
I was not a part of that interview.
Okay.
But where he came forward with the truth, I was there.
The
on
truth?
2 different ones, 2 different interviews.
So he came forward with the truth when you were there, the truth?
Yes.
Okay. You remember him making a statement to you in August? And you were there. It's recorded, so I'm going to play it. Do you remember it? You were the second detective.
He made a lot of statements, so you hadn't even played it yet for me to remember.
I'm just asking you because you went through 70 pages of slides with very specific dates and times of phone calls. Do you remember how many times Cornelius Smith made statements to the police?
I mean, I sat in on, I think, 2 interviews.
All right. How many total times did Cornelius Smith talk to the police? You are co-lead investigator.
I sat in for 2, and I know he had one when he was initially, I would think one when he was initially arrested. Okay. Where essentially he didn't say anything. Or he might have said he didn't even do it. I wasn't in that interview. I was in the 2.
I don't supposed to be here. I don't recall none of that. All I recall is going back to prison.
That I had with the prosecutors and his attorneys and everybody that was involved.
After he signed the proffer agreement?
Yes.
To be protected and all that kind of stuff with his statements?
Yes.
That's the proffer agreement, right?
Correct.
Okay, it protects the person saying it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember a proffer agreement taking place in August of 2022?
It's possible, yes. I don't remember when those 2
You drove my wheels.
Okay. Before I play that tape, Mr. Cornelius and Angela had both already talked to you all, right?
Correct.
Angela actually supposedly came clean on December 17th of 2021.
Correct.
Told you about AutoZone.
She did not tell us about anything about AutoZone.
Okay, so in the 2017 when she just testified, that would be incorrect about AutoZone.
She did not say anything. I did not see anything in her testimony. I didn't interview her, but I've listened to her testimony.
Okay.
I don't remember her saying anything about AutoZone. I found that out the day Cornelius had mentioned it to us.
When was that?
That would have been later in one of those proffers. I'm not sure if it was the first or the second one.
Okay.
But he relayed that information to us, and that's when we started looking in his phone for that information to us, and that's when we started looking in his phone for that specific information to see if it was true.
All right. And Sergeant Dabney was involved in the proffers too as the lead agent in this case.
He could have been. I think at some point he had left, but I don't know if it was prior, before, or after. At some point he retired. I'm not sure what that time frame was.
Okay. So you don't know when the lead investigator of this case retired. On the biggest case that Memphis has got with Young Dolph, you don't remember that?
He's got his own homicides that he's working. We were embedded in this, working this in a completely different building. Yes, we coordinate with him, but at some point I know he retired.
Okay.
And during the investigation, I don't document the date that he left.
All right. You go ahead and play, please.
I know the pictures are a little grainy.
Stop this. That's your voice, right? Showing Cornelius pictures, and you say they were a little grainy?
I think so. It was
Go back and say it again.
I'm afraid I know the pictures are a little grainy. Do you know what that
That's you, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, let's keep going.
is? It's from your phone. So you're holding it.
A video?
It was in your phone. It was a video.
Yep, it was rainy tank. Yep.
What firearm is that?
There's an AK-47, I think. That one just the gun.
That was going to hit.
Yeah.
Was that the gun that you used
Yep, that's the gun he had, yeah.
on the murder?
I guess that's the sign one. Good. Pretty much. Yes, sir.
That's the one you had on Moochie, right?
Yeah, it was the day on Moochie, right?
Young Dolph, do you have that same gun?
I believe so. But he had two of them. He had like, yep, two handguns, yep.
What is this?
That's old. That ain't even around the same time.
What about this one?
This old. This ounce gun.
What about this? I don't even know what that is, but it was in the gun section.
There's a pop up.
Alright, stop it there.
The truth
You
is
were-
you are a liar.
Showing him photos, Cornelius Smith, you're showing him photos from his phone, correct? You gotta say yes or no.
Oh, yep, sorry. Yes.
All right, so he talks about AK-47s, about when he was shooting Moochie or Wu or whoever many people he shot.
Well, he didn't shoot Moochie. He said they went up there to attempt to, but Justin Johnson was holding an assault rifle filter on the Cellbrite software, like firearms, right? Because we were trying to find the firearms used in the murder. And when we filtered that, we had some that were so grainy we weren't sure, but maybe he could clear it up. And he said it was a car part.
Okay.
It wasn't really, you couldn't really tell what it
Right.
was.
I appreciate the explanation. You couldn't really tell, but these jurors are going to watch that receipt, and you're telling us that that receipt is an AutoZone receipt.
It looks like it's got, if you look at the very top, it looks like an AutoZone receipt. It's got the auto part and the zone. It's very difficult to see, I
Sure.
agree.
Bruh.
But it looks like an AutoZone receipt at the top.
All right, so that is a great point. You said as part of your investigation, you name it, we collected it, right? You said that to the government when you're talking about how thorough we were?
Correct.
All right, so it sort of kind of looks like an AutoZone receipt. Did you happen to go about 6 blocks that way to the AutoZone headquarters and just say, could you pull the receipts from that very specific location that you told the jurors about to see if anybody purchased anything?
Again, if you look at the receipt in the PowerPoint, you can't, I don't think I was able to tell where it came from. And
All right, so now we don't know where it came from.
We
Or
know
it could be AutoZone.
it looks like an AutoZone receipt.
Right, well, I looked.
But it doesn't, you
Your
can't
Honor,
see the
objection
fine print.
asked and answered at this point.
He's going to dodge the question, Judge.
I'm not dodging the question.
Objection overruled. Answer your question.
Again, you don't know if that's an AutoZone receipt. We're making presumptions based on a crumply receipt.
You're saying that I don't know it's an AutoZone receipt. I looked at the photo, and at the top you can see the AutoZone part. You can't see like when he purchased it or the dates on the fine print, but it appears at the top. It says AutoZone. It doesn't have all the details. Because trust me, we looked at that. We wanted to see what time did this purchase happen. But he said cash, so we were like, well, I mean, can we get video? I mean, we look at these things to try to figure it out, but sometimes all you might have is just at the very top, it says AutoZone.
Yes, it sounds like it's a very difficult job. Did you go to the AutoZone that was addressed and ask them to pull video?
At the time, we didn't have an address.
And you said you looked at the phone and you saw it, you got an address. Did you go yesterday to ask AutoZone headquarters, is there a receipt available?
Historically...
No, not historically. Yes or no. Judge, I need him to answer. He's dodging me over and over again. I'm asking simple questions.
Get him!
Did you go?
Objection.
No, I did not.
Objection. Wait. She's objected.
To what?
The objection.
Your Honor, if he would allow the witness to actually answer the 15 questions he's asked, he may get the answer that he needs. I'm asking him to let the witness answer. Let him answer.
Did you go to AutoZone at any point in this investigation? I appreciate the smirk, but just answer yes or no.
No.
Did you go?
Objection, Your Honor, I would ask him. He's not making.
We don't need commentary.
All right.
Just ask the question.
No,
Answer the question.
I've said no 4 times now. No, 5.
Okay, so we never went to AutoZone to confirm what this receipt might be. Did you go to Pressure World to look through all the cameras that they have at Pressure World?
I did not.
Okay, did anybody do that could magically be on a phone somewhere?
I did not. I was not a part of that first part of the investigation. I did not see anything that had any where they went to Pressure World.
Okay.
So I'm not sure.
All right.
Thank you.
With regards to the records that you went through with the phone calls and the hierarchy of numbers, we know for a fact that Justin Johnson did not communicate with Hernandez Govan for at least 2 weeks prior to the homicide. The last call was on November 5th for about 8 seconds. Do you remember that?
There's hundreds of records. He's saying they didn't communicate on the phone.
You went through a PowerPoint slide and you put up November 5th, so there may have been a call, it was like 8 or 10 seconds. Then we went through the rest of it and there was not a single call between Justin Johnson and Hernandez Govan until after the homicide took place. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. With regards to Cornelius Smith, you said 2 calls were made on November 15th. No calls between Cornelius Smith and Hernandez Govan on the 16th, right?
Correct.
You remember that?
Yes.
All right. And then the 2 calls that you put on the slideshow with regards to Cornelius and Hernandez Govan, one of the calls was 0 seconds, right?
There were calls on there with 0 seconds. Yes.
Right. So, and the other call was 40 seconds and it had a code 11 next to it. You know, it could be 2A, it could be 11.
There were calls with 11, yes.
Okay.
The evidence is going to show that anything that I may have said, they exacerbated it.
With regards to an individual that you had up there that was communicating with Mr. Johnson, Jermaine Sears, during the course of the investigation, remember that?
I do.
Okay. And he helped them after the shooting get the medical supplies and things.
He brought clothes.
Okay. Did you bring bandages and such?
I don't know exactly what he brought.
Okay.
What I saw Justin get was a bag of clothes. So.
What do you mean what you saw Justin get? It's just from the still shots, right? It looks like
Well,
it's
in the video, when Jermaine Sears pulls up, Justin Johnson gets clothes and some other things out of the back of Jermaine's car.
Okay. You wanted to talk to Jermaine as part of your investigation, right?
We did.
You did or you didn't?
We couldn't.
Okay. And that's because you called to try to reach Jermaine Sears and you were referred to his lawyer, is that right?
Correct.
And then his lawyer, all he said is Jermaine's out of town. That's it, right?
Yeah, he's not going to talk.
Okay, did he say he's not going to talk, or did he say he's
The
not
attorney
going
said he
to?
was not going to communicate with us. I think we tried a couple times.
Okay.
Lady Justice is blind. Everybody can hear.
Just let me know when you're finished.
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
Could I get it back? No. In this, it says you tried to contact Jermaine Sears. You were referred to his attorney, and he was living out of town. And then, quote, so we kind of let it be.
Who said that?
You said it. This is you. Question, and how did you establish that number was Jermaine Sears? Answer, we use law enforcement databases. There was also some information within the text message that helped to identify him just by his real name and things of that nature. And then we also ended up contacting him to try to talk to him. Question, on that number. Answer, on that number, we were referred to his attorney, and he actually appeared to be living out of town, so we kind of let it be. Remember that question and answer with Mr. Hagerman?
I don't remember that question and answer, but I do remember.
What is that a transcript of?
That is a transcript of his testimony from
What? When?
last year's trial.
Okay, well, if you just tell me it's a yeah. But I mean, that's exactly what I said earlier.
What's the question? You've read the testimony. What's the question for him?
The question is, you don't say anything about the attorney said you can't talk to him. You just simply said you advised he was out of town, so you just let it be.
I'm assuming that sufficed in the trial. I mean, I'm telling you now what happens. We can't kidnap somebody and say you're coming with us because we think you committed a crime. We contacted him. He referred us to his attorney. We contacted his attorney. He said he didn't want to talk to us.
So
We can't do anything.
You didn't say that here, but now you're saying that you remember the attorney said, I'm not going to talk to you.
I'm going to object again.
I can only tell you what
And
happened.
he's asked and been answered. He's answered to the best of his abilities several times. I'm trying to.
What different do you expect him to say?
Just repeat what you said.
What the hell? What different do you expect him to say? What you want me to tell you the answer I want him to say? What kind of sense do that make? What the hell?
But okay, we'll move on. With regards to the receipt that's on Mr. Cornelius's phone that may be an AutoZone receipt, does he have any other receipts on his phone that you found?
Not that you see the receipt that I found.
Okay, but you looked through all of it, you said. You worked really hard. Did you notice any other irrelevant receipts on there?
If there was relevant receipts, I might have said there are thousands of photos in most of these photos. So usually we find those on the timeline. When we're looking through a timeline at a certain time, which would have been after the homicide, but around the time frame before the car is discovered, then on that timeline we're looking. And if we see him searching on the internet, right, for the covers, then we see at some point like a photos captured, then we are like, oh, well, that might be important. But to go through thousands and thousands of photos,
okay,
we're just not going to do that.
So if it's thousands and thousands of photos, you name it, we collected it. It's not worth it. We just target on certain dates and certain things, right? That's what we're saying. I mean, there could be something relevant in there, but we don't know that. We only pick a certain date.
Yes.
Okay. With regards to the tables with the number of calls, sometimes there's 14, sometimes there's 20. Are those all communications between the phone, be it text message, phone, whatever?
Those
on
prior to
your
the
slideshow?
homicide on the slideshow, those are just, most of them are voice, but they're communications. It could be text messages too.
Okay.
Just label them.
So if there were 22 text messages on one of the day between Mr. Govan and Cornelius, You're aware that Cornelius used to buy ecstasy pills from Mr. Govan pretty regularly?
He stated that he bought narcotics from Mr. Govan.
All right. And you ever had a text with anybody where you say okay, you say hey, and suddenly it's 10 texts or 15 texts, just like that?
I don't know what the contents of that text.
Right, I'm just saying, it's sort of being made out to be nefarious. The 22 contacts would be just a simple text conversation about a guy asking, when can you meet me to come pick up drugs? Meet me here. I'm at the store. I'll come back here. It could be anything, right? You don't know.
I didn't testify to anything of content, just that the communications occurred.
I got it. And you also don't know from those communications if there were 0-second communications, voicemail communications, actual calls.
It will show you that you know, there's actual calls,
sure.
Or that, you know, call forwarding was picked up, and again, like I stated earlier, it could have which we call no reply, which means your phone is active,
sure.
Right? You could have a non-reachable, right, which means the phone is off, so the phone, it automatically, that code will push it to that call forwarding service. There's a busy, so if you're on the phone, so the phone, it gives you that information. I mean, it's not going to give you content or tell you what they're talking about. It'll give you the duration of the call, what type of call it is, or if it's a text message. So it gives you something.
I'm just trying to keep it simple. There are some summary tables where it just sort of had the top 10 list or something, and it's a number of calls.
Oh, hot number list?
The hot number list.
Yeah.
And so that didn't tell us if anything actually went through, if it was a text. It was just how many communications we had.
How many communications they had on that day.
And we don't know if it's back and forth, if it's one way, anything.
Doesn't list any, it just shows communications for that individual's phone.
Okay. With regards to Justin Johnson, you're aware that Mr. Govan and he were doing music together, music business type stuff together. And there were hundreds, if not thousands, of text messages between those two in the summer of 2021.
I can say that's probably true.
Okay. And okay. With regards, so we've established that he's doing music with them, and you said, yeah, it's probably true. I would argue there were thousands of text messages about music with them. And with Cornelius, you know there was almost daily contact, even if it didn't make the hot list, where Cornelius would call Govan, get to go hang out at his house, or come get pills.
I don't know what he was doing.
Right, but he did speak to you and said, I hung out with Govan a lot. I used to hang out at his house and stuff.
He said that he hung out at the house, yeah. He bought drugs from him, yeah.
I don't supposed to be here. I don't recall none of that. All I recall is going back to prison.
There were some text messages that you pulled up there. Did you look at a lot of text messages on Mr. Justin Johnson's phone?
I'm sure a lot of us did, yes.
All right. Did you go before July 27th, I think was the first date you went into?
I'm sure we did.
Okay. If I showed you text messages from before that, would you remember them?
I'd have to see them to tell you that, but if you show them to me and I can remember them,
I'll do that.
Let you know.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
They went to sidebar anyway. TSC, Brown Sugar Babe, No One, I see you. Cha Diggy in the building. What up, what up, what up, Cha Diggy? I see you, appreciate you. Jazzy T, I see y'all, appreciate you, family. Let's see if we could squeeze a little bit in while they on the sidebar.
The day it happened or the day after, he couldn't quite remember. He texted Govan and said he was coming through there because he didn't want Govan to mistake him for somebody trying to come up on him. I asked Detective or Sergeant Dabney, did y'all canvass? Yes, we canvassed the neighborhood. You know, he didn't do it personally, but he would have presumed they would have talked to everybody, including Hernandez Govan. Right? We don't necessarily know if they did or didn't, because we didn't get to hear from Mr. Govan. You know, I asked the Detective Browning if he was aware of any video from there. No. But if Cornelius Smith, right, is this person that's telling you the truth, because the truth doesn't change, then the fact that there were videos would have been known as early as March of 22, when he was meeting with law enforcement. And you know, I'm not saying law enforcement doesn't want to find out who did this. They would have absolutely went and looked. But we don't know. We don't know. And there's a lot that you should know that you don't. Because there's a material witness that should have been called by the state that wasn't called. Hernandez Govan. And maybe some of you sat through this and thought, I want to hear what he has to say.
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
I mean, I vaguely remember something about the studio.
I'm going to admit that in evidence and say that is text messages from Dustin Johnson's phone.
And Josh Tate. Yeah.
On July 9th of 2021.
Correct.
Okay. Does that appear to be true and accurate based on what you specifically yourself downloaded to your software on the phone? That's where it would come from.
This looks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll offer that as an next exhibit, Your Honor.
Just that page or?
Just that page.
And it's two-sided?
It's two-sided. The front side is what matters, but it's two-sided because I was trying to say paper.
I don't know which one is the front.
The front one is the one that's at the bottom dated 7/9/2021 at 12:36:46. Does Your Honor see that?
12:30.
If you flip it around, Your Honor, the top one in the blue says 12:36:46.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm talking
So
about.
this is first page.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm just gonna put a 1 up here.
Yes, ma'am.
This is a single page of text messages that's been identified from Justin Johnson's phone. And it's 2 pages. It's a double-sided page running back. we'll mark this as exhibit number 26.
Publish show? Let's see this. Goodness gracious. Okay, I gotta be smarter than this, right? I did go to show you text. Sorry, guys. Can't give it to you. Robert, I'll let you figure it out. You're at 30. You get to be close to 60 and you just can't figure this out. Okay, I'll just need you to scooch it as we go. All right, so the first text is from TZ to Justin Johnson, is that right?
Correct.
TZ, somebody you guys investigated, right?
Yeah, Joshua Taylor.
Okay. Didn't charge him with anything?
He's deceased.
Okay, but prior to being deceased, you didn't charge him with anything?
Correct.
All right, go to the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, scooch down. And so this is Justin Johnson. Can you all even remotely see this? No.
They'll get it during the
Okay.
deliberation.
So on July 9th of 2021, Justin Johnson tells TZ, okay, we need to spin on street, excess ham, said Duke for show, pulled up on Dolph now. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
All right. We've already established ham was somebody that Justin Johnson was communicating with because you had it on one of your slides, right?
Correct.
I need a mugshot of him, and that was what was shown on the slide. That's his photo.
Correct.
Okay. And then Duke, you know that's stupid Duke on the streets, right?
I don't know. There are a lot of Dukes.
Okay.
And at that time, I think Duke might have been a stupid Duke. The one you're referencing might have been in custody at that time. I'm not.
Okay.
But there's multiple Dukes that are in that world that they're in.
Sure.
So I'm not sure who he's referencing.
And
Because
there's-
there's a Duke that's in their friendship.
Sure. And I know you don't know what's referencing. We don't know who's in custody, who's not. There's also serial killer Duke, right? The one that's just, you know about, that's just dumb enough to shoot anybody for anything. He's the gang member. I'm just asking.
I mean, I'm working that case, yes.
Okay.
I know who you're talking about.
Right.
I don't think that's a reference.
Okay. And then spin on street, what does that mean in gang parlance?
That they're going to go shoot something up.
All right. So here we have on July 9th from Justin Johnson to TZ that we're going to shoot something up, we're going to pull up on Dolph and them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Let's take that one down. What? I know, but I got to admit the next one. I'm going to do one more. Oh, okay, sorry. Scooch it over. My bad. All right, so the next one from Justin Johnson to TZ is Dolph rented the whole studio out for the rest of the year. Call joke, let's make some. Right? That's what it says?
That's what it says.
And that's July 9th, right?
Correct.
Okay. Because on the slideshow we talked about reaching out to Jook on July 31st, but here they're saying call Jook. We're about to go shoot somebody, possibly Dolph, on July 9th.
It's July 27th, but actually TZ, the text messages aren't in there, but if you have TZ's text messages, you'll see that TZ is the one that made the introduction to Mims, because TZ has a text with Mims saying that I got this rapper. His name is Straight Drop, and you need to meet him.
So you remember that specifically now?
I remember that text. That it was probably in Anthony Mims' cellular devices where I would think you could look, but there's an actual introduction there.
Okay.
Because Justin Johnson was in jail in May, and so sometime between May and July is when he sends that message. So that kind of gave us a time frame.
I get it, but a few minutes ago you said he would have met him at the weed shop or wherever the smoke shop was on July.
I'm representing the incident. I'm just showing you that specific time.
I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit. I like that.
So if Teasy, if you're saying made the introduction to Justin Johnson, the Jook, Govan didn't do that. You just said Teasy made the introduction.
There's a text message where he's making an introduction like, hey, Teasy is telling Mims, I've got this guy.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like, he's introducing as like, I got this guy.
I got you. All right. We can take that down and go to the next exhibit.
What is that? Somebody
This
fingerprint?
next exhibit, Your Honor, will be 3 pages. It's single-sided. So once I go through it, I'll just give you a heads up. They're reviewing it, yes, Your Honor.
Zoomed in on somebody's thumbprint or something? What the hell was that?
Where are your police reports?
That would be the right front, the right left, excuse me, the right left side. Front.
Okay, all right.
Bruh.
What up, what up, what up, family? Y'all hit that like button. Keep us rising in the algorithm. We almost at 300 views so far. Appreciate that. Much love to that. I appreciate that. 16 in the building. Appreciate that too. Participation in the chat. 47% said he ain't getting out in a million years. 33% say maybe in 10 years or so.
I said 3. I'm sorry, it's 4 pages, Your Honor. I'm just going to hand you a 4-page exhibit for the witness.
20% say he'll be out at the end of this trial if they keep up with this shit. Y'all hit that like button. Here with the Young Dolph, Hernandez Govan trial.
I'm familiar with these.
I'll offer that into evidence, Your Honor, as the next exhibit.
Can you test about what they are?
Okay, I'm sorry. They're text messages from with.
Let him test. Ask him questions about
Okay,
what
these are text messages from Justin Johnson?
They are.
Okay, and they're dated July 28th, 2021?
Correct.
Okay, and they're back and forth between him and Cuz Risky?
Yes, Casey Williams.
Okay. All right, could I offer those in evidence now since he recognizes them, Your Honor?
The relevance, I don't know if it was laid in the foundation, please.
I think you just have to read it.
Well, what's the content?
I didn't want to.
Messages. I'm having to take your word that they're relevant. Let's lay some foundation.
Okay, I just didn't want to.
Through the witness.
I will do that. All right. So on that first page, Justin Johnson is talking to Cuz Risky. They say okay. Then he says, "Don't see normal." That's somebody else, right? If you know.
So those are both from the same participant. Okay, don't see normal.
That's from Justin Johnson to Cuz Risky, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Or no. No, it's.
You see where it says
Is
from?
this from Justin Johnson's cellular device?
Yes.
Yes.
Everything's from Justin
Okay.
Johnson's phone.
Okay. Yeah. So, okay, don't seem normal is an outgoing text from Justin Johnson.
Right. And then Risky responds to Justin Johnson, "Route there now. I think Shad know where that hoe at. I seen him over there before, I think." You remember that? You see that?
I see it.
Who is Shad?
Shad,
Shad?
Rashad Hill.
And who is that?
He's an associate of Justin Johnson.
Okay. And then on the next page, Kozrisky questioned don't see normal. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And then Kozrisky says, if you all get a steamer or some LMK, uncash you out, I need some. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
What is a steamer?
Stolen vehicle.
Okay, so it's Kozrisky asking them for, if he's got a stolen vehicle he can pay for.
Correct.
All right. And then the next slide says, great home too. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Who is great?
Moochie Gray.
That's the one that got shot.
He didn't get shot.
Okay, but they wanted to shoot.
They attempted, yes, they went to the Turkey Drive. They were in the vehicle, and then Cornelius pulled off because he didn't feel like it was safe.
All right. And on the next slide, he says Muchina. That's Justin Johnson saying that.
Just referencing Moochie Gray.
Right, and the other fellow says, yeah, implying that's him, and then Cawley, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then that last one, just for the record, just says pulling up.
Yes.
Okay. I can take that back, and I'll offer that into evidence as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
I asked for relevance.
Relevance is they're talking about shooting people, which has nothing to do with Mr. Govan at this point.
And again, it's not relevant.
Yeah. Shout out to Cha Diggy. We do need a dolphin emoji. I definitely got one coming. I have a emoji I was working on for Young Dolph, but I didn't finish it in time last night. I was kind of busy, kind of occupied, but yeah. It's coming soon. I think I'm gonna make it like his chain though, like the one on his chain, and I'll probably make like a little person like behind it, like holding a big old, like a picture of him holding a big old chain, like, you know what I mean? Like make it like a giant chain, and you just barely see him. All you see is the chain. Or something like that. That's just an idea, but appreciate y'all being here. You know what I'm saying? Let's see where we was at. While they on the sidebar, let's pull up the side screen, the mini screen, so it don't be too silent. Appreciate y'all being here though. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Where'd it go? Oh, there it go. The hell, Bubby? Shit ain't working right. Hold up.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
And when I told you in the opening statement, I said it's important, right, for you to weigh out and be able, as part of your duty as jurors, to be able to compare those two testimonies together. I'm sure some of you were thinking, yeah, that would make sense. I know we talked about that in voir dire, about getting two people to talk to kind of differentiate. Some of you that may have been a teacher, talking about that is one of the ways that you try to figure out who's telling the truth, who isn't. But you weren't able to do that. You weren't able to do that. You were deprived of that. And to be clear, as you heard about Hernandez Govan, he was cooperating in this investigation.
Ooh, that was from last trial. Oh, what they doing? They going to break? They must be going.
And to be clear, as you heard about Hernandez Govan, he was cooperating in this investigation. He met with law enforcement on at least 2 occasions pursuant to a proffer agreement, which meant he was allowed to go in and give information and not have his words used against him later. I don't have the ability to make.
He said he was cooperating. That boy was cooperating. That's what the other one said, though. He said everybody else was telling, so I said I'm gonna tell too. Hell nah.
They said MC somebody. I don't know the legal name that I could find. The detective said who it was.
What's his name? Cornelius? I think it was Cornelius. He said, yeah, I told because everybody else told. Shoot, I need to get this off my chest too. Now that them pills out my system, I done sobered up. I feel bad. I got a conscience. I want to tell too. Hopefully I get out early, but I wasn't promised. They didn't promise me nothing. Of course they didn't promise you nothing. They always say that we can't promise you nothing, but we can talk to the judge and try to get them to give you a better deal.
I know I'm not the most hit this person.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't understand his language.
I didn't know what spin the street was, but apparently if you Google it, it says shoot up the place, and that's what the detective actually agreed to. But my point here, Judge, is we've gone through a lot of inferences of addresses and phone numbers and all that.
Okay.
Saying Govan's mastermind, you look at, well, mastermind is my word, but you look at the call logs and this, and he must be coordinating everything is what they've been sort of arguing throughout this trial. My point is Justin Johnson had connections way beyond Mr. Govan, and he's doing all this stuff on his own. And that's what I'm trying to show to the jury, that he didn't have to listen to Govan. He already had a direct line to Junk, and he was doing trying to do other crimes, stealing cars, telling them where people were so they could be shot. He's a PRE member, and that's been going on.
Based on that argument, I understand why you asked to enter the previous exhibit. Exhibit 26.
Yes, Your Honor.
But I don't necessarily understand what that argument has to do with this.
It's essentially the same thing where he's tipping them off where they are. Remember, Mucci is a PRE member. They're out there to get PRE folks. And we've already established on July 1st that let Juke know we're going to do this. Now we're going out after other PRE member. That's the whole point. It's never going to say, hey, we are going to kill somebody.
Well, I understand that.
But there have been a ton of inferences of who called who, everything else with arrows and slides that the government did.
Let me see the last exhibit. Right there.
The last exhibit is a little bit more direct. But you remember they said we have to go find people, and that's what Cornelius Smith spent a day talking about. We went riding around looking for people since August 13th and things like that. We're going to kill whoever. There was a price on everybody's head. It was just random. That's my point. They're tipping them off, and it's got nothing to do.
They are tipping who?
Justin Johnson's tipping off other colleagues, and Govan is in court controlling it, which is what Cornelius said is Govan controlled everything.
Is Duke a PRE?
Yes, he's PRE. That's the person they're referencing that they see.
Right, that's what I was trying to figure out.
It's grape is also Mucci grape, so that's why you have grape and Mucci.
Okay.
Sure, she's got them all there.
Y'all go sub up to Queen Slime. Queen Slime, Cat Not Williams live right now streaming as well. Trial going down. Not this trial though, different trial. Y'all go sub up. Great supporter, great content, great stuff over there. Appreciate you.
Hold on, I'm going to give you all of them. So,
Two copies.
yeah, and then take this one too, please. Thank you.
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
You ready to hit that wrap it up button? Wrap it up, B. I'm gonna have to make a pop-up for that after today. I've been meaning to do it for the longest, but just ain't did it. Got a couple of them actually I've been meaning to do. Some of them are already recorded, I just ain't edited them yet.
Where? I'm on the side.
Cat stay doing them 6 and 7, 8 hour streams, man. I don't know how she do it. That shit is tough. That should take a lot on your body, sitting here watching all this over and over. Appreciate y'all being here with me though. We passed the 300 mark now. Past the 300 views. It's gonna take a while for YouTube to count them though. They take a couple hours. They gotta count them one by one. But it's there though. I see it. Appreciate y'all. Where the hell did the judge go? Did she just walk off? I didn't know they was gonna break. All right, well, let's get back to the closing of the last trial.
Good on a profit letter.
Oh shit.
All in the state. I don't have the ability to wave a magic wand and give him a reduced sentence if he comes in and testifies for me. So he's to my exclusion. He's to Mr. Johnson's exclusion, and ultimately to your exclusion. And if this is a truth-seeking function, why didn't the state call him? And it is. Your job is to find the truth of the matter. And ultimately to go, did they prove their case or not? But you were deprived of that. And the judge instructed you about a jury instruction. And that's the law. That's part of all the different things she told you. This is as important as any of them. And the law states that it creates an inference that the testimony of that witness, Govan, would have been unfavorable to the state. Now, it's up to you to decide whether or not he was unavailable, a material witness, and whether or not there should be the inference. But you're allowed to make that inference in here. And unfavorable, I would tell you, unfavorable to the state means favorable to Mr. Johnson. And knowing that, can you really render a verdict of guilty and have your mind rest easy. And not walk away and go, you know, I just don't know if I did the right thing. Knowing that there was information out there that could have been presented to you and wasn't, that would have been favorable to Mr. Johnson, that I couldn't give you. Can you be morally certain in that instance? In order to be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Johnson is the one in that Nikita video, you have to consider everything. You have to consider what you heard. And you have to go, what I heard from Kristen Garner and Cornelius Smith, was that so convincing that I wouldn't hesitate to rely upon it in making those most important decisions in your own life? Will my mind rest easy if I convict this young man based on their word in conjunction with that video and the other videos and what you didn't hear? The answer is no. When you examine your conscience back there, after you've taken the time to deliberate, I think you'll find the answer is no. Two things I want you to remember, and I'm wrapping up. The way the burden of proof works. And you've heard this statement, right? They ain't got nothing to prove. You may say that to somebody, like, I ain't got nothing to prove here. Justin Johnson, he doesn't have anything to prove here. They do. And we've all heard the term benefit of the doubt, right? Everybody likes to give somebody the benefit of the doubt. You are legally prohibited.
The first text on the right, is that blue or green? Well, no.
Yes, that's in green. And
That's green?
yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and then the other one that you gave me.
What's the date on it, Your Honor?
The text message says August 22nd, 21.
Okay, got it.
And then the other one, that's July 28th or 21.
Yes, Your Honor.
February green.
Correct. And it should say 3:01:37, the first text in green. Is that correct?
Wait.
July 28th, that's the one you're looking at right now.
July 28th to 21 at 3:01:37, right?
Yes.
Is that blue or green?
That is green, Your Honor.
Okay. I just kind of need to know so I can keep up.
It's still on there.
That's fine. Thank you.
I know you need to
See, I don't know why they be doing that. As soon as I drop a link or something, I don't know why it went down to 0. I don't know why. It does that every time. I don't understand it. Now it's saying 2. Like, what the hell? The helly? Knowing damn well it's way more than 2 people in here. Shit, I'm 2 people in here by myself.
Just a front. Okay.
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
Around that time, looked like Judge Drank then kicked in. She on her last stretch. We must be almost about it here, family. You know how it get towards the end. Judge Drank then kicked in. She got that drink in her cup. Look, that double cup gone too. She finished that cup. She finished that double cup. That thing gone. I'm gonna have to make a double cup for the judge.
Y'all ready? Y'all ready, Jordan?
Yes, sure.
The double styrofoam
So
cup.
the objection has been made to the two other text
What up, late night?
From Justin
Johnson.
Justin Johnson.
Could you tell me which dates yours and favorite mark them yet, Your Honor?
One is on July 28th of 21, and one is on August 22nd of 2021.
Yes, sure.
Okay. The court has already admitted into evidence the one from July 9th.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Taylor has made the objection as to why this is irrelevant when you try to enter these in the evidence. And your response is?
The government's theory in this whole case is Mr. Govan has hired these 2 individuals to go shoot PRA members, and they're doing it as his direction, even though Joke's the higher for whatever he's doing it. My position is Mr. Johnson has his own connections, is doing it on his own, and therefore I'm trying to break the chain of the conspiracy, at least cast doubt on that, because there are clear text messages where he's identifying PRA members to other people. Either he's going to shoot them himself, as in shoot up the block, or we see Muchi Beku when they say pulling up. Whether the shooting took place or not, if you don't fire your gun, apparently it's not a shooting. You're still scared until he points a gun. But my point is this is happening and it undercuts this whole theory that Govan's sort of the ringleader of all this kind of stuff. That's what I'm trying to get at, because he's doing it over and over again in the exact conspiracy timeframe on his own.
Ms. Steele, your response?
Your Honor, actually, the state will withdraw our objection.
What up, late night bacon with Mookie Mookie? Y'all go sub up. I just dropped the link in the chat.
we ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, ma'am.
You can tell the witness to come back in. Please. You can bring the jury.
Tacos on the table. Tacos for everybody. Go grab a taco. Tacos and margaritas.
Okay, that's it.
Miss D56 made the margaritas.
Correct.
Ready, Your Honor?
Yes.
We could have finished the closing statements if I was gonna knew they was gonna do all this.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to re-offer the 4-page text message chain from July 28th, 2021 that we were discussing in front of the jury momentarily.
This is a 4-page document with text messages, and it's been identified as text messages from between Justin Johnson and
Risky. The detective was kind enough to give me his real name, but I don't remember.
Casey Williams.
Casey Williams.
Casey Williams. We're gonna mark this as exhibit 27.
Your Honor, I'll go ahead and do the next exhibit just for brevity's sake. I'm going to let's just go with this. I think I've got all the paper to confuse myself. So let's just go with exhibit 28. Excuse me, 27. Robert, would you do me the honor? Can I publish it here?
Yeah.
What up, Rock Solid? Rock Solid said
I'll see, but you'll have this with you.
Rock Solid said I've been here the whole time.
The 16,
what up, though?
25. Robert, can you scoot you down just a little, please? That's Justin Johnson, right?
Is that the same text that we?
Yeah,
okay.
I just showed you.
That's Justin Johnson.
And you know his last four are 1625.
Correct.
Okay. And Cuz Risky, his real name is?
Casey Williams.
Casey Williams. All right, so Justin says, okay, we talked about this, don't see normal. Route there now, I think Shad know where the hoe at. I seen him over there before, I think. Route meaning paper route.
Paper route.
Okay. And so that's a PRE member.
Correct.
And there's a beef between PRE and CMG.
Correct.
Okay. On the next slide, we've established that they've seen paper-oo, as you said. The question, don't see normal. And then the next one is if y'all get a steamer or some, I guess LMK's let me know, I'm cash you out, I need some. And steamer was a stolen car, right?
Correct.
All right. And then the next text was Grape Home 2, that's Moochie Grape.
Yes.
That's a PRE artist as well?
Correct.
Okay. And then Justin says Moochina, again, Moochie Grape, PRE number?
Correct.
Okay. And then we have a yeah, and we have a call me. And then we have a next page, please, Robert. It just says pulling up, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. And again, nobody got shot on that occasion, but that's...
Well, they attempted to shoot. He was providing more than that. Oh, sorry. Casey Williams was providing a lot of information to Justin Johnson on PRE members. I think he was screenshotting Terrence Baker's calls and sending them to him. He sent him Terrence Baker's father's address. And those are intertwined with the messages you were sending. He was providing information to Justin on PRE members.
Okay, perfect. Deputy Sergeant, you get your steps. Two-page exhibit. It is text messages from Justin Johnson to Joke, and we can explain who that is.
Hey, and y'all do realize that MD 2020 never stood for Mad Dog, right? Y'all know that was never the official name. It's a Mandela effect. That's just what we called it. It was never called Mad Dog 2020.
Okay, can I get that back? And that looked true and accurate from the Justin Johnson phone that you reviewed? Okay, I'll just offer that as a next exhibit.
No, he needs to testify to what we're doing.
Okay, all right, let's keep it
No,
there.
no, jury doesn't know. You got to testify to that.
All right. Justin Johnson texts, I was just chopping it up with Jook. My phone was in the car, baby, right?
Correct.
All right. Chopping it up with Jook means what?
I'm assuming he's saying he's been talking to Joe.
Okay. Could chopping it up mean hanging out with somebody?
Generally, it means you're conversating.
Okay. And this was on July 31st, 2021, correct?
Correct.
All right. And this is true and accurate from the downloads, I guess you did from Justin's phone? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, can I offer that into evidence then?
Any objection? This is a extraction report. It's been testified that these are text messages from Justin Johnson, the 1625 number to
I'm unaware of who it is. I think in the thread it seemed like it was a female. I'm not sure who she was.
It's a 2-page document. We don't enter this. What date did you say this was? It says July 31st.
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll mark this as Exhibit 28.
took the other exhibits, I'm guessing it's 28.
Okay. Yeah, I'll put it right over here.
Well, I'm just going to publish it, so I need to put it in the machine. May I publish this? This is what we just talked about. I was just chopping it up with Jook. My phone was in car, baby, right?
Correct.
I've been playing baby's girlfriend. He's got several, right? Justin.
That's what I'm assuming, but I don't know.
Okay. And that was July 31st, 2021, right?
Correct.
Okay. That's it. So let me know when you guys are done with the other one. I thought you made you. Okay.
Bruh.
Tripping.
Isn't this?
The witness a 3-page text message chain, if you could, please.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
Shout out to TSC, sponsor of the day. Appreciate you, family.
I don't remember these text messages, but they're in Justin's phone. So.
I'm not being aggressive. I'm just going to come up here since I don't have another copy. All right. These are the text messages from August 25th of 2021, right?
Correct.
And Justin tells Jew, J-U-U, just pulled up onto Privé, right?
That's what he said.
Okay, Privé is the club that Jook owns, right?
Yeah, it's a restaurant I think he owned with his mother.
Okay, but it's a CMG restaurant.
I would say
Or
it's
Jook restaurant.
Anthony Mims is the restaurant that he owns with his mother.
Okay. And then the calls go on, not so much, but he's just talking about he's going out with Jook.
Yeah, is the attorney testifying or the witness testifying?
Well, he's not asking questions.
All right.
Lady
This is
L.
a conversation.
What up, though, Lady L?
Between Justin Johnson and Jew.
Do you not have another copy of that?
I don't, because I get my other color copy, so. Here. What's the next one? Just go to the next page. We talked about going to.
Are we entering this in evidence? Was it already in evidence? Is it a question?
He's testifying about it, so it can be entered in the evidence, I assume.
But he's
Correct.
reading it, so the jury's hearing that.
He's identified them as text messages from Justin Johnson. He said he didn't necessarily remember the text messages themselves, but you knew that they were text messages from Justin Johnson, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So.
I'm looking to offer that into evidence, Your Honor.
Okay. And so he should be testifying about what's in the message.
And that's what I was doing. I just need you to enter it into evidence. I'm going to move into it, or if you want to go over what.
I want you to go over what's in there.
Okay. So he's talking to Jew, maybe and it's not a racial source, J-U-U is what it says. And he's
Why don't you get him to explain what they say?
What
get him
does
to
this
read
say?
it and explain it.
All right, read it.
I'm here to F.W. Jook. I'm here to go out.
What does tell us what that means in English.
I would assume that means fuck with.
Okay, that means hang out with?
Yes.
Okay, what's the next text message say?
The next text message says, I have on no clothes.
Okay, the next one.
Bring yo ass home.
Okay, go to the next one.
Ass home. No clothes.
Okay.
Text message says, I have on no clothes.
Okay, the next one.
Bring yo ass home.
Okay, go to the next one.
And then it's a response from Jude, which is need to take your ass home with 2 explanations.
All right. This is a conversation between Justin Johnson and you about him being at prevate and not having the right clothes. He needs to go home.
Yeah, you can surmise that, it sounds like.
I'll offer that.
Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit. I like that.
I don't know what Mr. Johnson's clothes has on has anything to do with anything that we talked about ever.
He's spending time with Jook. The whole issue is Mr. Govan controls everything in this case, and Justin.
I didn't know that this was Jook we were talking about. You
Yeah,
said J-U-U.
That's to his girlfriend that he's hanging out with Jook on that date. That's what he says, I'm FW with Jook.
I don't know that, and see, the part of the problem is that the witness testified when he said that this text message on the beginning of the page 2, I'm here to FW Jook. I ain't here to go out.
Right.
The witness testified, you asked, does that mean I'm here hanging out with Jook? And he said it could just mean I'm here to F with Jook, I think is what he said, or something like that.
Yes, sir.
That's 2 separate things.
Okay, I'm misinterpreting what the slang means on there. My whole point is he's spending time with Jook on his own back in August. So if it's FW, if I'm mistaken about what it means, or just spending time with.
I don't necessarily know that that's what this means.
Okay. I don't either. That's why I asked the witness, and he said that's essentially what with means, right?
Yeah.
And that is next exhibit 28. 29.
¿Qué puñetas? ¿Qué puñetas? ¿Qué
I'm
puñetas?
taking everybody's sanity. I'm just going to stop with the text message and just a couple more questions and call it a day, okay?
I'm here.
All right. With regards to, we've already established the last time Justin talked or contacted Govan, we talked about the 2 weeks, all that stuff, and a couple of days with regards to court dates. We're not going to rehash that, but with specifically regards to Justin talking to Jook on the 16th, he did make a phone call on the 16th, correct?
I'd have to see it again.
Could you? I highlighted for you the time and everything. I just pulled the actual page.
Did you change the time frame or anything?
You just tell me if I've done something wrong. You tell me.
No, because it's in. Sometimes people will take records. It appears to be on an Excel, and they'll actually roll them back themselves. So I was just making sure. It shows on 11/16, 2021 at 17:37, 15 hours. Looks like a 331 second outgoing call from Justin Johnson to Anthony Mims.
Right. And you did that much nicer on your slideshow. I just sort of went in and downloaded the actual CDR thing to show all the parts and lines. So Justin Johnson and Anthony Mims had a 6-minute call the day before the murder, the evening before the murder.
Well, it would have been, assuming that these haven't been rolled back, it would have been 12:37.
Okay. But there's no dispute based on yours. I don't know if it's UTC plus or minus 6. They communicated for 6 some odd minutes the day before the murder. 300 something seconds, you said.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And you're also aware that Justin sent a turkey emoji the night of the 16th. You're not aware of that?
I mean, I'm not saying it didn't, I'm just saying I'm not aware.
Okay, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just... If we could approach the witness, please. Objection?
I don't know what I'm looking at.
It's a text message from Justin to Juke the night before the murder.
Okay.
Are we approaching it?
I thought this was next to do.
No,
Can you approach, please?
The hell, Bubba? They didn't cut the mic off? Or is this a sidebar? Well, y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe. We almost up out of here. I know they getting tired.
Sure. Thank you.
Judge then finished her double styrofoam drink. She ain't got no more drink in her cup.
Okay, this is a text from Justin Johnson to Juke.
Can he testify about that, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Who are the texts from?
So it's from Justin Johnson to Anthony Mims.
And I know there's more than...
Hold on, was that an objection? She said, can he testify about that, please? that's how y'all object?
one text, but I'm concerned about the one I'm arrested.
I'm starting with the first one. It was on August 13th at 12:56 a.m.
Would you look at it again? Are you sure it's not November 13th?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, November 13th. Okay, I'm sorry. 12:56 a.m. And it says, bro, we got put squeeze on Wicked. That video ain't really shit.
Right, and the next one, if you could escape, that's the one I'm worried about, is the next one, the one from the 16th. If you could review that, please.
Okay. November 16th, 2021, 4:37. It's Justin Johnson sending looks like a turkey emoji to Anthony Mims.
Right. And so that's the only page I would offer, and that looks like that came from Justin Johnson's phone based on the numbers, and that's Juke's number that it goes to, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we don't need the second page. I was just doing a large version of that, Your Honor. So just the first page is all I'm looking to admit.
Any objection?
No.
You want this too?
No, just give her. I'll take it back, but we just admit the first page. Could you get that back too, please? Thank you.
This is text messages from Justin Johnson to Juke's phone And the second message on the page appears to be the personal emoji sent on November 16th, 2021. We'll mark this as Exhibit 30.
And could I publish that, Ron? I know it's hard to see, but that's the text message that Justin sent to Joe the day before the murder.
The turkey emoji, yes.
Okay, thank you. Take it now. So we've gone through, we've already discussed all the hardware store and all the other stuff. With regards to Jook, did you all ever try to interview Jook?
Yes.
When did you try to do that?
When we executed a search warrant on his phone.
Okay.
When he was at the airport.
Okay. It wasn't indicated that you had talked to him anywhere in the police reports. The lead detective said you guys never reached out to him. Is that incorrect?
I can tell you that they asked him, wanted to talk. Obviously, he said he had nothing to talk.
Okay, and did we do anything else after that?
We wrote a search warrant and we did the phone extract.
Okay. So the suspect that Mr. Cornelius said may have paid for his legal fees, all this other testimony we've heard, you went, even though the lead detective didn't know, you specifically went to talk to him and he said, no, I don't want to make a statement, as is my Fifth Amendment right.
Yeah, we executed a search warrant at the airport. I forget who it was, but somebody, either Friard or someone communicated with him to say, hey, you want to come talk? We knew what his response was going to be, and we knew what attorney he was going to tell us to talk to.
Okay. I get all that. Do defendants occasionally exercise their Fifth Amendment rights and keep their mouth shut?
100%.
So you don't quit on the investigation just because they won't talk to you. You continue, right?
100%.
And in this case, Cornelius is giving you specifics about what Jook did. You've got text messages from Justin Johnson about what Jook did. But there was no follow-up. Not being mean or anything else.
Right.
That whoever went to the airport, that was it with regards to Jook.
I don't get to make the decisions
Okay.
on what happens to him.
I'm not asking who makes the decision. They're saying that was it. There's nothing else done with regards to Jook.
Yes, there was a lot of stuff. I mean, that's what we were doing.
I'll let it be. I think I get it.
Assistència de Xavi, més cap a la dreta per a Messi, Messi, immens Messi, encara 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 Messi, gol, gol, gol.
They talking about sidebar, man. Y'all better wrap this shit up. All right, let's finish this closing. So when they be done, we be done. Shoot. It's only shit. It's only one more. Shit, 40 seconds. This ain't even a whole minute. This might be done already.
From giving the state the benefit of the doubt. You can't carry their water for them. Justin Johnson, he doesn't have anything to prove here.
Back it up a little bit.
They do. And we've all heard the term benefit of the doubt. Right? Everybody likes to give somebody the benefit of the doubt. You are legally prohibited from giving the state the benefit of the doubt. And he can't carry their water for them.
He's like, stop looking at me. Stop looking at me.
Again, I appreciate it. This is, as I said, last time I get to speak to you. The state's going to get one more opportunity to talk to you this morning. They get the last word. That's how the system's set up. But it has been my honor to represent Mr. Johnson in this case. It's been my honor to present this case before you all. And thank you so much.
I guess we just came for the rest of his closeout. Could have saved that. He said that boy ears is out there wiggling. If pigs could fly with Dumbo ears. If pigs could fly with Dumbo ears. Let me see what else we got before we wrap it up for the day while we waiting on them. It is some more stuff. I do got more stuff now.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Good to see you again. Thank y'all for being here. It's an important day. It's going to be an important week. As you all sit in judgment and you evaluate the evidence in this case. And as we talked about in Board Iron, Mr. Johnson sits before you innocent. And he'll remain that way. Because at the conclusion of this case, once you've viewed all the evidence and heard all the testimony, you will not be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that he did this. Because he didn't.
The evidence determined that was a lie. A lie detector test determined that was a lie. Because they locked his ass up for life.
Now, Mr. Hagerman was a very skilled attorney, did a great opening statement. But there's always two sides. And there are certain things about this case that I'm going to urge you to be paying particular attention to. You heard a little bit about Govan, and I anticipate you'll get to hear from Govan in this case. You already heard you're going to be hearing from Mr. Smith. You know, and Mr. Hagerman talked about Mr. Govan and said he liked to, you know, get an interest in young rappers, right? He liked to exploit. He liked to exploit young rappers. Like Mr. Johnson. He brings no skill to the table, but you're going to hear testimony about how he intended. It was his sole mission to get a 30 to 60% piece of Mr. Johnson. You're going to hear him say, oh man, Mr. Johnson was going to go platinum. And he and his god brother had missed out on this golden opportunity for another rapper, and they weren't going to let that go by. They weren't going to let that go by again. And so he gets his claws into Mr. Johnson. All right. And what you're going to hear is as the process goes.
We'll be back here in the morning at 9:30 and we will work all day. So enjoy your evening.
I knew they rabbit ass was gonna do that.
What remains in session?
going to show that anything that I may have said, they exacerbated it.
Oh.
Court's in session, remain seated.
Could we excuse the witness, sir?
Say again?
Could we excuse the witness for this moment?
So, are you trying to clarify something?
Yes, I'm trying to clarify something.
Okay. We're still in session.
Robert, we're in session.
We're in session.
What I was saying is, yes, we talked about Ham, and Ham is Rashad Hill's brother? No? Okay. Here are the ones we've admitted. I'm trying to look for that one. I know we mentioned it, but I don't know if we admitted that exception. So here, we're going to give you all the exhibits, rather.
So what they do? Kick the jury out, send the jury home, and kept going? You motherfuckers.
So here's number 30, the original. That's the Turkey one.
Yeah. It was one of the first couple ones.
This is 29. If you'll look at it and see if I missed something.
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting the state earlier, but the state can talk the ears off a donkey. This continued filibustering has got to stop.
I'll take those back, so just waste them. It is on Exhibit 27. It is a text from Kozerowski to Justin Johnson on July 28th. Route there now. I think Shad know where that hoe at. I seen him over there before, I think. That's where.
And that's Rashad Hill.
Is that Rashad Hill? Or do you know?
I know that the Shad that was referenced throughout the phones amongst Justin Johnson and his associates. When they say Shad, they were referring to Rashad Hill.
That's what you testified to originally.
So there's no text message to Shad or Rashad Hill. This is just saying who's there when they're talking about shooting somebody. Or, I'm not sure which.
So, Ms. Taylor, this is a reference to Rashad.
We think.
Well, we think. He testified that it's based on his familiarity with these records that they're referring to Rashad and they're calling him Shad or Shad. I don't know how what you're trying to enter into evidence now is relevant to this, because this doesn't. Go ahead. I mean,
can I see that? Sure. There's so many that we are getting copies of.
And I don't call any other testimony, I won't say reference, but I won't call any other testimony regarding Rashad Hill.
I'm here, so however many days you need me, I'm good.
Yes, ma'am.
The state's contention is that defense has made the argument for these to be admitted into evidence, this particular text message to be in evidence, to show that there was maybe a separate conspiracy, or this had nothing to do with Hernandez Govan. This text message references a shot that Sergeant Brown has testified he believes to be Rashad Hill. The state would assert that there are messages, or at least communication between Rashad Hill and Hernandez Govan at the same time that all of this is going on the same day. I think that that puts Govan right back in the middle of association with them, not just a separate conspiracy going on, but all of this is mixed all.
So it's your contention that it's all a part of the same conspiracy that Govan is involved in, he's just not a part of these communications?
Yes.
I don't even know what it is that we're objecting to. I mean, the text message just says shots there. If that opens up the door, then everything comes in, you know, as far as that goes. He's talking to somebody else about a PRE member.
Who is he?
Justin Johnson is talking to somebody else about a PRE member. PRE member says shot there, something, 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 with some other names of other people. So I don't know how that opens up anything to relevance. Just, he's referred to half a dozen people in there. It's not even his phone.
Not even whose phone?
Shad's phone, or Shad.
You have anything further? Do you have anything further?
No, Your Honor, several of these text messages reference several different people.
They do. That was his point. They reference several different people. It would, your argument would be a lot more cogent if those messages or some messages had been from Justin Johnson to Shad or Rashad. But that's just a reference of him. And so I don't know that we have an objection here, but I'm not going to allow your last question. So, although we have excused the jury for the day, you are on redirect. Other than that, do you have any other redirect?
We're done with the jury.
We're done. I just excused the jury. But if you don't have any other redirect, then this officer doesn't have to come back in the morning. Because that was your, that you, when I said, Ms. Taylor, you have some redirect, that's how you.
I asked her to come back in the morning. We may have. I tried to go.
No problem. No problem. I'm good to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right. Any other matters we need to take up before in the morning?
I'm guessing the state only has one other witness, which is the
According to the
medical
list.
I'll have.
What? I was asking the state, as far as you know, you don't have any other witnesses?
No, not at this time.
So I just try to figure out, excuse me, when to have my witnesses here. If we don't know.
Right,
if there's
so
this.
he's gonna come back in the morning. I would suppose there's not gonna be much more for him, but we'll see. And then their last witness, you probably need to have your witnesses here by
11?
10:30, 11, yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna have some other folks run, so could we respectfully ask for 11? If they don't have questioning, I'll get them here earlier, but I just don't wanna be
That's fine.
dragging cars back and forth because I don't have the resources.
That's fine.
Okay, we just have one car.
Just one witness?
One car. We have multiple. I
Oh,
just
you
gotta
have
go.
one call. I understand.
Okay.
Yeah. If it looks like things are going a lot quicker than we expect, then send your car.
All right, otherwise, if it doesn't, just give me a second, I'll text and we'll get it going.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
So they about to wrap up tomorrow?
If we finish
Right.
everything tomorrow.
Let's talk about tomorrow.
Okay.
I anticipate, based on your proof, being finished with the proof sometime tomorrow, fairly early.
Well, Trey on Ingram may take a few minutes, Your Honor. You
Okay.
remember that one? We sort of went through the motions. So that's the only one that could take time. The others are relatively quick.
Okay. That still would hopefully get us to mid-afternoon.
Right, we will finish before 5, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah. And so I am working on a jury charge.
Yes, sure.
I will email that, I will email a draft of that, so you at least know those things in it that I'm including, and you can, I'll give you an opportunity to, we'll discuss that on the record. You'll ask for, make any motions of anything you want added or something you think is not appropriate. But I will send you emails of that this evening. And we'll see how early we finish tomorrow. If we finish in decent time, I'll go ahead and charge the jury. Unless we finish extremely early, you probably won't close until Thursday. But go ahead and be working on it, because if we got time, we can get it all in there.
All right.
Okay?
Sounds fair.
Anything else?
There you go.
All rise. This honorable court is adjourned till tomorrow at 9 a.m. 9:30 a.m.
9:30 a.m. I'll probably start about that time myself, so that'll probably be like, what, 10, 11, 12 for them? I don't know. I think it's 3 hours or 2 hours. It'll be either 11 or 12 for them. So probably around lunchtime or just before lunchtime. I don't know. I might start at 7, because I will be up. But, man, I'll be tired. Shit, I've been up since 3 this morning, 4 this morning. Depending on who asking. Depending on what side of the state you in. But let me see. I'll play a little bit more of this since we still here. And shit, we might as well play the rest of this opening. And if I start getting bored, then you know me, I'm going to just cut it off. But if it's interesting, then we'll let it play. It ain't that long. It's only like 10 minutes, 12 minutes. But we'll let this play out, and then we'll wrap it up for today. Appreciate y'all being here. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe, tap in, share with a friend. Let's go.
Goes on is the idea is that he's going to sign with CMG, Mr. Johnson.
A nice surprise.
But there comes a point in the road where what Mr. Govan wants, which is a meal ticket, the payday, and what Mr. Johnson wants, different. And you're going to hear about how they take this trip to Atlanta. And the whole idea is that they're going to go to Atlanta, and this is Mr. Govan's chance. He's got another guy he's going to bring in to help sell the management contract, which is going to get him this massive piece of this young up-and-coming artist. And you're going to hear, this is about September of 21. This is right before November. And you're going to hear that they go to Atlanta to meet Jook, who is one of the higher-ups at CMG. Right? They go to Atlanta, and while in Atlanta, Mr. Johnson decides, I'm not going to go your way. I'm not going to go your way, Govan. I'm not going into business with you. I'm going to do it without you. And at that moment, I anticipate you're going to hear Mr. Govan say he was really mad. He felt some kind of way about the fact that he had, in his mind, his perception was he had done all this to help this up-and-coming star, and now he was going to be left to the wayside, and he wasn't going to get a piece. And he's so angry that he leaves Mr. Johnson in Atlanta. Leaves him there. Mr. Johnson has to find another way home. You know, Mr. Hagerman talked about, it's not 1981, right? It's 2024 now. It's 21 when this happened. But there are certain things that are as old as time. And that's greed, right? Pride, deceit. And that's what Mr. Govan has, is greed. And then he gets angry because if he can't get a piece of this young artist, nobody can. Nobody can. It's time to tank this one because he's not going to go with Govan. And Govan, you're going to hear, and the state has said, is soliciting. He's in the middle of this thing with Dolph. It's going to be important for you through this case to really pay attention to credibility. When you hear witnesses like Govan testify, why is he saying what he's saying? What's he getting at? He's getting something, and you're going to hear it. He's got a vested interest in making sure that he saves his own hide and takes this young rapper, this young man, off the board, since he wasn't going to go with him in the first place, since he abandoned him and decided not to share any of his money going forward. The same is to be said for Mr. Smith. You're going to hear from Mr. Smith. And Mr. Hagerman tells you, he says he's going to tell you that was being unjust. You will also hear about other things Mr. Smith has said during the same time that he's been meeting with the state, meeting with law enforcement, trying to save himself. And why he's doing this, why he's meeting with them and telling them this story. You're also going to hear he's writing letters to his family and telling his family, I didn't really do this. I didn't really do this. I'm just going to get the deal. I just want the deal. I want you to know I didn't do it. I'm just saying what I got to say to get myself home. How much bigger of a motivator could someone have? And it makes you question. If he's saying those things to other people, how do you know the truth? How does the state know the truth before they put him up, right? You know, you're right, 2021. There's video. And I'm going to tell you now, similar clothing doesn't equal the same. All right? Video is going to show what it shows. You're going to be able to watch it, evaluate it, look at it. The crosstown videos and pictures that they show you, look at them, evaluate them. Absolutely. But similar doesn't mean the same. For mass-produced items, you have to ask yourself, is there anything particularly significant or unique about those items that couldn't have been obtained by another person and worn by another person? And look, if that video on its own and those, the other part of that was enough, why would we need to hear from these other folks? Why would we need to hear from them? They want you to hear from them. They need you to hear from them because there's references of cell phone information. That cell phone information isn't going to be able to pinpoint where they are or where these phones are. So that area has all sorts of other locations in it. You're going to hear, you heard the car was wiped. You're going to hear that they did fingerprint analysis on the car. Cornelius Smith's prints are on the car. Another individual named Kristen Gardner on the car. Another gentleman named Trayon Ingram on the car. You know whose fingerprints aren't on the car? Justin Johnson. And if it was wiped and then moved and wiped, as the state suggests, then how are their prints on it? You're going to hear that They did touch DNA, right? So lucky. It's not 1981 anymore. We got touch DNA now. Forensics has come a long way. Crime scene unit went into this car and did several swipes for touch DNA. They don't have anything to say Justin Johnson's DNA. The car that they got, a dude got shot, according to Cornelius Smith. I mean, he got shot in the shoulder. No blood in the car that we're going to hear any forensic analysis about. How is that? These are the things that you as jurors will have to take particular attention to. The shame of it is that people like Govan and Cornelius Smith are going to get an opportunity to come lie to you to your face. That's a shame. And they will. The judge instructed you earlier some of the things to be mindful of among credibility. So they appeared particularly honest. And then there becomes one really important. To what degree does what Cornelius is saying differ from what Govan is saying? Pay attention to that. Why is it different? The truth is one thing, right? One thing. And I'm not talking about inconsequential facts. I'm talking about this was a horrible thing that happened to Adolph Ford and his family. It wasn't just every day. So, why are they telling different stories? So, we talked about this in voir dire some. The idea of keeping an open mind. I'm going to ask you again to do that. To hold any judgment or consideration on that issue until you've heard everything. And remember, I completely agree. This isn't business this week. This is justice. And as we talked about in voir dire, your job is to mete out justice in this case. Absolutely. A life was lost. Absolutely. But as we talked about in voir dire, and you all agreed, it's never justice if you convict the wrong person.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
I don't even know what that means, but it's provocative. Gets the people going. We up out of here. Dang, I got it all plastered on my face. Shout out to the stream sponsor of the day, TSC, holding it down, and the top chatter, holding it down. I appreciate you, family. Let me see. I do got the top fans list. TSC, Sunflower, No One, Cha Diggy, Miss D, Indigo, Time, Jazzy, I don't know who that is, Dietrich, Chan My Black is Golden, Late Night Bacon with Mookie, Rock Solid, Lady L, Factual Lie, Leah J. I see y'all. Appreciate y'all, family. Shoot, that might be an easier way to read the chat names now, huh? I can read straight through the list now through there. Let me see on the other side. That's all the same names. Let me see if I close that. Yeah, that's about all the same names. That is everybody. Okay. Miss D56. Miss DB. No, it ain't everybody. No, it ain't. Shout out to everybody. Appreciate y'all. Much love, much love. No One. Rock Solid TV. Y'all go sub up to Rock Solid TV. Check it out. I'll drop a link in the chat, maybe. If somebody don't drop it first while this outro is playing. But other than that, oh, I still forgot to move this thing on my face, huh? I'm talking with TSC on my face. I'm tired, y'all. My bad, man. I'm tired. It's been a long day. I ain't used to doing these 8-hour streams, man. This must take a lot of work. But it's worth it, though. I had fun hanging out with y'all. That's a fact. Let me see. Where is her? Okay, here we go. There we go. Let me move that. There we go. All right. Just don't let the dude on the stand read it. Facts. Oh, there you go. No one dropped the Rock Solid link. There you go. Y'all go sub up to Rock Solid TV. Appreciate y'all. Brown Sugar Babe. I see you. We up out of here, man. Much love, much love. Y'all go sub up to Late Night Bacon with Mookie Mookie on TikTok, on YouTube, all that. You can drop your links in the chat too. And other than that, we gonna get up out of here. We see y'all tomorrow morning on the early one with the rest of the birds trying to get the worms. You know what I'm talking about? For sure, for sure. Y'all stay fresh and stay blessed, family. And peace out. There you go. No one dropped it. Link in the chat. Y'all sub up to Late Night Bacon with Mookie Mookie.
Supernatural disaster, metaphysical reaction. I am the flesh. I am the God. No one got the lab on lockdown. Talking hot winters and cold summers. Black Force Ones when we slide in the streets. We all stay home at a club jumping. What up, cousin? I see you, fam. Throwing slime coins on the watch the trial. LEOs be capping, chatting action. Come and tap in the most interactive. I am the flesh. I am the God. I am the flesh.
91, I started again.
Shout out to Chad Diggy. Appreciate you, family. Much love. Rock Solid. Coming soon.
I'ma keep going till motherfucking tired. You what? I'm motherfucking tired. Slime real side, could we rain down game? Like, what you mean? Just watch the rise. Watch the rise. Watch the rise. I am the flesh. I am the God. I am the flesh. I am the God. Flesh with God.
Have a good night. Have a good night. Have a motherfucking good ass night.
Jazzy T.